right, if members of the committee, please sit toward the front. If you're not on the Appropriations Committee and you're sitting up toward the front, kind of go back and let the members of the committee sit toward the front. Jason Ridley. Is anybody sitting next to you? Mr. Leaders, there's a seat, one seat down here. If somebody'd like to sit here. Chairman Meeks. I feel like a Baptist preacher. If there's a seat next to you, slide over so somebody can get. Chairman Tillery, I've never seen this room this full.
Well, I was almost called you Senator Hatchett. They all come for you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know about that. Good morning. I think we need to try that again. Good morning. Hey, everybody's awake. All right. Well, thank y'all for being here. The Lord blessed us. He brought snow this weekend. He's going to bring snow coming up. So he fit us in the middle. So thank you. With that, I would like to invite Chairman Gerald Green, Dean Green, on his birthday in his 44th joint appropriations hearing to open us in prayer. Dean Green.
Thank you, Mr. Leader, our great Appropriations Chair. Let us pray. Almighty God, as we come before you today, we come with humble hearts and grateful spirits as we gather in this place of public service. We thank you for the opportunity to serve the people of the great state of Georgia and for the trust they have placed in us. And as we begin these appropriation meetings, we ask for your wisdom, your guidance, and your discernment. Grant us clarity of mind and purity of purpose as we consider the resources entrusted to our care. Help us to listen carefully, deliberate thoughtfully, and act responsible, always mindful that every decision we make affects the lives of our citizens. Bless our governor, the members of the Georgia General Assembly, and all who serve in leadership capacities in our state. Grant them courage, integrity, and spirit of cooperation, and may our discussions be marked by mutual respect, civility, and a shared commitment to the common good. Guide us to the wise stewards of the public trust, to act with fairness and compassion, and to seek solutions that strengthen our communities, protect the vulnerable, and promote opportunity for all. We ask your blessings upon the state of Georgia, upon its people, and upon the work we begin here today. May our actions honor you and serve the best interests of those we represent. And we ask all of this in the name of our Lord and Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Dean Green.
Quiet them down.
All right, we got a full house, so keep it to a low rumble, please. Well, as you know, last year we didn't get to have these because of Mother Nature, but luckily we are this year. It's going to be a long 3 days. They're packed. There may be times when we don't allow you to ask your question because we need to move on, and I'll go ahead and apologize for that in advance. But we got a lot to hear from a lot of people, a lot of very important people the next 3 days. Senator Tillery, add anything?
No, well, first of all, welcome again to the joint hearings. As Chairman Hatchett said, last year we did miss these because of snow. Those of you who aren't involved in the leadership of appropriations may not know this. We alternate years. The House plans one year, the Senate plans the subsequent year, and this year the House planned the meetings. Thank you, Chairman Hatchett, Christine, Dave, for the work y'all have already put into this. Also remember, though, that this is not, for those watching online, this is not the only budget hearing that takes place. Budget hearings will continue throughout the entire session until we finally end on April 2nd. We will be negotiating the budget, negotiating with agencies all the way to the end. So please don't think we're spending $40 billion of your state taxpayer dollars with just a 5-minute conversation. That is absolutely not the case. Committee hearings will happen afterwards. The House will break up into their own committees. The Senate will do their own. This is not just a 5-minute decision made. I'm honored. This is my 7th year sitting here chairing the budget. It is hard to believe that 7 years have gone by that fast. We are in a much different position than we were the first time I was chairing the budget. That was the middle of COVID, 2020, when we were taking 15% out. But the one thing that has not changed is that every single dollar we spend comes from somebody in our state's pocket. And I want us to keep that at the forefront when you're going to hear a lot of good ideas on how money should be spent. But remember that you have to take it out of a taxpayer's pocket to spend it in the first place. So I hope we'll keep that at the forefront when we're going through these things over the next few days. Chairman Hatchett, thanks again for the preparation you've done to get us here.
Thank you, Chairman Tillery. President Pro Tem Walker, if I was a senator, I'd be getting up and letting them have your seat, let you have their seat. I mean, I'm just trying to prompt one of these good senators. Thank you for being here. I tried. Well, we are awaiting our special guest. So,
President, there is a chair on the left side over here if you want to get. You have to sit by Representative Donahue, but there is one over here on the left.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Colleagues, it's my honor today to introduce someone to you that really needs no introduction, but it's my first time to introduce him to the joint appropriations hearing in person and not from Davos. Ladies and gentlemen, the 83rd Governor of the state of Georgia, the Honorable Brian Kemp. Governor, the floor is yours. I believe your mic is ready to go.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Chairman Hatchett. I appreciate the kind words, Chairman Tillery, members of the House and Senate Appropriations Committee. I am honored to be here with you in person this year to present my final 2 budget recommendations. I also just want to take a moment as we start and thank you for allowing me to address you virtually in previous years while Marty and I have been on economic development trips to bring more jobs and investment to our state. As you know, last year we were in Germany at this time and met with some great leaders from companies that you all know, all of whom either already operate in Georgia or looking at potential investments. That includes Maersk, who's one of our largest clients at our port, largest shipping company in the world in terms of a market presence. And as we continue to grow and reach capacity at the Georgia Ports Authority, conversations like that mean greater business and job growth for our state. In fact, port activity now supports over 650,000 full and part-time jobs across the Peach State, a 7% jump over just the last fiscal year, which is pretty incredible. In 2024, Chairman Hatchett mentioned that we were in Davos, and I remember that trip well, the first one especially, because people were giving me a hard time for going over there, especially some of my friends on our side of the aisle. And now we know President Trump's going over there. I doubt they're going to give him as hard a time as they did me. But we did have a great trip. In 2024, we met with GF Casting, which then announced a few months later a project in Augusta promising 350 new jobs and $184 million in investment. The prior year, in our first trip to Davos, we met with executives from Hyundai, LG, SK Group, and others. And I don't have to tell you how big an impact their various expansions and announcements have had on our state and our hardworking people. Those trips had real impact on the communities and the people that we serve, just like the budgets that you work on and pass. So again, I just really want to thank you all for your partnership over the years and for sharing a strong commitment to responsible, strategic, and measured approaches to the annual budget, and also just thank you for indulging me and letting present virtually. It was worthwhile, all those trips were, but I am glad to be here in person with you all this morning. These annual budgets requires discipline and respect for the people that sent us here, because every dollar we allocate is a dollar they earned, not the government. As I said in my final State of the State address last week, refusing to grow government, budgeting conservatively, and paying off debt aren't flashy, but they are the right thing to do by our constituents. Georgia voters have again and again rewarded those who hold spending in check by returning them to the gold dome. So it is not only right to be conservative in our approach, it's not only the best thing for our state and its fiscal standing, it's also, quite honestly, just good politics. And the results, I think, speak for themselves. Our approach has maintained Georgia's AAA credit rating, saving taxpayers and future generations millions of dollars in interest. On top of this, it has allowed us to use cash to finance projects throughout the state instead of debt, saving taxpayers and future appropriators who will sit in your seats $3.3 billion in interest payments over the next 20 years. It has allowed us to store up strategic reserves for the next economic downturn, ensuring you all or future legislators won't be forced to cut critical services for Georgians when, not if, the next economic crisis hits. And it's enabled us to put more toward education, health care, and mental health resources than ever before in our state's history. We've also been able to make historic investments in infrastructure across Georgia, again, because of our strategic and restrained budget approach. That careful planning has allowed us to return money and reduce the tax burden on Georgians at a time when prices skyrocketed to 40-year highs. All told, we've now saved them $9.7 billion through tax rebates, reductions, suspensions of the gas tax, and other measures, and that is with you all's help. And again, with your help, we'll increase that amount even more. All of these historic measures did not happen by chance, or they happened by choice. We choose to live within our means, resist pressure to grow government, and use one-time funds for generational projects through a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity our revenue level gave us. Policies that grow the economy instead of government are also why we've seen sustained job creation, private investment, and rising wages in Georgia. This year, I'm asking you to double down on that winning approach yet again, further accelerating the largest income tax cut in our state's history by 20 basis points. With this third acceleration, we will deliver on the promise we made in 2022 to bring the tax rate under 5%, and we'll do it 3 full years ahead of schedule. As you all know, this will save hardworking Georgians another $770 million every year. And I again want to thank you all for your work in the past and ask for your partnership again this year in record time as valued partners that you are. I'm also asking for your support in returning a fourth one-time tax rebate to families as they continue to face affordability challenges and the lingering high prices that came with 40-year high inflation. This will give a little over $1 billion back to hardworking Georgians for groceries, help with the rent or car payment, the ability to pay a little more on a credit card, or help with other needs. With these latest measures added to those from years prior, your hard work will now have given a total of $7.5 billion in targeted one-time relief to the people of our state and over $3.8 billion in permanent tax relief. These tax measures are not in conflict with fiscal discipline. They're a product of it. That's a pretty good record for any legislator or governor, if you ask me. With that same disciplined approach, the budgets before you continue to prioritize investments that strengthen Georgia's economic foundation. We are focused on building and maintaining the infrastructure necessary to support continued growth in both transportation and workforce development. Georgia's roads, bridges, ports, rail connections, and airports are not just assets, they are economic tools. When they function efficiently, they reduce costs for both drivers and employees and employers, shorten commutes, and improve the quality of life for families in our state. But to meet current demands and prepare for future growth, we need to make strategic investments in that system. Therefore, my amended budget includes more than $2.3 billion to further expand and improve critical freight and commuter corridors, provide additional support for local government for road maintenance, and address critical bridge repairs across the state. These investments bring the total additional transportation investment during my administration to more than $4.7 billion. That not only benefits commuters and businesses, it also keeps Georgians around the state working. The only reason we're able to make such transformational investments is because of the unique position that we're in with our reserves. That has allowed us to fund major projects with one-time surplus funds rather than long-term debt. Not only does that give us flexibility in out-year budgets, it also ensures today's infrastructure improvements do not become tomorrow's financial burden. In addition to transportation, these budgets continue targeted investments in water, sewer, and energy infrastructure to support growing communities across the state and attracting new employers. These budgets include $33 million for the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority's water and sewer funding program for local governments, as well as $35 million to establish a new natural gas infrastructure financing program. This is a first of the kind in Georgia. This program will help communities build infrastructure needed to support and expand key industries, including our critical timber sector. We all know how devastating Hurricane Helene was to this industry, and now that damage was amplified by the closure of multiple paper mills in southeast and southwest Georgia. That's why this past year I convened a forestry task force to bring together state agencies, academic institutions, and industry leaders to help us tackle this issue. My budgets fund items recommended by this task force so that we can further support this major industry in our state as it continues to recover. We will invest $660,000 into the Georgia Grown Wood program that the General Assembly supported last year. This will support economic development and media campaigns to market Georgia as a premier destination for forest product manufacturing. This budget also includes $2.6 million to construct a mass timber county unit facility for the Georgia Forestry Commission in Morgan County. We have seen the private sector begin to embrace mass timber construction, even here in Atlanta, and this will be a first-of-its-kind construction for a state agency. I can't think of a better agency to lead the way than the Forestry Commission, which serves and protects our forest lands every day. Just since the last time I presented budget recommendations to you, the great team at the Georgia Forestry Commission has fought or helped contain over 4,000 wildfires. That is a 64% increase over the 5-year average. And yet, of the 37.7 million acres in our state, those fires just burned 26,000 acres. That's a testimony to how dedicated the men and women who work for the Forestry Commission are, and I want to commend them for all the yeoman's work they've done during this current fire season. That success is also a testament to your impact through previous budgets. We knew following the devastation from Hurricane Helene, with the unprecedented amounts of timber now on the ground, this fire season would be difficult. That's why you helped us prepare by putting over $1.7 million toward replacing forestry vehicles and firefighting equipment in the FY 2026 budget, and over $4.7 million in the amended 25 budget for a new fire suppression helicopter. Given how effective the Forestry Commission has been, you can see just how impressive the return on the investment has also been. And I want to again thank you all for your partnership in securing those funds for the Forestry Commission. Finally, my budget includes nearly $11 million to establish the Georgia Forestry Innovation Initiative, building on the research underway through the REWOOD program at Georgia Tech's Renewable Byproducts Institute. These funds will be used to engineer, design, and test new technologies to support the expansion of our timber industry partners into new markets like automotive and pharmaceutical manufacturing. This partnership will be a textbook example of how the research in our USG laboratories is directly supporting Georgia businesses. I'm also proud to report that demand for higher education opportunities in Georgia is higher than ever. That's why my fiscal year 2027 budget includes more than $253 million to meet enrollment growth both across our university and technical college systems. But we also know too many students either don't attend or fail to complete college because they can't afford it, while others finish with debt that weighs them down literally for decades. The fiscal year 2027 budget includes an additional $58 million to fully fund Hope scholarships and grants at the 100% factor rate we return the program to, again, with you all's help. You'll be glad to know that because of that good work, last year Hope programs helped nearly 250,000 students attend post-secondary institutions. I also want to thank you again for your partnership in eliminating the special institution fee for students in 2022, further reducing the cost of higher education in our state and keeping college within reach for hardworking families. Last week, as you remember, I announced yet another and perhaps more historic measure we will work on together to make college more affordable and accessible to Georgia students. My amended budget includes a $325 million endowment to expand the DREAM Scholarship, the first needs-based aid program of its kind in Georgia history. This investment has a goal of leveraging an additional $1.2 billion in private funding to create, in the coming years, a permanent, sustainable source of need-based aid for thousands of future Georgia students. This structure matters a great deal when it comes to our budgets, because using one-time funds for an endowment rather than creating a recurring obligation expands access while also maintaining long-term stability. The return on that investment will be higher college completion rates, a more skilled workforce, and reduced student debt, which will benefit the entire state's economy. With your help over the years, we have also invested $100 million in capital maintenance projects, so our higher ed schools are worthy of the students that attend them. The amended budget provides another $88 million for MRR needs across our USG and TCSG campuses. These investments help meet outstanding infrastructure needs without having to raise tuition. We're also giving an additional $3 million to the technical college system for a new college and career academy. This year, we're also focusing on connecting graduating students with job creators, because without a good job, there's not much return on even a quality education. That is why my budget invests $14 million in a cutting-edge career navigator application that will help students and job creators find available positions and provide a clear pathway for economic mobility. Just like the cost-cutting measures and tax rate reductions we passed, the investments we made in education, workforce, and economic development will help hardworking Georgians with affordability. Because the best way to fight through high prices is to have a good job with good wages and good benefits. These are investments that will pay dividends not just for years, but I believe for generations. As we continue to build on Georgia's fiscal and workforce infrastructure, we're also protecting the foundations of our financial stability. Together, we have invested more than $4.1 billion in the last 3 fiscal years in capital construction and maintenance needs by using surplus funds rather than new debt. As I said earlier, that decision will save future generations billions in interest payments while also saving them on deferred maintenance costs. As a result, our debt ratio is the lowest it's been since we first began issuing bonds over a half a century ago. In addition to this historic accomplishment, you've also helped us eliminate the outstanding unfunded liability for state retiree health benefits, reducing it from over $2.1 billion to zero. Thanks to those efforts, we will save more than $240 million annually in health costs beginning this upcoming fiscal year. We're using those savings to invest an additional $200 million into the teacher state health benefit plan to keep them on solid financial footing. Even while making these unprecedented investments, we have kept our rainy day fund full and preserved undesignated reserves so we can properly respond to whatever unknown challenges the future brings. I'll close by reiterating what we have all accomplished and more was done by choice, not by chance. As I pass this recommendations on to you, I'm confident that we can continue to build on this great partnership that has served our state and its people so well. Also, would be remiss if I didn't mention the greatest First Lady in the country is with us this morning, Marty Kemp. It has been an honor for us to serve this great state, and it's also been an honor to serve with you all. And I know that the work of your committees affects every agency, every community, and every family in our state. Like Georgia families budgeting around their kitchen tables, we have to plan based on what we actually earn today, not what we hope to earn tomorrow. Together, we'll continue the good work we began years ago, lowering the tax burden on hardworking Georgians, strategically investing in our state's future, and keeping Georgia the best state to live, work, and raise a family. I wish you all your best in your work. We look forward to working with you, and I hope you have a great rest of the day and budget hearings. Thank you. God bless you.
Governor, thank you, and First Lady Marty Kemp for the service you've given this state for the past 7 years and a little while longer. You're not done yet, but it does not go lost on me that you wore that green tie today. Thank you. All right. Well, I guess we get down to business now. Thank you. And first up is Dr. Robert Bushman, our state economist. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for all of y'all being here. Packed room. Wow. As you heard, I'm Bob Bushman, state economist, here to talk to you today about Georgia's economic and revenue outlook. Thank you, Chairman Hatchett and Chairman Tillery, for inviting me to speak today. It's good to be back after getting sort of snowed out last year. I didn't see any snow, but I think some people up in North Georgia might have. My presentation today will follow this rough outline, hopefully with time for Q&A at the end. First, a state revenue update and a review of structural and economic contributors to recent revenue trends. Second, a review of U.S. and Georgia macroeconomic performance measures. Third, the outlook and the risks. And finally, a look at the revenue forecast. I'll start with a recap of fiscal 2025 performance compared to 24, as well as year-to-date fiscal 26 results. As you can see, fiscal 25 personal income tax collections grew by 1.3% despite tax rate cuts from a top rate of 5.75 in the first half of fiscal 24 to 5.19 flat rate effective the second half for the full second half of fiscal 25. For the first half of the current fiscal year, personal income tax collections are up 2.6%, even though tax rates are 3.7% lower than a year earlier. Corporate income taxes were down 9.9% in fiscal 25 and 4.4% year-to-date this year, somewhat larger declines than can be explained solely by rate cuts. Sales tax gains have slowed, in part due to declining inflation, while gains in motor fuels in fiscal 25 and year-to-date this year are mostly explained by the shorter suspension of motor fuels taxes in fiscal 25 than the year before, and no suspensions so far this year. Without the suspensions, the gains would have been marginal, 1% or less. People are just burning less gas. One item that stands out in the year-to-date numbers is the 93% gain in insurance premium taxes. Most of the reported gain is the result of an extraordinary refund paid in September 2024. So adjusting for that, however, you'd still see a 15% gain year-to-date in insurance premium taxes and a 14% gain in fiscal 2025. Stronger insurance premium tax revenue growth is due in large part to high inflation in insurance premiums, particularly in fiscal 2025. Total taxes in the year-to-date comparison are up 3.3%, an improvement over fiscal 2025 growth. But total general funds revenues grew more slowly, only 1.6%, mostly due to 28% lower interest earnings as interest rates came down and about $2 billion of undesignated surplus balances were drawn down for one-time items. For a quick review of longer-term revenue trends, this graph shows tax revenues by major tax types since fiscal 2020, starting at the base with personal and corporate income taxes, followed by sales, motor fuels, TAVT, et cetera. Over 5 years, state revenues have grown cumulatively by $9 billion, or about 36%. But it's important to note that 94% of that growth, about $8.4 billion, came in just 2 years, fiscal 2021 and 22. The state's three largest revenue sources, personal and corporate income taxes and sales taxes, grew by $8.1 billion over the 5 years, accounting for 90% of total growth. Other taxes performances varied, especially the motor fuels tax, given the suspensions over the last 4 years. And as the figure makes clear, total tax revenues have been essentially flat since 2022, in spite of motor fuel tax suspensions and substantial income tax cuts, the first of which took effect starting in the second half of fiscal 24, and the second a year later. Taking a closer look at the main driver of income tax performance, this graph shows what's been happening with Georgia and U.S. personal income since the first quarter of 2020, just before pandemic job losses hit wage income. These data are seasonally adjusted for inflation and indexed to 100 in the first period, so you can see cumulative growth over time. First, the solid lines show total personal income, including from employment, from dividends, interest and rents, and from transfer payments. Georgia in orange and the nation in blue. The dotted lines show only the wage and salary component of total personal income. Those are the lines you should focus on, wage and salary income. National wage and salary income is up 8.6% cumulatively over the entire period, while Georgia is up 12%. With most of the outperformance coming in calendar year 2022. Growth continued through the first half of calendar year 25, the latest state data available, but Georgia underperformed slightly on wage and salary income over the last 4 quarters, though it did beat U.S. growth in total personal income 3.1% to 2.6%. Wage and salary income is really the main driver of personal income tax revenue growth over the medium to longer term. So let's take a deeper dive into that, our biggest revenue source. This graph shows both withholding and total net collections on an annual basis since 2015. Taxes on wage and salary income are collected generally through withholding. And historically, withholding collections have been approximately equal to total income tax collections on average each year. That changed starting in fiscal 2021 and dramatically so in the following 2 years. For fiscal 2022, the gap between the orange and blue lines represents an extra $3.9 billion of net collections over and above withholding, or about 2/3 of the $5.9 billion gain in total income tax collections from fiscal 2020 to 22. These non-withholding payments come primarily from estimated and final tax payments, less refunds, and except for refunds, are generally related to income earned from a business, from self-employment, or from investments, including capital gains income. A big part of the $3.9 billion positive gap in fiscal 2022 was tax on capital gains. I'll show you my estimates of that on the next slide. The gap has mostly disappeared again more recently, though part of the reason is the implementation of entity-level filing by business pass-throughs. Between $1 and $1.5 billion of tax payments from pass-through entities shifted from personal to corporate income tax in fiscal 2023 and 2024. Finally, withholding collections have benefited from continuing wage and salary income growth, though that has leveled out in the last 2 years, in part due to tax cuts. So far this year, withholding collections are up 0.4% year to year, while the total again is up 2.6%, so the gap is widening a little bit again. I've shown most of y'all this before, so I'll try and be quick on this. The table shows capital gains data reported from 2 sources: anonymized Department of Revenue administrative tax return data covering e-filers, and IRS tabulations of returns that were filed from a Georgia address, so excluding non-residents and anyone who moved out of the state by the time they filed their federal return. From these data, we calculate the amount of tax that would be owed on these gains, assuming the top statutory rate for that year. Tax year 2021 was a great year for gains, as you can see, producing an estimated $3.1 billion in tax that would have generally been seen as revenue for the state in fiscal 2022. That fell nearly in half in tax year 2022, and again by a quarter in 2023, mostly impacting fiscal 23 and 24, respectively. The graph below the table shows the distribution of those gains realized across returns with less than $100,000 in reported gains to those reporting more than $25 million in capital gains. As you can see, that top group reporting very large gains is also quite volatile. But you can also see that tax year 2022 was a big year for capital gains of all sizes, and that the biggest reversal in tax years 2022 and 23 was in the largest gains category, which fell by 84% over the 2 years. We don't know yet how much was reported in tax year 2024. It'll take a little while to get that, and a long time to get 2025. Income growth contributes to state revenue growth in another way through the sales tax. Sustained growth of ordinary personal income from a job or a business, or from dividends, interest, and pensions, is the main driver of sales tax revenue growth over the long term. Large one-time transfer payments or investment windfalls are less likely to affect taxable consumption near term in an aggregate sense. Nominal personal income growth in Georgia, excluding transfer payments, averaged about 6.1% per year over the last 5.25 years, while sales tax revenue grew by 8.7% per year on average from fiscal 2020 to 25. So what explains the faster growth of sales taxes than income? Part of it was initially spending, the pandemic assistance payments, but that effect pretty much dissipated a couple of years ago. The other big factor has been the mix of consumption spending. Beginning with the pandemic, consumption shifted from services to goods, goods in red, services in green in this graph. The data are for the U.S. because state-level consumption spending data only comes out annually with quite a lag. But the picture is much the same, has been much the same in Georgia through the latest state data available. As you know, goods are generally taxed in Georgia, while most services are not. So the shift boosted sales tax revenue growth for the first 2 to 3 years after COVID hit. The shift back towards services since 2022 has been a drag on sales tax revenue growth in fiscal 23 through 25. But the mix of goods and services consumed has returned to the pre-pandemic mix, so that drag on sales tax collections should be over. But as you can see from the blue line on the graph, personal income less transfer payments, incomes have not kept up with prices. This is the affordability issue in a picture. So to summarize the main contributors to trends in the largest revenue sources, nominal wage and salary income growth has slowed but continues to support withholding collections despite the tax rate cuts. First half fiscal 2025 saw 36 basis points or 6.3% lower tax rates than the year earlier, while withholding fell by 3.6%, implying year-to-year wage income growth of around 2.9%. First half of fiscal 26 saw an additional 20 basis point or 3.7% lower tax rate, while withholding grew by 0.4%, implying year-to-year wage income growth of nearly 4.3%. The boost to sales tax revenues from spending of excess pandemic savings and the consumption shift from services to goods is over. The inflation boost to sales tax revenue persists but at a lower rate. Year-to-date fiscal 2026 sales tax growth of 2.1% is lower than inflation of 2.8% year-to-year, suggesting slower real spending on taxable goods. Now let's look at a few other broad measures of current economic conditions and performance over the last year to set up for the 26-27 outlook. First up, unemployment national unemployment rose to 4.5% in November, and then back to 4.4 in December, from 4.1 a year earlier, while Georgia, meanwhile, has been outperforming on this measure for almost 6 years now. We're at 3.5% as of November, so we're down 1/10 of a point in the last year, and we're 6/10 below the national reading for December. Low unemployment is good for consumer confidence, obviously, supporting taxable consumption, and puts upward pressure on wages, contributing to taxable income growth. Since February 2020, Georgia non-farm employment has grown by 6.7% cumulatively versus 4.7% nationally through November. But for both the state and the nation, job growth stalled in 2025. Georgia gaining about 3,200 jobs over the year, well, at least through November, or about 0.1%. The U.S., meanwhile, gained 584,000 through December, or about 0.4%. Most of the weakness has come in recent months. The U.S. lost 117,000 jobs in 3 months through November before gaining 50 back in preliminary December estimates. Georgia is estimated to have lost about 7,000 jobs in September through November. Growing employment leads to growing output from businesses, which brings us to the broadest measure of economic performance, GDP, or more specifically, real GDP adjusted for inflation. The headline result is that Georgia and U.S. real GDP, shown here indexed to 100 for the first quarter of 2020, have both grown by 14.8% on a cumulative basis from the start of this very short pandemic recession. Georgia outperformed the nation through the end of 2022, lagged briefly in the first quarter of 2023, and has roughly tracked national growth since then. Both Georgia and the nation took another dip in the first quarter of 2025, but both have rebounded since. On to inflation. Y'all have all probably seen this before, so I'll try not to spend too much time on it. But this graph shows the inflation surge that prompted the Fed to raise rates a couple of years ago 11 times in 17 months. Headline inflation peaked at 9% year to year in June of 2022, far above Fed targets, but came back down to 2.4% by September 2024. Unfortunately, the decline stalled there until inflation began rising again last June. Both headline and core CPI inflation rose to just over 3% year to year in September, the last reading before the government shutdown. Reports for November and December were a little bit lower, but there are also gaps in the survey data, so we'll wait and see how January looks. The green line shows inflation in goods prices, which kicked off the inflation rise in 2021 and peaked at 12.5% year over year in February of 2022 before falling dramatically and spending all of 2024 in negative territory, falling prices. It's turned positive again since last April, reaching 1.5% year to year in August and September. The grocery component of that reached 2.7% year to year inflation in September and ended the year at 2.4% year to year. Services inflation, which accelerated while goods inflation was easing, peaked 3 years ago and has declined since, reaching 3.6% in September and 3.3% last month. Monetary tightening that brought inflation down from 9% to 2.4% in 2.25 years ended in September 2024, and the resulting disinflation has stopped as well. So here's a picture of the Fed policy rate over the last decade, the target Fed funds rate, upper and lower bounds. A year ago, we had seen the long pause at the top come to an end with 3 rate cuts as inflation eased. But that was followed by another 9-month pause because with unemployment still low and disinflation stalled, forecasters worried about tariff-induced rise in inflation. Tariff effects on prices take time to work through to consumer prices, especially when anticipation of large tariff hikes led to a surge of imports to build inventories before the tariffs took effect. With the tariffs finally in place, studies from the St. Louis Fed, Moody's, and others have estimated that tariffs added as much as 0.7 percentage points to U.S. inflation by late last year. In other words, if not for the tariff hikes last year, December's inflation reading likely would have been close to the Fed's 2% target instead of 2.7%. Nevertheless, with the labor market softening, the FOMC saw fit to cut Fed funds 3 more times, a quarter point each, in the last 3 meetings of last year. Since the December meeting, the consensus among Fed watchers has been for another pause. As of this morning, Fed funds futures markets are predicting the next rate cut won't come until the first meeting under a new Fed chair in June, with a second cut likely later in the year, probably December. That would bring us to a target range of 3 to 3.25%. Also at the December meeting, the FOMC decided to pause so-called quantitative tightening, reducing the Fed balance sheet holdings of longer-term Treasury and mortgage securities. Instead, the Fed plans to purchase $40 billion per month of short-term Treasuries, T-bills, in what they label reserve management instead of quantitative easing. Personally, as an economist, I worry that's a distinction without a difference. And that though smaller than the quantitative easing of the last cycle, this policy, together with further rate cuts and new tariff threats, will keep inflation at elevated levels for a while longer. Now to some other indicators of where we may be headed, first with a few positives. This graph shows the Fed's so-called financial soundness indicator for banks. Banks' Tier 1 capital as a percent of risk-weighted assets. As you can see, bank capital ratios are quite strong. Banks have been building their capital relative to assets since the disaster of the Great Recession and have continued to do so since the pandemic. Consumer financial health is also strong. Household debt service burdens, shown here in blue, have risen from pandemic lows when many households paid down debts with their stimulus checks, but remain at levels last seen in the late 1990s. Total household debt as a percent of GDP in red here has also been declining since the Great Recession and resumed its decline after the pandemic, bringing this measure back to 1999 levels. Consumer loan delinquency rates for both credit cards and mortgages also remain historically low, as do delinquency rates for business loans. So the consumer is still in good shape financially, and banks are in excellent shape. Good conditions for avoiding a financial crisis should the economy weaken again.
Dr. Bushman, can I stop you there and ask a question for a second? Ms. Blake. Help me understand this, if I'm reading those lines correctly. You've got household debt as a percentage of income increasing. You've got household debt as a percentage of GDP decreasing.
The blue line is principal and interest payments on debt.
Okay. So you're adding in the interest, and that's why it's so much higher. So I'm trying to look at the side here. Are you saying that 12% of an average family's income is going to pay the interest in the debt right now? Or is it the 75%? Which percent matches me?
Debt service burden is the left scale. The
left scale.
Debt as a percent of GDP is the right scale.
So the GDP
And so the
increasing,
denominator is not personal income, but GDP.
so the GDP increasing is what's causing the percentage of household debt to decline as it relates to GDP.
Oh, yeah, that helps, yeah, certainly.
The average family
But
is
the debt
still
service
feeling it.
burden has also gone up because interest rates have risen.
Right. So while we're seeing that red line go down, in the microcosm of a family, they're feeling it still.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Making sure that,
but still at historically low levels. I mean,
well, not, as it relates to 2020, maybe.
no, if
Not.
I didn't want to make the graph go back to,
Gotcha.
40 years ago, but it's basically 1990s levels.
So what would be the average percent of household debt and interest that you normally see? Around 20% then? Of their home income? Because you said if we go back to 1990, so I'm just looking at the edge over here where the red line is at 14 or 15%. If we went back to, you're saying it's historically low even though it's at 11.5%, 12% now. Where would it be if we pulled that back and looked over the past 40 years?
It would still look low. So the 1990s were basically, most of the 90s were probably closer to the late teens there in the graph. There were a few years where it was down closer to 11% like we are now.
And some of this is anecdotal. I'm not sensing that families are feeling that. I sense that they're feeling that they're actually under more pressure right now. And I didn't know if the data is showing opposite or the data agrees with the family.
It's less so debt burdens than prices on everything
Gotcha.
being high.
They're not putting it on their credit card yet. We'll see that soon.
Yeah, I mean, credit cards included in that household debt number. It's just not the only thing included there. Yeah. This may get a little more toward the affordability question. This graph, the first thing that on my list of things to worry about shows interest rates on mortgages, 30-year mortgages, and auto loans, 60-month auto loans. As you can see, they rose quickly in 2022 as the Fed tightened, and peaked late 2023. They've come down a little bit, but are still at levels comparable to 2007, and so still relatively high. Certainly higher than many of us grew accustomed to in the last decade and a half prior to 2022. High interest rates on mortgages and other consumer loans are restraining demand. And in the case of mortgages, locking homeowners with 3% and 4% mortgages into their current homes. These rates are unlikely to be coming down much for the time being. In fact, longer-term Treasury rates have been rising lately. As I noted before, job growth has slowed and since September turned negative. In fact, the rate of new hiring by businesses, or total hires as a percent of existing employees, over the last 18 months has been at the lowest level since 2013. Reluctance by businesses to hire suggests fewer opportunities to change jobs for better pay, and that those between jobs will remain unemployed or entering the workforce will remain unemployed for longer, dragging on consumer confidence. Consumers also still feel squeezed by inflation. Incomes have not really kept up for the average worker, so consumer sentiment is weak. The University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index, shown here, is sitting at levels typically associated with recessions. Anything that pushes inflation higher again is likely to make matters worse for the average consumer. Oops. Well, I lost my notes for this page. Oh, here they are. Other issues include business confidence, with the Conference Board's CEO survey finding that most CEOs are expecting higher inflation and a slowing economy, also known as stagflation. 64% are expecting that. On the jobs front, again, we still don't have a good idea what impact AI will have on employment. Some observers suggest that that's been a factor in the job slowdown in the last year. But like most economists, I think in the long run, the impact will be higher productivity overall and thus rising incomes. But there will be some pain in some job classifications for a while. We also see rising political instability in the world and also here at home. And finally, we still face risks from trade due to high tariffs, increasing pass-through of tariff costs to consumers, and just in the last few days, new tariff threats. Since last January, the net effect of all of the tariff impositions by executive order and the negotiated rollbacks of some of them has been an increase in the U.S. average effective tariff rate on imports coming into the country from 2.4% to 18% as of October. The bulk of the cost of these tariffs fall on U.S. consumers and businesses, depending on how much cost businesses are willing to absorb to avoid losing sales over the short term. Moody's estimates that as of August, 29% of the cost of these tariffs have been passed on to consumers. 53% have been absorbed by U.S. businesses, harming their profits, and only 18% was being absorbed by foreign producers, again, to avoid losing sales over the short term. The hit to profitability for U.S. businesses has been blamed for record business bankruptcies through 3/4 of 2025. As time passes, businesses, both domestic and foreign, have to pass more of the cost on to consumers to remain profitable. So we'll see continuing upward pressure on consumer prices. As time we also face risk of retaliatory trade policies, or in some cases, just a refusal by foreign merchants and consumers to buy or stock U.S. goods. Large exporting states like Georgia are the ones harmed the most by that. Remember, we're the 12th largest export state, with exports representing 6.1% of state GDP. Trade volume through Georgia ports has grown 8.5% per year since 2003 and reached $250 billion in value in 2024. We don't have 2025 data for Georgia exports or port activity, but through November, total U.S. trade is down 5.6% from the same months in 2024, with imports down 4.9% and exports falling 7.3%. So exports are falling faster than imports. So to summarize the outlook and put it in the context of revenues, we have a slowdown, no recession yet, but slow real GDP growth, slow job growth, continued higher inflation because of tariffs and monetary easing, modest nominal income growth, keeping personal income tax collections flat even after rate cuts, slow real income growth, so weak consumer sentiment, and slower sales tax growth. Business costs rising, bankruptcies at record levels, suggesting slower profit growth and lower corporate income tax collections after the rate cuts. We also have lower short-term interest rates and smaller projected balances and undesignated surpluses, so interest earnings will continue to decline for the state. All of which brings us to the revenue budget, which is conservative as it should be, but not overly so. We're projecting a 1.2% decline in general fund revenues for the amended fiscal year. But that puts general fund revenues 2.2% above the original fiscal 2025 budget and already reflects the 20 basis point rate cut the governor has proposed, bringing personal and corporate income tax rates down to 4.99% starting this year. That rate cut has only a part-year effect on the 2026 revenue number, taking about 40 basis points off of the growth rate for the full year. The reason it's so small this year is that by the time it's enacted and begins reducing withholding and estimated tax payments, only a month or two will be left in the fiscal year. So the effect gets mostly pushed into fiscal 2027, keeping budgeted general fund revenue growth at a negative 0.4% for next year. Normal growth should resume after that as long-run projections reported in the back of the budget book show fiscal 2028 is expected to see about 4% general fund revenue growth. And with that, I will welcome any questions. I think I went a little bit long, though.
Got a couple, Dr. Bushman. First one will go Representative Ridley.
Thank you. In the book on, I've got different glasses, so I can't see right now. I think it's 393. It talks about job growth in 2025 and through the first 4 months of FY 2026. It says the strongest was healthcare, social assistance, followed by local government. What would your thoughts be on that? If jobs are starting to fall in manufacturing and other jobs like that, but they're starting to produce in more subsidized jobs, what's your opinion on economic outlook for job growth?
I'm not sure I followed the question.
Well, I'm asking, like, in the job growth in the book right here, it's talking about that this year that the most job growth was in healthcare, social assistance, and local government.
Yeah.
Why we lost jobs in manufacturing and other ones. Usually when you see that, what's your thoughts on when you start seeing more subsidized type local government jobs or government subsidized jobs increasing?
Well, the important point there is the contrast with manufacturing and jobs like that. The decline in manufacturing jobs is not unique to Georgia. It's been a national trend over the last year. So, I mean, I would, like I said, consumer spending, particularly for middle and lower income households, has been slow. Other than wealthier households continuing to purchase, that's going to be a drag on producing goods. Tariffs, trade policies have impacted manufacturing. Like I said, exports year to date through November are down 7.3%. So manufacturers are not winning.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Senator Lucas, is that you that's got your book?
Yes, sir. Let me ask you a question. What is your projection of federal funds that we normally get that we won't get this coming year?
The division directors within OPB have looked very closely at that and addressed in the budget any critical needs that are likely not to be funded by the federal government, and where deciding where we need to backfill. That would be a better question for the different agency heads that as they come through and talk about their budgets.
Well, the reason I asked that question, if we don't get the money,
Yeah.
we're going to have to make it up. And that comes from the amount of money that we have in our reserve.
Well, no. The critical spending needs where the funds from the federal government are expected to disappear have been addressed in the budget. I just can't point you to specific items because, frankly, I'm not an expenditure side guy. The division directors within OPB and the agency heads themselves would be the ones that would be able to answer those questions. It's not in our general fund revenues, the transfers from the federal government. But general fund revenues have been budgeted to backfill where the needs were considered critical by the different agencies and the governor's office and OPB.
All right, y'all got to mash your buttons or not mash your buttons, so y'all are trying to fake me out. Representative Fry.
May I cede my time to Senator Parent?
Thank you, Representative. I swear I am on this committee. Thank you for being with us, Mr. Bushman. We've had a lot of discussions for many years about the notion of lowering the income tax, eliminating it possibly, and these discussions, as I'm sure you're well aware, have ratcheted up over the course of the last year as all of us search for ways to make life more affordable for families that feel pinched. I recall that in a prior position you had publicly shared your views that that would not be a good idea, that it was an unrealistic talking point that would almost certainly lead to a massive increase in the state's sales tax. My question for you is, would that still be your view? And if it's not, that you could explain to us a little bit more why your views would have changed as we grapple with this issue.
Well, I have no position on the recommendations of the committee. If you're asking me as an economist, I think what the governor has been doing in lowering income tax rates slowly over time, as we were able to evaluate how much of our surpluses were structural surpluses, is the better way to go. If you can identify different tax preferences, large tax preferences, tax credits that may or may not be working, y'all recently received another batch of tax incentive evaluations. As y'all look at those and decide, well, maybe this one should be cut back, or that one should be cut back, or this one eliminated, using the revenue gains from that, once it's done, to continue to lower rates, I think would be a wonderful thing. Reduces the, that's really the supply side approach to tax cuts, is a broader base, lower marginal rates, same revenue.
Thank you.
President Pro Tem Walker, is that you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Bushman, you talked about our low unemployment rate, really historic low, and it's, I think you said 3.5%, and the nation is 4.4%, something like that, so we're doing really good there. I have read, though, that our workforce participation rate continues to decline, especially with young men. Do you have any data on that and any thoughts as to why that might be the case?
I did look at that quickly when I was thinking about what to put in here and what to not put in here, but I don't recall any specifics about the labor force participation rate. I do know that the labor force overall has not been growing all that quickly. So that's, lack of labor force growth is going to make it difficult to add jobs in the economy. But unemployment is still low, so the people who are already here and in the labor force are, all but 3.5% of them are doing pretty well.
Would you send me whatever data you have on the labor force participation.
Yeah, I'll pull that.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask one more question?
Yes, sir.
Going back to your slide on the FY26 withholding, I think it was, you said withholding was up 4%.
No, 0.4.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, no, I forget now.
Yeah, the slide said 0.4, and I think you said 4%. I just wondered which was.
Oh, yeah, it's 0.4.
So it's flat, more or less flat on the FY26 withholding.
We do have at least one more question.
Sorry.
Chairman Carpenter.
Thank you, Chairman. So real quick, because you're painting a picture and I need an explanation. So you're saying the bank's balance sheets are great, consumer balance sheets are great, unemployment is low, but yet consumer sentiment is down to the lowest since the 60s. Could we attribute that to social media? What's driving that sentiment when all other factors are pointing to things are in pretty good shape if everybody would just take a deep breath?
Well, I suppose that social media is at least partly to blame for, people just generally being uncomfortable about the direction of the country from either side. But I think the real problem is that incomes for most Americans have not really kept up with inflation over the recent years, have not really caught back up to higher prices.
So would it be fair to say if we can get our hands around inflation and continue to drive it down, then things should be on the up for folks, for opportunity, for investment, et cetera?
All else the same?
All else the same.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Dr. Bushman.
Okay.
Thank you. We're going to move on to Commissioner of Economic Development, Pat Wilson.
Do you want that picture right away, or do you want to call for it?
All right, if you're leaving, please hurry up and leave so we can get going. We're already 15 minutes behind. And turn the volume down a little bit, please. All right, Commissioner Wilson, slow down. Let's calm down a little bit. A little bit. Thank you for being here today and not in Davos.
Well, thank you for allowing us to be here today and not in Davos. It's cold over there.
People might throw things at you today. Better be careful.
A little closer than usual.
All right, the floor is yours.
Chairman Hatchett, Chairman Tillery, members of the Appropriations Committee, and Dean Green, happy birthday. Y'all, thank you for today. Thank you for your time. Thank you for what you do for the people of Georgia in creating a budget that is conservative, that has the ideals of the people of Georgia, and really the focus that we need in order to continue to be successful. And I want to start by talking a little bit about last year, and I know we just heard from our good friend, the economist, and it seems to be the most predicted recession in the history of the United States. But if you look at the numbers and anecdotally the things that we see on the ground across the state of Georgia, we are in a very healthy state. We've got a healthy economy. We have some amazing things going on, and what is fantastic about what we're doing and what we're seeing is that it's happening in every corner of the state. I want to touch on a few numbers from last year first. Tourism, an amazing year in tourism. $82 billion impact that the tourism industry has on the economy of the state of Georgia. 174 million visitors came to the state last year. Trade, for the fourth year in a row, given all the global headwinds and everything we see geopolitically, for the fourth year in a row, we broke our record on exports out of the state of Georgia, $53.1 billion in exports coming out of Georgia. Our global commerce team, 23,000 new jobs that we announced last year, but we broke our record in investment, $26.3 billion of a new investment to the state. Our centers of innovation worked with 441 small businesses last year. That's another record for businesses served. Film, and while the industry, I'm sure we've all heard, the industry is down overall nationwide, we had the most successful series wrap in Georgia last year, and that was Stranger Things. And y'all may have seen, it is literally everywhere. They hired 3,700 Georgians last year for 890 days of filming with a payroll, just of local Georgia crew, a payroll of $298 million. And y'all know payroll is not something that necessarily goes right into the bank. That's somebody's Little League fees, that's your mortgage, that's your car payment. That is all over the state of Georgia. And then finally, our Georgia Council for the Arts. We administered 363 grants last year, but what I love the most is it went to 151 different counties. That is a statewide impact, and that's something that we're very proud of. But what I want to take a quick look back on, and I love following Governor Kemp this morning, his administration, when we walk out of his administration, we're going to say that the previous decade in the state of Georgia was the most successful, most prosperous decade in the history of the state when it comes to job growth, economic diversity, growing our manufacturing base, and the numbers prove it. But what's amazing, and in his State of the State, he talked about this, this is just our department, this does not count organic growth that has happened in the state. We've announced 219,000 new jobs in the state of Georgia in his 7 years. $118 billion of new investment in his 7 years. And what is amazing about that is 64% of those jobs went to the state outside of Metro Atlanta. 74% of the investment was outside of Metro Atlanta. That's pretty amazing, and that's just what we touched. That does not count, again, all the organic growth that's happening right here in the state. And so while we can say thanks, it really is everybody in this room. You guys have been a part of that story. And I've had the benefit of now working for 3 governors. I have worked with multiple speakers and General Assembly members. It's a partnership, and it's a partnership that this state has benefited from because we've made the state of Georgia the best place in the nation to do business together. You guys have supported great public policy. You've budgeted fiscally well. You've managed us through crises. I mean, I've lived through the recession, and then COVID. We've watched all that happen, and this partnership between the General Assembly and the Governor's Office has really made Georgia the success story that is today. So this is just a way to say thank you to you guys for being great partners, and we look forward to where we're going to go in the future. So on to the Governor's amended budget. The new budget, the big budget, is not, there's nothing really for us to talk about there because it is exactly the same as last year. But the amended budget is exciting because the Governor made an ad to our marketing for the first time in a very long time. And so if you look in section 429, under our departmental administration, the Governor added $3 million to promote Georgia tourism, update agency marketing materials, and enhance business recruitment efforts. So, as many of you know, this is an unprecedented opportunity year for us to make an impression on people coming to the state of Georgia. The General Assembly and the governor have worked to support the FIFA World Cup, which is coming to Georgia this summer. And this addition to our budget is a way that we can maximize that effort and make sure, number one, that people who come to Georgia want to come back, that we show them the diversity, the amazing assets that this state has, that we bring the 158 other counties into Atlanta to help them market themselves so that when people have a great time here, they want to come back and they want to spend money. And so the money for in the amended budget will go toward what I think is an amazing idea from our friends at the Georgia World Congress Center to create an activation at the World Congress Center where we will basically create a trade show to highlight the state of Georgia. So if you have a captive audience and it is July in Georgia and it is hot and people need a break, they need air conditioning, they need a water or a beer or something, we're going to create a space for them in the World Congress Center so that they can come and stop. And while we've got you captive, let me show you a little bit about our state parks. Let me show you a little bit about Providence Canyon. Have you seen Smith Gall Woods? Let me show you a little bit about the Golden Isles. Have you seen tubing in Dahlonega? There's so many amazing things in this state that we can highlight, and we want you to come back and experience it after you've had a great time watching a match at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And so this is a trade show concept that we're talking about putting on in the World Congress Center, and Kevin and the team are going to give us the space free of charge because nobody can be in it. It's inside the security perimeter. Only people who are there for the match can participate. And then we will invite communities to set up a booth, to have an activation, Georgia businesses to come and participate. If you're ASW and you want to have a cocktail, or if you're a Georgia Beer Company from Valdosta and you want to put a beer stand there. We're trying to figure out ways that we can highlight the great assets of the state of Georgia, put them right here, make it easy for people to experience, and do that in a way where all the counties can participate if they want to. And so the only buy-in from the counties is what you want to put in that space. And so we're excited about that opportunity. This money will allow us to do that and support the counties. The other things that we are expecting that we would spend that on are website upgrades. We have got to do a better job of marketing our assets and our communities on our website, make it easy to find, easy to search, so that all of the things that we are doing here are also findable on the website. And then finally, business recruitment. Taking advantage of this year and looking at who are the companies that are going to be coming and participating in the World Cup, how can we grab them, how can we get their attention, and how can we focus on selling Georgia, continuing to sell Georgia. And so just a little context there on this ad in the budget. We went back and looked at previous year's budgets. So 2008 was the first year when I worked for Sonny Perdue that I presented a budget to the General Assembly with him, and we worked on getting that budget passed. At the department in 2008 that year, our budget was $38 million. Our marketing budget was a large percentage of that. It was $17.9 million in 2008. 2026, our department budget is $32 million, and our marketing budget is $8 million. And so if you look at the difference there, we've gone through a recession, we've gone through COVID, there were cuts, there were needed cuts. The office is overall, the department is smaller, we have fewer people, but I'd still think it's the best bang for your buck in state government. And so this $3 million will allow us to really come back and do some things in this unprecedented year to really highlight the state and grab folks and bring them back to Georgia. There's a second add in our budget that I wanted to point out too. In the under tourism, the governor added $110,000 that goes to the Georgia Humanities to really focus on the America 250th anniversary. And so this is an amazing year. And I vaguely remember 1976. I mainly remember it from my great-grandfather giving me silver dollars with the commemorative backing. But this is an amazing opportunity for us to share what America means and us as one of the 13 original colonies, capturing tourists that are coming to events celebrating the 250th. And so one of the things that the governor did and we've partnered with is working with Georgia Humanities and the Georgia Historical Society to really highlight the 250th. And Todd Gross has done an amazing job with the Historical Society, but Mary Wern is our executive director of the Georgia Humanities. Mary, are you a year in now? A little over a year in. The Humanities does a terrific job of selling who we are as Georgians, capturing that and giving it back to whether it's students or whether it's everyday Georgians to highlight what makes us unique about being a Georgian. And so we're all the three entities are on the Georgia America 250 Commission that was put together by the governor. And we are working together to focus on pushing out all the content that your communities are doing to highlight the 250th. And we're very excited about that. That $110,000, I think, will be very impactful to help us do that. And so with that, Chairman, that's really all I have in my budget, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. We got a great story to tell in the state, a great story to celebrate about our country this year. Chairman Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, thank you for being here today and the great work that the department has done all across our state and the continued work that we will do over the coming years. With the $3 million in the amended budget, I think you answered it, but would that specifically go to the promotion of World Cup?
Not all of it, but yeah, part of that will. And so, Chairman, what we envision is, that money in several different tranches. One is ad campaigns, drive time locations. I mean, we have to spend it this year, and so we have to really push it out. But this is not, because it's not an every year ad. It is something that it needs to be impactful quick. And so, yes, a lot of it will go toward that, but not all of it.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Chairman, one additional question, and thank you for the comment you made about what y'all were working toward to bring communities from around our state to Atlanta to interact those who were here for the games. As you know, over the past several meetings that we've had, we've expressed interest in making sure that all of Georgia benefits from the World Cup games being here. And you briefly mentioned America 250 and Humanities being brought in to kind of be a part of that. Are there any other specific plans that have been made, at least at this point, as we begin the 250th celebration?
Mary, do you want to talk a little bit about it?
Thank you so much. So I will highlight a couple of the programs that we are working on. It is our 55th year at Georgia Humanities, which is very exciting. So as we approach the 250th anniversary, we're uniquely positioned to roll out programming across the state. So the first thing we're focusing on is America 250 grants. We've gotten state funding for most of the time that we've been in existence, and we're very agile at pushing that money out to local communities. We are also starting this year a new America 250 Legacy program called the Georgia Circuit, which is a speakers bureau where communities, local libraries, museums can have speakers, historians, artists, et cetera, come to their communities. And another big initiative we have is a museum on Main Street, which specifically addresses rural and small communities, and we bring a national level exhibit that is grounded in the American Revolution to those communities. And we also have 15,000 students every year participate in National History Day Georgia, and this year the focus is revolution, reaction, and reform in history, so we're really excited to get young students interested in this moment in time.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Commissioner, and the great work that you're doing as we continue to bring some great events to our state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So there's 5 lights blinking, and I will request everyone, don't tell a story, ask your question, and if the respondent can answer the question quickly. Chairman Hubstetler.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Wilson, for your work around the state, and particularly in my district.
Thank you, Chairman.
As you probably know, last April I'd ordered a study on the data center exemption, which the audits had UGA do, and it shows this year that we're going to give out about $625 million with potentially a lot of local property tax revenue, but very little state revenue. But my question is, I'm hearing that they're also getting the manufacturing credit and the high-tech computer equipment credit. My question is, are you aware of this, or what extent that would be?
Chairman, I'm not aware of that, and I think our friends at the Department of Revenue could probably answer it better. We generally do not work data center projects because they are coming to Georgia. We kind of send them to the utilities.
Thank you.
Representative Hughley. It was Don Zella? I'm sorry. Oh, nope, it's going to be Buckner. Sorry. I'm trying to figure out who was called on. I apologize, Senator.
Well, first of all, I want to say hooray for finally marketing Georgia. Having a background in marketing, I know how much we need that, and I get so tired being in the Columbus market hearing about Robert Trent Jones golf courses. But I do have a little beef. Yeah, Alabama. I do hope that there will be some marketing done other than the great work that's being done by the Georgia Historical Society about America 250. America 250 is this year. It's not something we should have been planning 3 years ago when it was first brought up. And I'm just hoping that we'll do a better job, because South Carolina is doing a much better job than Georgia on the celebrations of America 250.
Well, that's what this $110,000 is going to go toward. And we'll make use of some of the other funding that we get out of the amended budget for that as well, but thank you for that. It's very important, and we're 100% behind that effort, and we'll definitely be picking things up this year.
Quickly.
Very quickly.
Senator Harbison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Commissioner Wilson, for your input. I was wondering 2 things. First of all, I'd just like to say the marketing budget seems to be really low. Because of the job you have to do, all the great attractions across the state of Georgia, especially in Columbus, Georgia, the longest urban rapids, Spring Opera House, and the Mulroney House, and things like that. So I just want to commend you for doing that particular work. And the Stranger Things success is great. But I wanted to say one thing. The $298 million, is that a level figure we're getting compared to other years? Is that going down, coming up? And I'm asking that in the context of, I understand some people have moved offshore, away from Georgia. Can you expand on that?
On the film industry?
Yes, sir.
So that $298 million was specific to Stranger Things, and so that is just, and so that is a record for any show that is filmed in the state of Georgia. But that show wrapped, and so now we'll move on to the next show. But if you look at film spending overall, our high point was $4.4 billion, which was in 2023. And so this year, I believe we're at $2.4 billion, so there was a significant drop. But I think what you're seeing is a reset in the industry. And it's not that they're going back to California and they're not going to New York. It's that it's cheaper to film in Canada and the UK because of the Teamsters contract that really has raised the cost of filming in the United States, really specifically in Georgia. And so we are going to see a reset where Georgia becomes, I think, the hub of shows, and we'll see more and more shows like Stranger Things that come, and the impact of a show is massive. We still see people going all over the state to experience Stranger Things, going to Rome to the Vecna's house. There's a lot of stuff, lingering impact from shows, and so while it's down, it's still significantly more than it's been for years and years.
Well, thank you very much, and I certainly want to invite you to come down and shoot those rapids.
I've done it. It's fantastic. Yeah, I love it.
Thank you.
Representative Donahue? Representative Oliver.
Did I understand your answer to Senator Hofstadter that you do not support incentives for data centers across Georgia?
No, it's just that we don't work the projects, and so I don't know what they're leveraging to come to Georgia.
Do you support a moratorium on granting data center permits given the tension around the issues?
Well, we are not a policy-making agency, and so we just live within the rules that the governor and General Assembly set, and so as long as its community wants them, and as long as they want to be in Georgia, then it's hard for us to say no.
Representative Saines.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I appreciate knowing the innovative ways we're spending tourism dollars now. Does the department have any figures on where we rank in terms of total tourism dollars among our other neighbors, states in the South? And what the second part of that would be, what investment we get back from those dollars?
Sure. We can pull that for you. It's really it's hard to compare apples to apples when it comes to tourism. And, we have community spending at a level that is different than many of our states. Like Savannah is a great example. Columbus is a great example. Some of the shining stars in tourism, they spend a huge amount of money too. And so we are able to leverage that together, and we work together. And that's kind of what we were trying to do here, is leverage our communities as well, and we work together. So many times when you look at just state spending in tourism, the number looks low, but if you look at us with our partners, it is very comparable to many of our surrounding states.
All right. Okay, guys, we got to try to stay on schedule. Commissioner, thanks. I want to make sure I understood two things. One, did you say what was our tourism number? 140 million?
The number of folks who visited? 174 million people visited Georgia.
And that, we do cap in the folks coming through Hartsfield in that number, right?
Yes.
And that's about 100 million of those, right?
117 or
Gotcha.
so.
So around the state, we got about 70, 60 other million?
Yeah, depending on, yes, roughly.
Okay. And then the 3 million you talked about for transportation, we got it in admin. Would there be a problem, or not transportation, sorry, that's the next guy, tourism. Would there be a problem with that admin money moving to tourism, since it's for tourism?
Well, it's not all for tourism, and keeping it admin gives us flexibility to do website utilization, and also, as the governor put in there, business recruitment too.
So it wouldn't go to tourism, all 3 million?
Not all 3 million is for tourism, but the majority is for tourism. But there are things like, and as Chairman Meeks mentioned, are there things that will live on? One of the things that will is revamping the website and continuing to make that website better. Those things work for all divisions, and so that's why being in administration gives us more flexibility on where that can go and how we can use it. We can give you a very detailed breakdown of some of the things we're looking at, Chairman.
Thanks. I think that's all the questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner McMurray, DOT.
You should be smiling. See, I envision a world where we give them money for marketing and they run ads
117 million.
on Netflix about feeling good and being on the side.
All right, we got to keep moving, folks. Turn the rumble down, please. Commissioner McMurray.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity to present the amended FY26 and 27 budget recommendations on behalf of GDOT. Certainly want to acknowledge our State Transportation Board Chairman Jamie Boswell from the 10th Congressional District's here. Came all the way from Athens, Georgia this morning. Thank you. As I was preparing for this presentation, a quote came to mind, one of my favorite quotes about leadership, and it says, "Of leadership, one must first acknowledge his or her reality." So with that, I want to share some realities as it relates to transportation in the budget. You've heard from the governor, the economist, and Pat Wilson now about some of the great economic successes of the state and sort of where we are. I want to pull that together as it relates to transportation and talk about some of those realities. In fact, Pat should have used this slide. I stole it right off his website, showing the great economic success we've had. How does that relate to transportation? Well, every economic success of a new business relies on the transportation network. And this slide does not even include Hyundai or Rivian and some of the other advanced manufacturing that's going on across this entire state, like Pat talked about, how much new work is being created outside of Atlanta. Well, listen, every one of those businesses relies on a road, a rail, an airport, a seaport, or now inland ports as well, or they may cross multiple modes. So you can see that economic development and transportation are joined at the hip. Another reality we must acknowledge is Georgia's growing. In fact, the Georgia Chambers predicts about 2.5 million more people by the year 2050. And to give you some perspective of that, who's been to Houston metro area? That's the equivalent of dropping Houston, Texas metro area into the state of Georgia in the next 24 years. And that population growth is going to happen all across the state, but very specifically in sort of the northeast metro, up sort of the 400, 575, 75 corridor, where more population becomes more demands on our transportation system. Another reality we need to acknowledge, with business growth, especially with manufacturing and ag business growth, and the governor talked about the investment in our timber industry, which is critical to this state, becomes freight growth, because we all like to buy stuff, have it on our doorstep in the morning, and best I can check, we all like to eat well too, and I'm cognizant of the hour as it relates to eating. This chart shows 2015 to 2050. The left side shows the increase in tonnage of freight that's moved on roads and railroads in Georgia. The simple math is freight tonnage almost doubles from 2015 to 2050. I call that having double vision. If you see a truck today, by 2050 there will be 2 trucks there. The chart on the right gives you the cost of congestion because of without significant investment in our roadways, and that number more than doubles. And it's broken down by agribusiness, distribution, and manufacturing. So you can see the inputs of not investing has a negative impact on the bottom line. And again, these charts were developed before Hyundai and Rivian were even done, or underway. So our planning director is working to update our freight charts, and we'll get more information, but you can see the significance. Let me share another reality with you. And this is a little bit deep. I understand the economists, you've already had a full day of economy and economic inputs, but this one really tells the tale. This is the National Highway Construction Cost Index. The red line is the 50 states' actual bid prices over the last few years, starting in 2020, going through calendar year 2024, and that's indexed to other things, such as CPI, which is the green line. We all talk about CPI as an indicator, right? We all understand CPI, but I think you can see the red line is outpacing CPI. The Employment Cost Index is the yellow dashed line sort of to the bottom there. And again, the last one is the blue line, which is the Producer Price Index, which is really indicator showing covering industries like manufacturing, mining, and agriculture. And it's always a good leading indicator. So the national reality is here that the cost of construction, the increased cost has outpaced all those things. So it's sort of an interesting thing. I've showed this slide many times. And the trend has, this data goes through 2024. The trend is ticking down just a little bit, but it's not coming down fast at all. Now, this is national information. Let me drive this home closer to us here in Georgia and show you from 2021 to FY 2025 what the cost of doing business have become. You can see that resurfacing a two-lane road has increased by 51%. And that's now about 251,000 miles for a two-lane road. This number is for just one lane. You can see that urban widening and widening of a road in a rural area from a two-lane to a four-lane has almost doubled, both 90 to 99% cost increase over those 4 physical years. Replacing our bridges, 93% cost increase for the bridge projects. And I want you to remember that data point because I'm going to come back to it in a minute. And the bottom table really just shows you what some of the commodities are that make the bigger projects and what those cost increases are. Asphalt up about 60%, aggregate, gravel, if you will, 62%, guardrail, metal, 35%, and the beams necessary to do a bridge is about 45% increase. So that's a reality that we've faced here in Georgia. And now we've taken our state budget for the last, back to 2020, and indexed it to that National Highway Construction Cost Index line to see how is Georgia keeping pace with these increased costs. And the difference tells the story, right? We all know that. We've all experienced in our personal life. And the reality are that the costs are outpacing the revenues. And that's at the state level, and guess what? At the federal level too. In fact, with the federal continuing resolution budgets that we have, there is absolutely no increase in federal budget for the last 2 years. And it looks like we're headed to another continuing resolution for transportation, hopefully this week or next week by Congress, but we expect that investment to be flat. Now, what does all this really mean? It means as we plan projects get delayed because unlike Washington, we do have to live in physical constraint. And so our State Transportation Improvement Plan, which is our 4-year physically constrained program, are so impacted. When costs go up, you basically, to deliver a project that's physically constrained, you have to move a project to the next year. And when you move it into the next year, like the graphic shows, it pushes another project out, and another project gets cascaded into another year. So projects gets cascaded into the future. And we never like having to tell any of you that your project has now been moved out, because I'm pretty sure that in each of your districts, that's the number one project. And I've got a feeling that your number one project is probably more important than your colleague in another district's number one project. At least that's what y'all tell me, okay? So we understand that the pain of that when that happens, but that's the reality we have. But listen, I'm here to give you some good news. The reality of what Governor Kemp has done and the leadership of this committee and our other subcommittees on appropriations over the last 2 years has made a big and marked difference for Georgia. In fact, to make Georgians' lives better. And I want to acknowledge that reality with you and show you what that looks like. So we went back to the same National Highway Construction Cost Index, the blue line, to show you what the inflationary reality has been. But when we go back to Amendment 24 and Amendment 25 with the $1.5 billion of additional state general funds in 24 and the additional $1 billion in Amendment 25, you can see what that's done. That's right-sized us to get ahead of that inflationary impact. Now, that doesn't mean we go back and we've solved all our problems, but it means that we are now gaining ground instead of continuing to lose ground. And that really has been important for us to move projects ahead. So let me remind you how we've used those dollars. Going back to amended 24 and 25, a big investment in airport aid at $98 million. About half of that's to do a replacement airport in Griffin that we would have lost Federal Aviation Administration money if we did not have the money in that budget year, and then to address airports all around the state. The $250 million each year in local roads administration has been huge. I have had no city or county complain whatsoever about getting that additional money. Doubt you have either. Freight program, $500 million in each year. I'm going to take a little bit deeper dive into freight in a minute. Capital construction, $593 million in the amended 24. Again, because projects cost more and we were in physical constraint, we were pushing projects out. In fact, we were able to advance 44 projects, bring them ahead. 25 projects we were brought ahead because there was not funding for it. And we created and started 19 other projects that we would not have the money to start on that you know that need to be done without it. Basically, those 25 projects we were able to advance, we brought them up 40 project years. So if a project moved up 2 years, we call that 2 project years. So those 25 projects advanced 40 project years. And just the inflationary cost range by accelerating those projects saved $75 million to $300 million because we could do them now and not later with inflation, where inflation adds cost. Capital maintenance, again, I showed you that maintenance cost, repaving had increased by about 51%. Again, $50 million to help drive toward getting that better. And last but not least, let me just say thank you again for last year for the Hurricane Debbie and Hurricane Helene funding. That $200 million was vital that we could, again, contract and use our crews to clean up from those devastating storms. Just a note, I'll footnote this, is we've got less than $50 million reimbursement from FEMA so far, so we'll keep you posted on as those reimbursements come in. Now let me show you how we put that money to work, because that is tremendous investment that you've chose to make in amended 24 and 25. We can see that 100% of our capital maintenance money has been expensed. This means this money has been paid out to contractors and vendors. Capital construction, we're about 69% of that money going out the door for work being done. And then the last two are amended 24 and 25 for freight. I'll remind you that we did not have a state freight program until a couple years ago, and we certainly appreciate both the House and Senate Transportation Committees for bringing that forward and you passing that. And so we created a new program that we stood up, and we have advanced 24 projects for that $500 million in each years. Now, you can see that expenditure is a little slow, but that's because we didn't even have that program, and we started projects and moving projects forward that otherwise we would not have. And let me show you where the big three are that consume about $725 million of those dollars. One is to widen I-16. By the way, these next 3 projects all will be under contract this calendar year, so we're very excited. That's about $520 million from 24 and 25 funds to widen 31 miles of I-16 up to the Hyundai Meta plant. We know there's 23% trucks on that. That's a high number, by the way. 23% trucks on the interstate is a very high number. And we know that widening I-16 will reduce delay by about 56%. We're going to do this very innovative. We're going to let the contractors bid as far as the money will go. Instead of telling them to build A to B, we're going to say, here's how much money can you build C to D to E. And we'll bid that this summer. Again, I-95, widening I-95 in Savannah from I-16 to South Carolina. South Carolina is widening to 8 lanes right now. We will take 95 to 8 lanes as well. That's about $75 million investment. Again, bids this year. And lastly, State Route 96, which will complete the last 9 miles of a 25-mile corridor that goes from I-75 over to I-16 there in Houston and Twiggs County. We plan to bid this project in June, and we'll complete that 4-lane crossing south of Macon. There's not a lot of east-west freight corridor connectivity south of Macon, and this project does that. So that will consume the remaining amount of those prior year appropriations, and we're very excited to get that out. But building on Amendment 24 and building on Amendment 25, I am so grateful and thankful for the governor making a recommendation of a historic $2.3 billion of state general fund strategic investment in our budget. So let's take a look about what those items are. The first is $100 million to address rural bridge projects that support agribusiness and the timber industry across our state. These funds will be used to address those rural bridges that are ready to be bid, but we didn't have the money. Remember that 91% or 93% cost increase in bridges over the last 5 years? So we are working on bridges that they're stacking up, if you will, that we would not be able to advance otherwise without this $100 million. Now, I'll give you a data point. The average bridge cross is about $6.8 million. So some smaller rural bridges are less, but the average is about $6.8 million. Next, let's move over to State Route 316, that 40-some-odd mile corridor from Gwinnett County, I-85, all the way to Athens, Georgia, University Parkway. Traffic on that varies anywhere from about 30,000 to up to 108,000 vehicles per day, with about 12% trucks. Now, the thing about 316 that you all know is there's a lot of crashes. In fact, about 1,300 crashes per year. In fact, 6 of the intersections on State Route 316 are in our top 50 highest crash locations in the state, and 3 more crack the top 100. That's not the list you want to be on. The other thing we see is when the crashes happen, they're very severe. In fact, 4 intersections have higher crash severity than anywhere else in the state, and one of them is almost double the severity index, which is not a good thing. Listen, if you've driven 316 lately, you can see that we have 18 intersections being converted to either interchanges, overpasses, or a better access point along the way. But this $200 million the governor put in the budget is absolutely vital for us to be able to work toward addressing the remaining 13 intersections that need to be addressed to complete that corridor. So we're very excited and thankful that this corridor ultimately can be converted to very similar to like an interstate or a freeway type experience to get you back and forth from Atlanta to Athens along the University Parkway. Next, again, for GMA and ACCG, a home run, another $250 million, which basically is double the local maintenance improvement grant money. Again, we have been using this, the cities and counties have been using this primarily for resurfacing because of that data point I told you. They're able to basically continue to resurface their programs across the state for cities and counties. The other thing we've been committed to is get these dollars out quickly. So we do this through electronic application process, and the cities and counties sends our list. We get the money out very quickly. We want to make sure that these dollars are being deployed across the state. Next is a big project. Has anybody ever experienced the express lanes on I-75 South in Henry County going the wrong way for you? Yes, okay. All right, we'll move to the next slide. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, Chairman Carpenter want to know how can you be wrong every time, because I flip the coin and I'm not very lucky. But listen, post-pandemic traffic patterns really change. In the middle of the day, there's no longer a trough where traffic patterns dip down and pick back up in the afternoon. They build in the morning, they just keep building all through the day. Really change things around. Listen, almost 200,000 vehicles per day, 20 to 25% trucks. You know it, you see it. Everybody experiences this corridor. This segment of I-75, in fact, rated the 12th most congested freight bottleneck in the nation. Another list we don't want to be on. You know it, you experience. So currently, like I say, how can you be wrong half the time? Well, 45 to 50% of the time, you can't get the traffic in the direction it needs to go. So what our plan is we take, instead of 2 lanes reversible, you'll have 2 lanes in both directions along that corridor in Clayton and Henry County. So that's always going in the right direction for you. We know by doing that 70% more people can utilize the lanes, and 70% more people can travel through that in corridor, whether you're using the lanes or not, because it becomes less congested.
Mr. Commissioner.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
How far south are you going with that?
Okay. I'm assuming Dublin would be a good answer. But,
that would be great. All the way to Macon would be nice, but do we know how far south we can take it?
So, yeah, thank you for that question. Let me tell you what this money does, because that is an important aspect of what we can do. This money it's a big number. Let's be real candid, it's a big number. This money is going to basically help us design it, do the permitting, we have to buy property, and goes toward construction. So we will be working with CERTA, the toll authority. This is in payments to CERTA, so we'll work with the toll authority to figure out how do we optimize these dollars, because you will need more dollars than this to actually build the entire project. And what we want to do is make it go as far south as we can. And we'll look at limits on both the north and the south side. But this dollars gives us the ability to basically leverage these dollars to go further. And that's what our intent is to do. We know where traffic stops down at Bill Gardner Parkway on 155 coming in, and we know that you're stuck going south as well. But these dollars are absolutely critical. I'd say it's the minimum amount, too, that's necessary to give us confidence that we can advance this project. So let me get into the budget now, and I know I'll try to get you way back on schedule. We're going to jump into the actual budget now. I just wanted to hit those again. Big thanks for Governor for the state general funds to do some amazing things for Georgia. Here's just the overall look at Amendment 26. It's on Governor's book, page 39. Basically, it's a true-up in excise tax because the 26 amendments based on the 25 actual collections. So what was collected in 25 is appropriated at 26. That's been trued up, $71.7 million. And you can see the $2.3 billion of state general funds I've talked about. I always like to show this slide. This shows where the money goes. Where is this money being investment? Well, obviously, the payments to CERTA is the express lane project that I just talked about at a little over 1.8 in all-in payments to CERTA. Capital projects, again, 34%, routine maintenance 11%, and then you see general operations about 6% on down the line. But I just want to show you where that money goes. Let's jump into the budget itself. If you look at page 361, you'll see there are major changes in the budget. Let me say this too. Let me say a thank you for the governor putting in the $2,000 one-time pay supplement to our employees. We had a lot of dedicated employees working in the wee hours of Saturday night into Sunday morning so that you could be here today. We cleared all that snow out just amazingly. Thanks to the sun. We appreciate that. You can see that our bond debt's going down a little bit, which is good. But I just want to highlight the capital construction. That shows the $200 million for 316 added into capital construction, plus about $37 million of excise. So we took the excise, that additional excise, in the amendment, put it into capital construction. And capital maintenance, you can see $100 million for the bridge replacements that I talked about, shown up there in capital maintenance as well. On the next slide, I'll just jump into these, highlight a few things, which is on page 362. The LMIG increase, about $7 million, again, added to LMIG because of the increase in excise to our budget. You can see the $250 million of local roads administration that I talked about. And then really important is routine maintenance. Again, the men and women out in GDOT taking care of our roadways and roadsides and our contractors that we do. We added $21 million to that to, again, deal with increased cost in maintenance contracting and just increased material cost. And also that has about $4.3 million of the state one-time funding for employees, a $2,000 supplement in there. So you can see what that increase is. And of course, lastly is the big one, is the $1.796 million in additional funding for the payments to CERTA for the 75 South Express Lane. Let me jump into 2027 very quickly. Now, this is tabulated on page 41. It's basically the excise is the estimate of where collections are forecast to go at $2.6 billion. Transportation trust fund fees are based on 25 actual appropriations, so that's getting rectified. So what was appropriated last year being brought into the amended budget, which added $15.5 million. The transit trust fund fees, those are those rideshare car service fees, $3.8 million add based on collections in FY25. The reduction in state general funds are a combination of several things, but part of that is a little bit of reduction in diesel locomotive excise tax. But it recommends a total increase of $148.2 million to the base budget for a grand total of $2.946 billion. Again, this slide shows where is the money being used, very similar. Obviously, the payments to CERTA line goes down because the 75 South Express lanes are not in there, but you can see 53% of the budget is in the capital programs, 20% is in maintenance, 10.5% is in general obligations, and 10% is LMIG, but just showing you where the money's going. Very quickly, if you turn over to page 363, I'm just going to highlight two things. Capital construction, the increased excise, we put $112 million into increased $112 million, and excise was $98.7 million to the capital construction program, and then $14.5 for additional cost increases as well. And then at the very bottom, you can see the rail. I can show you that again. It's a little bit of the diesel tax on locomotive diesel reduced. Now, all the negatives on this chart are mainly due to the reduction in state health benefit rate changes, so I'm not going through all that. If you see a deduction, that's usually where it's tied to. And all those deductions were put back into capital construction. On the next slide, just again, LMIG got the increase there to be 10% of excise collection. If you go to page 366, you can see routine maintenance, again, $33.5 million added for the increased cost, just trying to take care of doing business. And I just want to highlight traffic management, $4.4 million increase. That's dealing with increased cost that we have had last year or in the current budget year. There was a $2.3 million decrease for the state health benefit plan, but also we've experienced our contracting for our TMC, when you call 511, those are all contract employees. And so that has gone up, as well as our ITS, camera signs technology, just like your cell phone bill and cable bill keeps going up. Our costs go up on those things too. We use a lot of technology to keep people moving. So in conclusion, I just want to thank the governor for his budget proposal that absolutely moves Georgia forward for us to remain our #1 state to do business, as transportation is so vitally important to our business of Georgia. I really appreciate your support of the State General Fund over the last 2 budget years. I wanted to demonstrate where those dollars are being used, and that the dollars are absolutely being used. They're making lives better for all Georgians, no matter where they live. This is across all of Georgia. And I just want to pledge to you is that through this budget, you can count on GDOT to get it done. So with that, I'll be glad to entertain any questions or comments. And the last thing is the quote. I love this quote, because you make this possible. The future is not something we enter. The future is something we create. So thank you for giving us the ability to create the future that all Georgians want. Thank you so much.
The longer you talk, the more light started blinking. Chairman Ron Stevens, is that you? No. Okay. Mr. Chairman Jaspers.
We're sharing, Mr. Chairman. If I may, I'd like to take a moment, members, to recognize Commissioner on what we know that he does a great job every day, especially this upcoming weekend with the storm coming in, of how good a job he does. He has been selected chairman of AASHTO, which is the American Association of State Highway Transportation Officials, for this upcoming year. And besides that, it's just been a great honor. He'll be looking at the state response to the federal budget that's coming down. And Russell, we just want to thank you for what you've done for Georgia and that recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, sir.
Chairman Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Great report. I appreciate your enthusiasm so much. We're a big fan of the Peach Pass when we're going the right way. So with the new lanes, will they also have the Peach Pass going with it? And is that a big revenue generator, or should be a big revenue generator for our state, the Peach Pass?
So yes, you will continue to be able to use Peach Passes as we deploy this project, and the revenue will be something that we actually model and look at as how do we work to finance the project. So that is, you try to let those revenues offset your cost, and so we try to use the less public dollars as possible for those lanes. So, but what's in the budget is sort of the bare minimum to help us offset the cost, which will be much higher than the $1.796 billion. Yes, sir.
Chairman Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got 2 quick questions. One, we were told as the price of oil went up, price of asphalt went up. Now that price of oil is coming down, are we going to see slower increases in asphalt?
I think petroleum products drive asphalt. We actually have seen prices come down some, but not probably at the rate that we might have thought. Right. But then you look at the other components, the aggregate, which is about 60% increase, labor has increased, all those other components. So we have seen that come down. In fact, some of my FY24 numbers were higher than my FY25 numbers. So we have seen a small retreat, but we haven't seen it go back to 2020 year numbers.
And the number 2, Hall County's proud of you, and there's Hall County Sun. The question is, how soon are you getting the signs up on 985 to get out of the left-hand lane?
Mr. Chairman, I moved even further north into Hall County, and I have observed your same headaches. We'll try to work on that.
Thank you.
Okay, I just need to remind everybody that we have to take members' questions of the committee. Chairman LaHood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, appreciate the great report and how thorough it was and informative. I've got a question about related to the federal government shutdown, and I'm aware there were some concerns raised at some recent board meetings about potential lapses in funding. How do you handle that?
Yeah, thank you. So, interestingly enough, at the federal level, the federal gas tax allows money to continue to flow. The challenge is, though, they only appropriate on a continuing resolution. You get one daily pro rata share of your money. And so it's hard to run a business to develop projects if you get 1/365th of your funding when you only get a month or 2 weeks continuing resolution. So the good news is the money keeps flowing so we can pay contractors and vendors for what they've done. The challenge becomes is how do we advance another federal project when there's not the guarantee that you're going to get that federal money to reimburse them. So that's the balancing act we have. The federal government lets you do an IOU with them, and we take advantage of that so we can try to keep projects moving because we don't want to slow things down. But at some point, we have to, the IOU is we pay it forward with our state funds, and then as soon as there's, quote, real federal money, we reimburse ourselves. So we can't get ahead of our skis, and we don't want to put ourselves in jeopardy by fronting the federal budget too far. So that's always the peril we're in at this time of year, and we watch it closely. Matter of fact, I've got a meeting this afternoon to talk about that very thing, is what does next month and the next month look like for letting with federal projects. Hopefully they'll get a continuing resolution passed for the entire budget year this week or next before the end of the month, which gives us certainty.
Appreciate you being prepared for that. And one more quick question related to the express lane. I was a beneficiary this morning driving up from Valdosta, hitting the northbound express lane. It worked great. So I think that's been a tremendous success. How would you compare the original Peach Pass on I-75, the funding that required, to the funding for this expansion, and any key differences between the two projects?
Yeah, so it was originally funded through GDOT, and there was a small bond sold for that project way back then through the toll authority. And you know, when that's been in, I forget how long it's been in existence, but that was probably a couple $100 million project back then, maybe $500 million, I'm guessing. But now, obviously, with this cost increase that we've seen over the last 5 years, historic, basically double in pricing, so it's a lot more than it was back then. But and then again, when that was put in place, traffic patterns where everybody went into Atlanta in the morning and out in the afternoon, and we didn't have this thing in the middle of the day that we're all experiencing now, which is not going to go away.
Thank you.
Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to also reiterate what Chairman Jasper said. It is just a pleasure to serve with such a gentleman like yourself. I'm always worried that DC is going to scoop you up and take you out, so I hope that never comes. But my question is, you and I have had conversations about this. I'm very happy about the governor's proposal to put in the extra lanes there coming through Henry County. At 4 a.m., there's not a bunch of traffic, but what there is a lot of at 4 a.m. is semis parked along the median. And I know you've talked about some solutions for that. Do we have any plans to maybe put in some more rest areas for that? Because to me it just seems like a recipe for disaster when you got 60, literally 60, 100 trucks parked along the median in and out of exits, and they're sleeping there because they have nowhere to park. I just want to propose that.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a recognition of all the freight tonnage that's being moved through Georgia and culminates right here in Metro Atlanta. So we are working at our rest areas, visitor centers, and way stations to increase parking in the land that we own. So we have projects underway, I think, at every visitor center, rest area, and way station It's in design at this point, and we'll continue to bid those and build those as we have funding. We're using a combination of state and federal funding to try to address that. And it's still going to be hard to address that need as we continue to grow. Private sector needs to help solve that issue for sure, but we've got to try to make it safe. And it's like I said, they're stacked up, and the later the night or the earlier in the morning, the freight volumes, like I said, were 20 to 25% on I-75, but at 4 a.m., they're probably about 80 to 90% on 75.
What are y'all doing at 4 a.m. on the interstate? Representative Glaze, last question.
Early bird.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I'm at 85, exit 61. You're now making sure that we can get through there, and the soccer headquarters is accessible. We appreciate you. The question is, are there any state or local projects that have been put on hold or stopped because of the infrastructure grants?
So in Georgia, that's a federal infrastructure grant.
Yes.
The answer is yes. The Stitch project over the downtown connector was one of those grants that got held up. There's a Beltline project that has moved forward. It got held up a little bit, but it's moving forward. But those are the two, there's a third one. There's also a trail in South Fulton Trail there, I think, that is did not meet the requirement of the federal government. Those are all federal decisions. We're not involved in those.
Will there be any kind of backfilling then for those projects, or will they be looked at from the state level?
We probably don't have a budget program that sort of fits those, but there are some other federal budget programs that could be that you could use other fund sources for. We can talk offline about some of those. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. I gave you some propaganda. Please look at it. It's very helpful. A lot of helpful information here about how the money gets spent and our transparency. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next up is Commissioner of Agriculture, Tyler Harper.
Should have asked him.
All right, y'all. Let's try to get this done and get the Commissioner Harper to see how short he can make his presentation so we can get lunch. All right. Commissioner Harper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the levity and definitely appreciate the fact that we still have the opportunity to have those particular jokes. I apologize, I didn't bring my stool today. It is still on the Senate floor. I no longer have it anymore. But hopefully what I lack in stature, Mr. Chairman, over the last couple of years, we've been able to make up for in our efforts together to ensure that our number one industry continues to be successful. And that's what we're here to talk about today.
Chairman Tillery said that we didn't budget for a stool. So.
Yeah. Amen. I appreciate that, actually. So Chairman Hatchett, Chairman Tillery, members of the Appropriations Committee, members of the General Assembly, it is an honor to be here today to talk about what we have going on at the Department of Agriculture and our budget request and things that are happening in our number one industry. As many of you know, the state of agriculture across the country is in pretty tough times right now. So it's critical that we have agency and an agency that can continue to help through those difficult times. And that's the role that we have at the Department of Agriculture in ensuring that our agricultural industry is successful every single day. And I realize that I'm the last one before lunch, but how appropriate to talk about agriculture than right before lunch. And that's what we're here to do today. So just a brief overview. As all of y'all know, agriculture is our number one industry. I don't have to tell you that. We're the number one state in a number of different commodities. We do phenomenally well. We grow almost 200 commodities in our state. But in addition to it being the number one industry at the department, we do a lot of other things, like we weigh the lottery balls. Most people don't know that we do that. You know, we inspect gas pumps and structural pest control companies and entities. There's a lot that we do as an agency that ties back to the success of our number one industry. But as I said, our number one industry can't be successful if the agency that oversees it isn't successful as well. And working together over the last couple of years, we've been able to work toward that goal and continue to allow our agency to have the resources it needs to be successful. We have a little over about 570 employees in the Department of Agriculture, over 22 different divisions and programs. Whenever you talk about the number of programs, that number gets significantly larger. We have over 70 different licenses that we issue as an agency to the tune of over 88,000 licensed entities. Our funding split is about 80-20 between federal and state dollars. And in addition to the 4 program areas we have at the Department of Agriculture of marketing, administration, consumer protection, and now the Rural Center, there are 23 different other entities that flow through the Department of Agriculture. So there's a lot of pass-through funding that goes through us to other entities through our budget. And so we have about 23 attached agencies at the Department of Agriculture. Talking about one of those 4 program areas, working with y'all last year, the Rural Center was moved from the University System of Georgia to the Department of Agriculture. That was official on July 1st. That really didn't become officially official and fully integrated under the department until January 1st. There's a lot that goes into that with employee movements on calendar years versus fiscal years, but all of the Rural Center is now completely integrated in the Department of Agriculture. It was a smooth transition between us and the University System of Georgia. Many of you know we have a new executive director there now named Charlie Fiveash, who has hit the ground running with the other employees at the Rural Center in ensuring that we're doing the job that we are tasked to do. That is working in rural communities across our state on things like healthcare and education and workforce, and how working with the ag sector in those communities, we can ensure that particular community can be successful. Because if we don't have quality access to healthcare, education, and workforce, the number one industry in those rural communities can't be successful, which is agriculture, and that's what we believe the Rural Center does every single day, and we're going to continue to move forward with that mission. Just to give you another point, the Rural Center is now completely housed in department provided facilities at our lab in Tifton, Georgia. We were able to move some space around there with federal state and provide some lab space for them. Something I know that is on the top of mind of a lot of people. The governor talked about Hurricane Helene this morning in his comments. I want to briefly give you an update there really quick. The Georgia Development Authority, as many of you know, is one of those entities that falls under the Department of Agriculture. Thanks to your help, we were able to secure significant funding to ensure that our farmers and farm families were able to get on their feet. As of the end of this month, we will completely close out the GDA loan program. We will have issued 488 loans for a total of $164,583,723 that are going to farm families significantly impacted. 25 million, or actually about 15 million of that was funds that GDA brought to the table from Safety 21 from the previous hurricane, and we were able to add to the $150 million pot you gave us. Forestry obviously has the $135 million. I know Director Sabo is going to speak more directly to that in his presentation to you on Thursday as to where the status of that is. It is a partnership between GDA, the Development Authority, and Georgia Forestry Commission, and they've taken the lead on that, and I will let him discuss that. In regards to the block grant, as many of you know, we announced in October that Georgia will be receiving over $531 million in block grant funds to help farmers, producers, ranchers, and timberland owners across our state continue to recover from Hurricane Helene. We are in final review with USDA. Matter of fact, I talked to the Secretary's office this morning, and they gave me confidence that it is moving through the OGC review process quickly, but as soon as they give us the green light, we will be rolling fast. I feel very optimistic that we are very close to that. But at the department, we have already set up everything we need to get rolling. We already have the application ready to go. We have a website that's already live, farmrecovery.com. That's what this is a snapshot from. We have already put together FAQs that's already public for farmers for every single commodity that is covered by the block grant. So you can go ahead and have the documentation you need prepared, ready to go once that application period opens. This is significantly different than Hurricane Michael. We couldn't use that plan because this process was significantly different. It was different in many, many ways. It was in some cases the inverse of the way the process worked with Hurricane Michael and how that block grant worked. But we are covering more commodities, more producers than any other state that has a block grant. I've been told that directly by USDA, and I think that is something that we as a state should be proud of. We are covering more people, more producers, more commodities than anybody else through our block grant program. But we have got everything ready to go. Our banking structure is in place, and we have hired a retired USDA FSA employee who is running the program for us, and we have hired a number of other retired USDA employees who are very familiar with USDA programs and programming. They are experts in this field, which is why we brought them on board, and they will be the ones that will help us execute this block grant and get this funding out to our producers as quickly as possible. If you want to find out more, obviously farmrecovery.com is the website, and that's where we're encouraging folks to go. As many of you know, we also have the Farmland Conservation Council. An update on that really quick. This time last year was when all of the council members were appointed by the various entities that were appointing those particular positions. That had to be done before we could really go to work. Once that council was put in place, we hit the ground running, working with the council to get rules and regulations set up. Those went through the entire 60-day process like it has to go through at the end of September. That was completed. We began working on the application. The application is now with the council. They are supposed to be getting that comment back to us on their review comments on the application. Once the council approves the application, that application will go live to begin protecting farmland in the great state of Georgia. And we look forward to doing that and appreciate our partnership in doing that as well. As y'all know, we've been dealing with a lot of high-path avian influenza over the last couple of years. Just this week, last week, we had our what we consider the fourth detection of a commercial poultry flock in our state, and it was in Walker County. Our team immediately went to work. We activated our emergency operations center at the Department of Agriculture immediately. In less than 12 hours, we had the site completely locked down and every farm in the quarantine zone completely quarantined to ensure that the virus would not spread any further than where it was. Y'all know poultry is in Georgia, it's our number one ag commodity. Over a third of Georgia agriculture is poultry. We're the number one poultry state in the nation, so it is a significant issue for us that we face every single day. And I want to say thank you to the members of the General Assembly. Last year, you appropriated $450,000 to the department to help us get the resources we need to be as best prepared as possible. But to kind of put it in perspective, in fiscal year 25, HPAI cost the Department of Agriculture over $300,000 to respond. A lot of that was due to our significant hands-on response in those particular cases, because not every poultry integrator and every company that we work with has the same resources and tools to respond to those particular events. Thankfully for us, the last two responses, those integrators and those companies have additional resources they've been able to bring to the table. So it's not cost the department as much to respond, but still, at the height of this response in Walker County, as an example, we had over 70 people deployed in response to HPAI. That includes department employees as well as private employees and others. So it is a huge, huge response. There's a lot that goes into this. But in Georgia, we've done a really good job. 200 million birds affected nationwide, only 500,000 in our state. I think that goes to show the work that we've done as an agency, the work that industry has done in biosecurity to help ensure that we keep this out of the state of Georgia. We still got a lot of work to do, but it's not going away. Just in the last 30 days, 29 states, 67 flocks, over 1.84 million birds have been impacted by HPAI in the last 30 days alone. We know this is going to be a continued effort that we've got to work on together, and we appreciate our work in doing that and appreciate your help in helping us ensure that we're able to respond as quickly as possible. I'm going to briefly mention this. The yellow-legged hornet is something we're still dealing with. Just to put it in perspective, this is a dashboard we have at the Department of Agriculture. We've done 92,500 inspections looking for this thing over the last 2.5 years. It is a threat to our honeybee, as you know, but this takes resources away from other things that our staff normally does on a day-to-day basis. Now we have the cotton jacid. We also have the spotted lanternfly. Those are other things that have come to fruition in the last 2 years that the department has a responsibility to respond to protect our agricultural and our industry and our food security in our state. Some of this we get offset funding from the federal government in response, but it doesn't cover our entire cost. Especially when you talk about taking employees off of their normal day-to-day job to respond to these incidences, it increases our workload as an agency, and it's definitely something we continue to respond to. Briefly on the hemp program, I know this is something we've been working on over the last couple of years. This is a snapshot of our dashboard that we have on our hemp program too, that we have at the Department of Agriculture. Since we really have been locking down on ensuring that this is taken care of, our team has done over 1,100 inspections. We found over 1,200 violations. Those violations range in a lot of different ways, but to give you an idea, the number one violation we find is lack of certificate of analysis. We find lack of warning labels, and we also find that they're still trying to sell stuff that looks like food or candy, which is something we're taking a hard stance against. Just to put it in perspective, we've done those over 1,100 inspections with 5 people. They've been really hitting the ground running hard. We have 2 license coordinators, thanks to your help, that are working on getting those 8,000 licenses issued. That's brought in over $2 million in revenue to the state. Now we know where these entities are. We can regulate them. Of those 1,200 violations, 54 of them have been referred to our law enforcement division for criminal investigation. Actually, 81 of them have been referred for criminal investigation. 27 of those have been related to under 21 issues, where we have done undercover stings and found issues across the state, and we have been locking people up and taking people to jail for doing things that they shouldn't be doing. We've been doing that in conjunction with local law enforcement. The other 54 are different other criminal investigations, ranging from selling things that they shouldn't be selling and calling it hemp. We've been doing a lot of that work. We get about a little over $1 million to operate our hemp program, and like I said, it brings in a little over $2 million in revenue to the state. Obviously, we're working with the resources that we have, but appreciate your help as we continue to work together to keep this out of the hands of folks that don't need it and allow it to be a successful program at the same time. The GATE Trust Fund, or the Georgia Ag Trust Fund, we primarily use this, and I'll brief over this really fast. Every year we're required to send a report to this OPB, the House and Senate budget offices, on the funding and how we allocate that funding through the trust fund. That report is available to anybody that wants a copy. If you would like a copy, I think we have a few with us. If you would like a copy, please see Catherine Russell on our policy team. She can make sure you get a copy of this report. I would encourage you to get it. It is I think it's a great report. I think it really details out the work we've been doing on the farmers markets and the work we've been doing elsewhere across the state. But just to put it in perspective, our farmers market bring in over $1 billion a year in produce sales in the state of Georgia. $1 billion a year. That is a lot of activity. And so our farmers markets are important to our state. And we use this funding, in addition to the other funding that you have helped us with, to help upkeep our markets. But it's not a lot of money. It's only a couple of million a year, and that doesn't go very far when you're talking about significant amounts of issues and maintenance that are required to help us upkeep our markets. All right, moving into the budget. The governor's budget I'm just going to be very brief here. He provided us some significant investments, and we're very appreciative of the governor and our work together in ensuring that our agency continues to be successful. Some of this I'll mention in just a second, but these are some things that we asked for, and the governor helped provide some of that funding for us. An inspection software for food safety, $1 million when it comes to our employee retention programs, but also some shortfalls that we have. I'll talk about that in just a second. Some cost of living adjustments and including the $2,000 supplement that he mentioned in his State of the State. We are appreciative of that. I'm going to really get into more of this in just a second, but the governor included a lot of the funding that we have asked for, but we really appreciate our work with him to ensure that our employees and our agency has the resources it needs to do its job. Obviously, he upped the Georgia Grown Wood program that we've been proud to partner with the Georgia Forestry Commission on as a direct partnership through the department and the commission. And obviously, we're working through that to promote Georgia Grown Wood and find ways to recruit companies to our state to help us continue to allow our forestry sector to be successful. It's taken some significant hits in the last year, significant hits. And we've got to work together to ensure forestry is successful, and we're proud to be part of that partnership and continue to work with the Forestry Commission and others to promote our forestry sector and what we're doing. This is the governor's FY25 budget recommendations. Again, additional funding for software that we asked for, some adjustments related to COLAs and other things where we had, where we found where we had some shortfalls, and in addition to that, making some adjustments in the budget related to other things that were put in the budget last year. Obviously, the center's budget continues to be the same. Our capital projects in the budget, the governor included, were vehicle replacement funding for the lab at the farmers market, as well as the final recommissioning funding that we need for our Tifton laboratory in Tifton. We would appreciate your help in keeping that funding from the governor in the budget, but in addition to keeping that funding in the budget, we do have some additional needs. I will start obviously with the vehicle funding that the governor included. As I have mentioned to y'all every year, at the Department of Agriculture, we have significant turnover when it comes to our vehicles. We are just trying to catch up. When I walked in the door at the department, we had an over $3.5 million need in vehicles alone. Y'all have helped us whittle that down. But our agency, just like any other state agency that utilizes vehicles, we have a constant yearly need for that. And we would appreciate your help in funding that and our work together to help us continue to fund that need year in and year out. In many cases, this is our employees' office, is that vehicle, because that is how they do the job that we ask them to do every single day. In addition to that, the new lab that we have talked about last year, many of you know we had the food safety and dairy lab was in the ag building across the street. Times are different now. Thanks to your help last year, you included funding for design for a new lab to go at the farmers market in Forest Park here in Atlanta to help us meet our demand currently and also look toward the future. The lab space here on Capitol Hill just was not meeting that need. We were having to send samples out of state to be taken care of because we didn't have the space to do them here. And you can imagine if we ever had an outbreak or a huge concern, that timing is of the essence. And it's critical that we have the resources in our labs to be able to do the job. We have a lab footprint in Tifton. I would love to take y'all there if you're ever interested and show you what we do in Tifton. And Tifton has space to serve as a backup to the lab here in Atlanta. The lab in Atlanta mainly houses our food and dairy divisions. The lab in Tifton houses things like fuels and metrology, seed, feed, fertilizer, those things. Our Tifton lab can serve as a backup. Unfortunately, Atlanta in its current capacity cannot. We are currently using space at Georgia Tech to the tune of over $1.1 million a year in rent. So it is costing us significantly as an agency. So we would appreciate your help in helping us build the lab and the space that we need to operate as an agency. Our estimates are $34 million. I've been working with GISFIC, or we have as an agency, for construction. I understand that they are not complete with their finalization right now, but in our conversation, they have led me to believe that our number, based on the need that we have shared with them, is the number to continue to pursue. And so we're asking for, in addition to the governor's $25 million, we would appreciate the additional $9 to complete the construction amount needed for our farmers market lab, and we would be happy to dig into that if needed as to exactly what all of that covers. In response to operational needs that we have, the governor funded about $2.5 million of our little over $3.8 million ask. That's everything from computers to software needs that we have as an agency. A lot of those software needs are critical for us. We're trying to find new ways to enhance our inspection systems to be more efficient and more effective as an agency. So that funding is critical. So we look forward to working with you to hopefully obtaining the additional amounts of that funding we need, especially for our software program. In addition to that, as an agency, we have completely been significantly impacted. During the last year, the Biden administration, we saw a $1.1 million cut in federal funding to our agency. That is a significant hit to us. And it has caused significant issues, obviously, for our budget, and because those programs still have to continue, we got to find ways to fund those. So we're asking for your assistance in helping us address those issues and continuing to find ways to help fund the needs we have. We also are asking for funding to help cover the shortfall of the COLAs and the pay raises that the General Assembly provided our agency. That was not enough funding to cover our entire agency and cover the need that we have as an agency. We are still trying to ensure that those employees are covered. In the same way when it comes to federal funding. Whenever we do pay raises, I have employees that are funded 50% state, 50% federal. We still cover those employees' pay raise, and work with the feds to hopefully get a reimbursement increase so we can cover that portion of their salary. Unfortunately, in my 3 years, I have asked every year, we continue to ask every year, we have yet to get the reimbursement from the feds to cover that portion of the pay raise. So we are covering that internally in our own budget, finding ways to do that. And so it makes it difficult for us as an agency, as operational costs continue to increase, and as you try to find those ways to cover those costs for those employees that deserve that funding, it puts a strain on your budget. So that's why we're asking for this operational funding increase to give us the resources we need to provide our agency the tools it needs to do the job that we are asked to do every single day and help us take care of our people and our employees. And with your help, we can do just that. Finally, I'll hit on this really quick to put it in perspective. Since I walked in the door in 2023, we have seen a 33% increase in licensed entities in our state, 33%. In that same time period, we have increased our employment by around 12%. It was about 500 when I walked in the door. We're about 570 now. We still have about 80 or so vacancies. Even though we've increased employee count by about 12%, employee workload has increased by almost 14%. Because of the number of entities that we have to oversee, regulate, and inspect. So, just because we've increased the amount of people that we have on our payroll doesn't necessarily mean that we have gotten more efficient. We have actually increased the workload on our people, and I think it's important for us to work together to continue to address that. In that same time period, just in the last 12 months, we have declined a license application for 22 meat processing facilities in our state because we don't have the staffing necessary to provide the individuals needed for those entities to operate. That means that's 22 businesses that aren't operating, that aren't employing Georgians, that aren't paying taxes, that aren't providing access to farmers and producers to get their product to market. As an agency, we have a responsibility that we're providing that access for our farmers and producers every single day and protecting this food supply and everything that we do as an agency. And so we have a lot of work to do in our work together to ensure that we're providing that resourcefulness to our state. We continue to see an increase in violations. Matter of fact, over a 30% increase in violations in food safety. We have seen a 45% increase in violations in our companion animal division, and I want to thank our companion animal team and our law enforcement team that have worked together to address animal abuse in our state in significant ways. And I will point out one thing because it's a typo, but we did 15,000 inspections on 113,000 pumps last year in our fuel and measures division. So it takes us almost 2 years to inspect the gas pumps in this state because we have almost 200,000 in the state of Georgia. And as y'all know, as you travel this state, There are new gas stations going up every single day. That means more resources that we have to deploy to ensure that our agency is successful. So, working together, working with you, we can ensure that our number one industry is successful. We can ensure that agriculture continues to be top of mind. We can ensure that the businesses and entities that are regulated by us at the Department of Agriculture are able to do their job every single day in providing the food, fiber, and shelter we rely on. And I appreciate our work together in doing just that. And I look forward to our conversations over the next 90 days or so. 40 nights and 90, or 90 days and 40 nights, or 90 nights and 40 days, whatever it is, as we work together to do just that. So thank you all for giving me an opportunity to give you a brief update and overview on the department, our funding, and our needs as an agency to continue to do the job that we've been asked to do every single day. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Harper. 2 questions. Chair Lady Taylor. Oh, okay. Chairman Meeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Commissioner, thank you for the great work that you are doing, and your department and employees. There's certainly no lack of work to be done in our agriculture industry and the challenges that we have ahead. So thank you for what you are doing. 2 quick questions. One, on your employment retention within the Consumer Protection Division, what kind of turnover rate do you have within that division?
Mr. Chairman, I will tell you, I will get you an exact number, because I would rather give you an exact number than tell you where we are. But I will say this, though. That said, we had about 120 or 30 vacancies when I walked in the door. We have lost a number of employees. We have gained employees. And in that time period, in the 3 years I've been commissioner, we've whittled that down to about 75 or 80. So we're making progress. We're making headway. We're going the right way because of your help in giving us significant pay raise and salary increases for our employees, and helping us ensure that we're paying the people the boots on the ground. So we're heading in the right direction, but unfortunately we're not getting there quick enough to keep up with the workload that our agency has, and any continued efforts to help us ensure that we're able to do that would be appreciative, but we can get you an exact number on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. And lastly, with the lab down at the Atlanta Farmers Market, we hope that that's going to be a mass timber project built out of timber produced here in Georgia. And then lastly, with the reimbursement from the feds, understanding that the pay raises is one thing, but with the other agreements that we have working with the feds, are reimbursements coming in a timely manner to the department?
Some of those reimbursements, actually, to your point, Mr. Chairman, some of those reimbursements we've actually completely lost, as I mentioned just a second ago, in some in our food safety and our meat inspection program. Some of those have been delayed, but for the most part, we have been able to get, I believe, most of the funding that I have not spoken to directly in the presentation today. We've been able to receive that particular funding, but we get funding from a variety of sources: EPA, FDA, USDA. So there's a lot of different areas and agencies that we deal with as an agency in the federal funding that we receive. But other than the specific areas I pointed out, meat inspection and food safety, where we have lost funding or not been getting reimbursed as appropriately, the funding has been coming to our agency in a timely manner. Obviously, the shutdown affected us a little bit, but we were able to overcome that. But when it comes to those other areas, we have been getting the funding as required, but we still have some shortfalls in a number of other areas.
Well, thank you, Commissioner, and look forward to working with you to address the many issues we have, including the shortfall that we have in being able to issue license for people to do business in the number 1 state in the country. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for all that you do for agriculture in Georgia. On page 393 of our budget book, there is a report that's the Georgia Economic Report, and it mentions a couple of times.
Representative, will you hold the mic to your mouth? There you go.
It talks about non-farm payrolls in Georgia, but there's no mention of farm payrolls anywhere that I can find in that Georgia Economic Report. What's the picture of farm payrolls in Georgia?
Representative Buckner, I would have to get that information back to you. Obviously, this Friday is the agricultural forecast, which the University of Georgia will be rolling out a lot of that economics. I will tell you, there are about 40,000 farms in the state of Georgia, average farm size of about 250 acres. Across our state, about 95% of our farms in Georgia are family-owned operations. I think that's something for us as a state to be proud of. But when it comes to specific payroll and how much is of on-farm payroll, I don't have that off the top of my head, but we can work on getting that number to you. Yes, ma'am.
Chairman Eccles. Last question. You didn't ask?
Somebody hit it, sorry.
Oh, it was you? Mike. It was you, Mike? Okay. Sorry. That got you.
I thanked you privately, but on behalf of the people of Walker County, thank you and your staff for what you did up there last week. It gave a lot of the producers and agricultural people their confidence that you addressed the situation, you handled it right, and I just want to tell you thank you publicly.
Representative Cameron, I appreciate that. Our team is still up there working ongoing. They'll be working through this cold weather. We're obviously watching the winter weather that's happening later this week. So keep our employees and others in your prayers and your thoughts, because they're out there braving that to address this issue. But thank you for your comments.
All right, last question. Thank you, Commissioner Harper. So we're going to come back. We're going to have lunch. Okay. We're going to come back at 1. Hold on. Go ahead, Chairman Tiller.
Senate members, please gather right here for a second after the chairman dismisses you.
We're going to come back 15 minutes after what the agenda says. So we're going to come back at 1:30. 1:30. So everything will be pushed
Senate
back
members,
15
please gather
minutes.
here for just 1 second.
All right, if y'all can start finding your way to a seat, please. Well, who are you?
Okay, guys, we're going to try to get back on schedule. We know you're excited to see your friends. Hope you enjoyed lunch. Thank you for being back quickly. Let's get back on schedule. Superintendent Woods is our next presenter. He's already got the podium. The mic is on. Superintendent, the floor is yours.
All right, ready to go. Mr. Chairman, again, to all the members of the Joint Budget Committee, it's a pleasure to be with you today. As we begin, from my house in Tifton, Georgia, it roughly takes me 12 and a half hours to reach a place called Success, and that's a place called Success, Missouri. As I meet today with you, I want to state that all of our 1.7 million students can reach a place also called Success. Today, I will share with you a few updates on the progress made on that journey, but more importantly, I will share the steps that we need to ensure that every student arrives at a destination called success. This journey has been one that we have taken together since I took office in 2015. And I want to personally thank each of you for investing in public education. Thank you for providing support for school safety, mental health, poverty funding, after-school and summer learning, literacy, teacher raises, and much, much more. But what are investments without positive returns? Because of your investments, we have seen tangible positive outcomes for Georgia students. We have positioned our students to not only arrive at success, but to experience success. For the 8th year in a row, Georgia's public school students significantly outperformed their national counterparts on the SAT. Georgia's class of 2025 scored 33 points higher than the national average for public school students. In doing so, they beat the reading and writing national average by 18 points and the math national average by 14 points. For the 9th year in a row, Georgia students beat the national average on the ACT, outperforming the national average in reading, English, and science. We continue to see improvement in Georgia's high school graduation rate. Last year, we experienced an all-time high graduation rate of 87.2% across the state. The rise of our state's graduation rate, I believe, can be correlated to our move from insisting that students must attend a four-year university. By investing in both career tech and work-based learning education opportunities and expanding the graduation diploma options, we achieved a 98.45% grad rate for our career pathway completers. Relevance, practicality, and the pursuit of one's passion are necessary to reach success. That's why I'm calling for support or continued support to outfit CTA labs for high-demand career programs. This is a crucial element of our statewide efforts to ensure that Georgia is the top state for talent. Remember, we are preparing our students for their future, not our past. After replacing Common Core math with our new math standards, we've seen 2 consecutive years of extremely strong mathematics increases in our math milestone scores. In fact, several grades have already recovered to pre-pandemic levels. This year, we will eliminate Common Core reading in the state of Georgia as we roll out our new literacy standards and a renewed emphasis on cursive writing. Regarding literacy, I am in strong agreement with Speaker Burns' proposal to place a literacy coach in every Georgia elementary school. We have seen this model work in Mississippi and in other states to achieve substantial reading improvement. This model is also working in Georgia. Currently, we have placed a school-level coach in all of our lowest performing elementary schools in the state, and the results have been incredibly clear. We saw a 15% improvement in reading outcomes in 1 year based on universal screener results. Some schools in Georgia, on the Georgia milestones, had grade level reading increases as high as 29% points. This model is only being used, however, in the lowest performing elementary schools. These coaches are only being funded with federal school improvement dollars. Both limit the ability to reach all students and prevent them from having the opportunity to reach and experience success. School safety remains a fundamental keystone of our priorities this year. With the support of both Governor Kemp and you, a line item for safety and security funding has been provided to make our schools safer. Moving forward, we're calling on you to maintain that line item for safety funding. On the issue of distraction-free legislation, I'm asking you to expand the K-12 cell phone limitation to grades 9-12. This is a recommendation that mirrors that offered by the Senate Study Committee on Social Media and AI, led by Senator Harrell. It is a priority of Speaker Burns as well. This is both an academic and mental health issue. Studies show the negative academic impact and emotional strain placed on excessive cell phone screen time usage. Both my student advisory and teacher advisory councils consistently rank mental health struggles as the #1 issue faced by students. In addition to the above, it is our duty to model appropriate usage of electronic devices. Teachers and staff must set the example. Schools must focus on reunification processes with parents for any unseen situation. With that being said, this year on my Student Advisory Committee, I have a young student that was shot at Appalachia High School. In listening to the student, I do believe that we can protect academic integrity of the classroom and address concerns by both students and parents. But I do believe this process should be answered by our local districts. I know that you share our concerns over financial crisis in Dublin City. For several months, the department has been working with members of the General Assembly, many who are in this room today, to determine the best course of action to prevent such an occurrence from happening again. You can view a full list of our proposals by scanning the QR code. To our school districts, there is no intent to create an overburdensome and overly compliant process that will unnecessarily impact all due to the irresponsibility of a few. It is simply about ensuring that students, teachers, staff, and families do not bear the cost of financial mismanagement. If every student is to achieve success, then they must have the correct vehicle to take them there. And that, of course, is our teachers. To recruit and retain these individuals, we must invest in them and their careers. I want to thank Governor Kemp for including a 2001 time supplement for educators in his budget proposal. This is a very appreciative first step. To continue this step of progress, I'm asking for the following: a $10,000 salary raise increase over the next 5 years, an expansion of the 21-year teacher salary cap, a call for all teachers to receive a duty-free lunch unless they receive extra compensation, a guaranteed 5 personal days for teachers and classified staff, support for a statewide expansion of the Georgia Department of Education's teacher apprenticeship program along with Georgia Best, a program offering free advanced degrees to eligible teachers. And we are advocating continuing the return to work legislation that helps fill teacher vacancies. That legislation will sunset this year if no action is taken. These recommendations are not solely aspirations on my part, but they fully align with the recommendations that have come out of SR 237. Both Governor Kemp and you have taken historic action to invest in Georgia's teachers over the past 8 years. I am very grateful for the steps you have taken, but I am also very hopeful that we will see the momentum continue in the years to come. I encourage you to review the full set of the 2026 legislative priorities from the agency. You can access them using the QR code on the screen. But ultimately, behind every policy, proposal, are students, educators, and families whose lives are shaped by the choices we make. Students will be arriving at school seeking the opportunity to arrive and experience success. We will either derail that process or we will set up guardrails that will assure a safe arrival. I'm asking all of us to come together and make success a reality for 1.7 million children in the state of Georgia. At this time, I'll turn this over to Russ Rome, and he'll go over the QB budget. Russ?
Thank you, Superintendent Woods. Thank you, Chairman Tillery, Chairman Hatchett, members of the General Assembly. I appreciate the opportunity to present the governor's recommended FY26 amended budget and the FY27 budget. Start off, there we go. Start off, I want to kind of talk about some of the items that have been put into our budget and kind of give you an idea of where we're at with those. We do plan on providing a much more in-depth analysis once the school year is over and we can start to gather where some of these districts have spent these funds. But first off, in the student support services, we got $19.58 million for mental health grants. This included 968 schools, 938,864 students. This was $20,000 for every middle and high school. The department provided guidance to systems on the allowable use of funds that included contracts with local mental health agencies, contracts with telemental health providers, contracts with individual mental health professionals, and to purchase curriculum and intervention materials. We had a little over $15 million in our economically disadvantaged for students grants. This reached 70 school systems and 94,180 students for at-risk student interventions, to also extend learning opportunities after school or during the summer, access to advanced coursework such as AP, access to opportunity funding such as STEM, arts, and music, and targeted teacher training. We also had about $2.4 million for social worker grants. This served 114 school systems which qualified for this grant. This basically funded systems that didn't have enough funds to provide a school social worker. So any district that had less than 2,475 FTEs was prorated in amount so that each district should now, with these funds, have a school social worker. We also received $12,500,000 for out-of-school grants, which allowed us to fund 60 community grantees with awards between $25,000 and $300,000. These grant allocations were awarded by the State Board of Education in September of 2025 and are in the district's hands. We also had a little over almost $109 million, which we're very appreciative, in school safety and security grants. which is $47,125 per school to 2,311 schools. These expenses for these include salaries, benefits, training for post-certified law enforcement, cameras, alert systems, door controls, fencing, gates, and security vestibules. We also got just under $7 million for student advocacy support specialists. This system-level position is to coordinate efforts by the local school system to provide appropriate intervention for students with or at risk for mental health services. This dollar amount represents 1/2 of the funding outlined in House Bill 268 of the 2025 session, and it is half the funds because due to the job description deadline, which was December 31st of 2025, we reached this deadline. We have provided the job description to the districts, and we have alerted them that it's now available for reimbursement. All right, next up, I want to talk about the state's largest expenditure, QBE. And in order to talk about that, I have to talk about the largest cost driving factor, which is our full-time equivalent student, or FTE. These are obtained each March and October in student counts provided by the districts. These counts record the actual class the students are attending for 6 segments of the school day. There are 18 different QBE programs, and QBE is weighted funding formula based on cost differentials of each one of these programs. This next slide just shows the FTE collection process. I won't go through all of that. This next slide is our FTEs from FY19 to amended 26. When I first saw the numbers, they kind of jumped out at me too. As you'll note, in 2026 calculation, there is a reduction of FTEs of just over 34,000 or 1.95%. The state has not seen a reduction in FTEs at this high since COVID in 2021. As you can see, when we had an FTE reduction of just over 36,000 students. What we noticed is, based by program, is that most of these FTE reductions were in the 3 general school, whether elementary, middle, and high school. We did see some increases in some of the higher cost area, but overall, it was an FTE decline, and it was across districts. It wasn't, we researched, we checked to make sure it didn't pinpoint certain districts to kind of find out. This is an across-district FTE decline. Systems indicated, when we reached out to them to find out, as you can imagine, with 34,000, we wanted to make sure the number was right before we came to you guys. What indicated the declining enrollment? There was not one specific item, as actually several. Continued birth rate declines impacting kindergarten class sizes, aging counting population, including empty nest households not moving out due to the housing market, increased private and homeschool attendance. I included this next slide to kind of give you an idea as one of the key factors with the kindergarten the 12th graders exiting, outpacing the kindergartners entering. As you can see, in 2011, we had a lot more kindergartners coming in than we had 12th graders graduating, and that has slowly declined all the way to the FY26. As you can see, there's a pretty good differential now in students leaving versus the kindergartners coming in. All right, now I want to talk about some of the highlights in the amended FY26 and 27 budget. First off, we got just under $367.7 million in our amended fiscal year budget. As the superintendent mentioned, this is for a $2,000 one-time salary supplement. This supplement funding does include FICA, and it is the same methodology as the supplement that we got in amended fiscal year 2024, and it does include classroom teachers, central and school administrative positions, non-QBE teachers and staff, lunchroom workers, custodians, bus drivers. We're also very appreciative that QBE has been fully funded out of 7 of the last 8 years. There's funding in there for 270 new school buses and just over $38.5 million in pupil transportation operational funding, which keeps that percentage around the 40% that was established in prior years. We got an additional $750,000 in high demand career equipment grants for a total appropriation now of $2 million. The CTA program, when this funding came in, the original $1.25 million, we received 199 applications, including about $20.4 million. We awarded 17 awards for $1,250,000. This $750,000 will assist us in awarding some more applications. The common uses for these funds were industry-grade equipment and labs, software and technology, credentialing and certification, work-based learning expansion, and recruitment and student engagement. In our amended fiscal year 26 budget, we also received $750,000 for mental health services reimbursement maximization project. And as I mentioned earlier, the just under $109 million in continued support for school security. All right, up next, I'll mention a couple of the amended FY26 budget recommendations. As you can see in the midterm adjustment for growth of just over $43 million, this is due to, as I mentioned in that FTE slide, while there was a decline in the elementary, middle, and high school, there was some increases in some of the higher cost areas. And as most of you know, with the amended budget, districts are held harmless for the FTE decline. That's why there's a $43 million increase. There's a little over $14 million for the Special Needs Scholarship Fund. This is a projected amount based on the first 2 quarter payments. We make these payments quarterly and then project it out. And we'll need an additional $14.4 million to finish out the year and provide those scholarships. And then I'll mention the social worker grant, the 1.3, as I mentioned earlier. This grant is the additional funds needed in order to ensure that we keep funding 1 social worker in each district. In our FY27, I'll mention a few of these recommendations. The enrollment growth in training and experience of just over $9.2 million. In years past, with a relatively flat FTE count, we would have probably been standing up here asking for $200-300 million. So that is significantly lower due to the FTE decline. The special needs scholarship, another a little over $14.4 million. We're very appreciative of the governor putting this in the base. This amount has not been adjusted in several years, so this will significantly reduce the amount we have to come back and ask for in the midterm. And then the state health benefit plan per member per month, just under $200 million. That is to increase the per member per month from $1,885 to $2,028 per person, effective 7/1/2026. I won't go through this slide. Most of these items that are other significant in our 27 were in the presentation earlier. And the last item that I have on here is for the amended and the FY27 budgets, we are going to be asking for an additional amount of $1.4 million for the AP and the PSAT tests. We were given $750,000 in FY26 for increased AP and PSAT exams, which gave us about $5.67 million. We did receive the invoice for PSAT, which is $1.42 million, a little less than what we had in the budget for the PSAT. However, we're projecting an increase to $5.62 million for AP exams. So with the savings of the PSAT and with the additional expense on the AP exam, we need another $1.4 million in order to provide the districts with 1 AP exam for all STEM students and for free and reduced lunch. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank y'all. All right, I want to remind everybody, we're really glad there's so many people here, so many members of the committee and others that aren't members of the committee. And I just want to remind you that today, because we're running behind and a lot of questions, we're only taking questions from members of the committee. That could change tomorrow and Thursday because sometimes the non-members may be the only ones here. So that being said, Representative Ballard.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent. This fall at a conference, you said that you'd heard a lot of noise about 3rd grade reading, but we had a reading proficiency rate of 65%. Yet I'm looking at the milestones dashboard, and it said proficient 20, for third grade, proficient 24%, distinguished 11%. So that's 35%. So what are the what's the discrepancy in those numbers?
I would have to, I mean, the numbers I've looked at, again, is specific you're reading. Some of the information, again, I have to look at the dashboard, you know, really is a combination of ELA scores as a composite score. So that may be what's being referenced. Again, according to Dr. Timberlake, the information that I've been presented with, the proficiency rate for third grade, just looking at reading, you know, should be around 65%.
Okay, well, maybe you want to look at your dashboard because it doesn't say that.
Okay.
Chairman Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. This is not a direct budget question, but I think we can't let this meeting go without talking about the Dublin City school system.
Sure.
And the travesty that's happened there and the back behind, and the fact that they were 14 months behind in state health plan benefit payments. I know we've had some great discussion on that. Would you kind of bring the group up to date on what's happening with Dublin City schools, and then also what is the projected downfall or shortfall for June 30th of this year for them?
Okay, now, Rusk, I'll let you kind of address Dublin City. Sure. This time.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I don't want to mess up my dates, but I want to say it was back in August. We were alerted around that time frame of a significant deficiency in the Dublin City school system, specifically around their state health benefit plan. I believe they owed around $7.4 million, which was a combination of both employee and employer contributions for since the beginning of 25 and into FY 2026. Before we made our first meeting, they did catch up all their employee deductions, which has caused, so they were now at around 6.6 million in state health benefit plan. When we first went out to the district, we were projecting and started looking at their books, we were projecting close to a 10.3 million, I think, was the original deficit, and some significant staffing issues. We've been working with the district. We've got, I believe,
Lock up on us. There you go. You got it. Is Mark back there?
Yep, we got a doctor on the way, and we've got Back to your seats. Obviously, we're blessed in the General Assembly to have quite a few medical professionals, and so the medical emergency you just witnessed was obviously attended to by 3 physicians within less than a minute. 4. Thank you for your courtesy in allowing us to take the obviously necessary break, but again, as you know, the General Assembly is blessed to have many medical professionals in our midst, and those of you who witnessed this just now realize that there were 4 medical doctors around the individual within less than a minute. And so we are blessed to have a citizen legislature who has a lot of expertise, and really thankful for those medical professionals who were here. I'll just take a brief moment of silence. Thank you all. Commissioner Woods and Mr. Russ, sorry for the interruption. I honestly don't remember if we were asking a question or you were answering a question.
City, Dublin City question. Okay. So I was kind of giving a brief.
That's
update.
a good one to fall out on. Can we say next question? No, that's all right. Just then.
Okay. As I was saying, I think they had about 6.6 million in SHBP, which sparked us to get in there. And as we started to uncover, we uncovered a lot worse. It was anywhere from 10 to 12 million dollars in a cash deficit. They were also behind in several audits. We have employed 5 team members from the Department of Education, and they've been there ever since to assist with these. We've had numerous meetings with the legislature to kind of keep everybody involved in what we've been working through with the superintendent's goal, was to make sure the students finished the school year and the teachers got paid. With that being said, we did work very hard next to the current Dublin City and with the current Dublin City staff to help them identify areas that could be reduced to try to reduce this significant deficit. They renegotiated their repayment plan of the $6.5 million. So they start in February, actually next month, on a 24-month repayment plan of the employer portion that they owed for FY25. They have been current on their FY26 state health benefit plan reductions. They instituted numerous cuts, as I said, some extremely necessary, some kind of harder to swallow, but with all that being said, they should finish the current fiscal year with about a $2.3 million surplus. Now that number changes month to month as we provide additional documentation. Now when I say they're $2.3 million surplus, I always preface that by saying they're going to need those funds to operate next year as well. So one of the items we did advance QBE funding to them, so they still have 1 more month of QBE funding, but it should coincide with their property tax revenues coming in. So, is there any other specifics?
You got a couple other questions, and we're going to try to. Sorry, Senator Hickman. I think what he was asking you was, we know this happened at one system. There's 181 others. Do we expect this will happen anywhere else?
We have received the reconciliations from the state health benefit plan. We have reviewed all outstanding balances. There were a couple of districts that did have some significant deficiencies. However, none of them were even in the realm of the Dublin City one of the other districts, I won't mention by name, but they already had a repayment plan, which actually should be completed this March. The other district, it was they had sent the payments, but they weren't cash, so we're working with the state health benefit plan to clear up those reconciliations. I do also know that in meetings with, I think the superintendent has released some financial priorities earlier in the slide that could also address that we're suggesting to help, mitigate situations like this in the future.
Representative Hughley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for the presentation. Each time that we do something for employees, our local school districts come back to us because not all of their employees are covered by what we do. So who are we leaving out with this $2,000, so I'll know what I'm getting when I go home?
Yeah. I believe we just got the documents from the governor's office to who, and we're kind of sifting through them, but as I stated on that, the other slide, it appears everybody that, you know, I do think there was some folks that might have been left off back in the 24 that we learned from and that we've tried to pick up. So not specific, if you have a specific area, I could answer that. But
So let me just ask you then, are custodians included on here? I see
Yes.
nurses, nutritional workers, bus drivers, are custodians
Yes, ma'am.
included on here? Okay. On the AP exams, how many are we allowing for?
I'm sorry.
Your AP exams, how many are we allowing our students to take?
So it's one free AP exam for all free and reduced lunch students, and then one free STEM class for all students. And Superintendent mentioned contracted employees would not be considered.
Contract employees or
Yeah.
not, okay. One last thing. You talked about the number of private schools students have increased and homeschool students have increased. Can you send us those numbers?
Yes, ma'am, we can do that.
Thank you very much.
Senator Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Superintendent. Appreciate your work. My question relates to virtual education at the secondary level. Can you tell me how many virtual students we have in grades K through 3, and do you feel that virtual education is appropriate at that grade level?
Well, at that time, I'd have to get the information. I don't have that on Russ. We'd have to document that. I know, depending which areas. I mean, we have a very large charter virtual school that's out there, so we'd have to see if we could document those numbers and plus the numbers we have, so we'll get those to you. I think virtual, again, is it for everyone? No, it's not. And I think you have to kind of look at what are the results that we are seeing. For some of those, we could see the milestones testing. So again, we do have some documentation that we can rely on that. But it's an individual call. It's one-to-one with that. But really, it ultimately comes down to what type program is being offered, because all virtual programs are not equal.
Chairman Irwin.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, Mr. Superintendent, thank you for work with our students and our future, I will tell you, with those students. I want to step back for a minute. I'm in agreement with the leadership degree overhaul that we need, and looking at the tiered system that we have by which they attain that leadership. Have you done any look at your recommendation on the compensation about how much that would be, so that I can figure some return on our investment?
Okay. Do we have any numbers on that?
On the step increase?
How many current leaders that have degrees that are not getting compensated? So what would that cost us when we start compensating them if they're not a leader yet?
Okay. Again, we might have to check with PSC or Brett, see if we can get that information offhand. Because again, to say how many individuals who currently have a degree, this is what you're talking about,
correct,
but are not probably in leadership and getting paid for leadership, is that correct?
About 1,000 educators.
Okay, Mr. Rome says about 1,000 educators.
See, that also indicates that we're going to have a shortage somewhere down
Yes.
the line, because we just don't have enough that have that certification to be able to step into it.
You're correct. What's that?
That's the cost.
Let's see, go ahead. I'll share with you.
And the cost is just under $8 million.
Okay.
But to your point about the deficit of leadership, again, that is a very large reality we face. Over the past several years, we've seen a high turnover in our local superintendents. So again, that means people are rolling up. We continue to have deficits, especially at the principal, assistant principal level as well.
Superintendent, I know you asked for a $10,000 pay raise across the next few years. What is the average teacher pay in Georgia now?
The average, I know the starting average is about 43, 44,000 as a start off with.
What's the average, though,
Do
obviously?
you have
Just over 70,000.
70,000? Yeah, just over 70,000 would be average.
Right, that's what we thought it was, right at 71,000. Okay. Thank you. There are a lot more questions. As you know, we're a half an hour behind right now. We're going to try to catch up with it, so please try to grab the superintendent on your way out. While the next presenter is coming up, thank you so much, Superintendent.
Thank you, sir.
While the chancellor's coming up, I do want to take a minute to remind you of something that the superintendent showed you. Our student count is decreasing, but we're going to be going up $43 million in the QBE formula because we hold schools harmless as people are moving in and out of different school systems. Keep that in mind as you debate things for the next few weeks.
I would like to remind anybody, if they're standing, do not lock your knees. Please, don't lock your knees. Come on up, Chancellor.
Good afternoon, Chairman Tillery, Chairman Hatchett, and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to stand before you today to talk about our university system of Georgia. Also want to thank you for the investment that you've made. Thank Governor Kemp for the steady support of USG, and I think from the things that I follow, you're going to be very proud of the investment that you've made to help us to teach and conduct research and serve communities and partner with employees and more Georgians so they can thrive and our state can thrive as well. You probably know that the University System of Georgia is one of the largest state public education systems in the country, 25 institutions that serve every region of our state, and simply what we do is straightforward: educate students, meet workforce needs, strengthen communities, and steward taxpayer dollars responsibly. So we're focused on how we can better serve the public, be more efficient, and demonstrate value, which is, I believe, is what you all are after with investing the taxpayer dollars of Georgia. So when we talk about higher education, we're talking about opportunity for the students, the families, and the credit. And I want you to know that the credit goes to you. The word you see on the screen is probably one you're going to hear a little bit this year. It's the Webster definition of the word of the year, affordability, in that regard. And I want to show you all what you all have done to make higher education in the University System of Georgia affordable for its students over the last several years in that way. We're talking about affordability. In the national conversation, you often hear here in Georgia and nationally that education, higher education, costs too much. And to some degree, that's probably a concern that many people have. But I want to give you the facts today about how the wise investment that you all have made, how it has affected the students from Georgia here. We worked long and hard. The Board of Regents has worked hard to keep tuition and fees in check. The Board of Regents has held the line on tuition for most in-state undergraduates in 7 of the past 10 years. And with yours and Governor Kemp's help, we've eliminated the special institution fee, thereby reducing the cost for Georgians to earn their degree. I've sat where you sat, and many times I thought as you move forward, agencies move backwards and continue to want more. And I want to show you some numbers today that show you that I believe the Board of Regents and the system of Georgia has actually stepped forward with you in getting a better value for that. When you look at on the screen, these numbers on the screen, those are facts there. And the good news is we've been working on that for years because we take our responsibility seriously to be good stewards of your taxpayer dollars and deliver real value for Georgia families in that regard. On this slide, you can see that the tuition and fees from 2021 today. I imagine if you in your districts you said Do you believe your students are paying more for tuition fees today than in 21? I imagine the answer would be overwhelmingly yes. These are the facts based on the Department of Audits there. They've got the report, but honestly, I thought I'd give all of you this handout because you can respond to your constituents who talk about the cost of higher education has gone up. The cost of living has definitely gone up. Obviously, food, transportation, insurance, health care, all those things have gone up. Housing, room, board, those have gone up. But your tuition and fees, based on what you all appropriate over the last 7 years, these are the facts on the screen we're here today. So we're trying to help students keep lower costs by finishing faster as well. I know that several of you have asked about, with the investment that you are all making in the dual enrollment, how has that affected the return on investment for our university system? We're continually asking our presidents, what is your under 4 graduation rate for your dual enrollment students? And that we just finished 25 budget hearings last Friday, and many of those were reporting graduation years of under four years for their dual enrollment system. So we're trying to harvest that investment that you're making in dual enrollment that come on and matriculate in our university system as well. So reducing total cost, strengthening the return on your state's investment in that regard. So as we focus on affordability, efficiency, and degree completion, our efforts in workforce development keep Georgia's talent pipeline strong and set graduates up for success. I've long said even since Governor Miller started with the Hope Scholarship, that as higher education goes, Georgia follows 2 generations later. And because of Governor Kemp's continued investment here and recruiting jobs, talent has become the key word, and the talent workforce is what we do, and we take it very seriously. Across USG, every campus plays a role in Georgia's competitiveness, from research breakthroughs to teacher preparation to workforce-aligned credentials to nursing and healthcare. Employers tell us they need talent, and they also need problem solvers who can communicate, adapt, and think critically. We're committed to producing graduates who can do both. In fact, you may have heard me tell our presidents that the degree that I'm most interested in is an FIO degree. And they say, well, I've never heard of that. What is that degree? I said, employers and the communities come tell me they want students who can come out, walk that stage, and come to work on Monday with a figure-it-out degree. And that's what we're trying to train our schools across, that figure it out, how you can think and contribute to the challenges and solutions in the workforce. So it's when we educate talent here, that talent's more likely to stay here, as you know, and that's how communities and businesses grow together. So the impact is measurable, immeasurable. USG generates a $23.1 billion economic impact and supports more than 168,000 jobs statewide. The return for students here is clear as well. Our bachelor's degree earned about $1.4 million more than a lifetime than they would with a high school diploma. That's not our numbers. That's Professor Dr. Jeffrey Humphers of the University of Georgia, and his economic output every year. It's still and growing, $1.4 million career earnings over a lifetime. So here's a headline that matters most for Georgia's workforce in our budget: enrollment. And you can see that nationally, Georgia colleges are competing for fewer traditional age students, and you saw that in the previous report about high school graduates and kindergartners starting. You've heard about the demographic cliff. Our solution to the demographic cliff is getting more margin, more market in there, and getting particularly adult learners coming back that maybe have some credits, some debt, and no diploma. Those are the 1.4 million Georgians that we're also trying to recruit to finish their degrees as we go forward. This fall, we enroll more than 380,000 students across our institutions. That's a record. That's more than 17,000 students above last fall's total, and a year-over increase of 4.8%. That's in the light of the demographic cliff that began last summer. We're also seeing growth among first-year students, transfer students, dual enrollment students, and as well as adult learners. Part of the success is due to the funding that you all did for Georgia Match, which helps students understand their options and encourages them to take the next step. Those students who may not have even thought they could attend college or compete have now tried it and increased over 10% of our applications last year. These will be productive students who are successful going forward. So USG is meeting students where they are, offering clear pathways and credentials and degrees. Enrollment growth is not just a victory lap. I want to stress that. We've kind of grown out of the COVID downturn, but we don't think enrollment is just the victory lap. That's not what we're asking. It's our responsibility, because when we get them in the door, when more students say yes to USG, we must deliver on student success, affordability, and completion. That means progression from the first year to the second year, moving on from the second to the third, and then from the third to that diploma in the fourth year in that way. I know many people like to talk about 6-year graduation rate. I'm kind of a 4-year graduation rate guy. So that's what we're telling the presidents as well. And that means 15 hours per semester for 8 semesters. See ya. Here's your diploma. Go to work. Our goal is not only to enroll students, but our goal is to graduate them. In fiscal year 2025, USG institutions recorded a record 82,607 degrees, a 7.9% increase in degrees, the largest year-over-year rise we've seen over the last decade. That is the goal. In fact, some of our presidents have diplomas in all of their faculty's offices showing that is the goal. As students come in for meetings, look there. I'm glad you're here. We want you to have a good time and a great campus experience, but that's the objective. If you don't finish up with a diploma, we've not succeeded, and you've not succeeded. So let's focus on that. So even better, since 2011, listen to this number. The number of degrees awarded has increased by more than 50% since 11 in just 15 years. We're also seeing growth in master's degrees, other advanced credentials that directly support workforce needs, including teachers seeking deeper specialization and professionals moving into leadership roles, which was one of your questions earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, these are not just statistics. They are nurses, teachers, engineers, scientists, big business leaders, and public servants that go out among us and create this vibrant economy that we have in the state of Georgia. That's what we're looking for. That's our role. That's our responsibility at USG. So keeping tuition and fees down matters, and we've worked hard to do that for many students, but the real pressure isn't just tuition, it's the full cost of attendance, as you well know. HOPE is a merit-based program that has changed Georgia's trajectory, and as Governor Kemp mentioned, is a model all across this country. It literally, I was sitting in your seat when we did that, it literally changed the whole culture of USG going forward in that way. And we continue to attract the best and the brightest, not only here at home, but from across the country, and to want to come to matriculate in our USG institutions. So the reality is, frankly, that you well know, many of our students have a financial need in order to attend college. For students who demonstrated financial need, the gap also includes housing, meals, transportation, books, and unexpected expenses. I'm grateful and very appreciative to Governor Kemp for his recommendation to you all to invest $325 million in the USG's Dream Scholarship Program, with the expectation that USG and our institutions will privately raise matching funds. This is a one-time endowment that I've committed to the governor that we're going to go back and try to match it 1, 2, 3 times here with philanthropic funding across the country with national foundations that can provide an ongoing endowment for need-based scholarships in Georgia. I believe it is a historic investment in Georgia students by funding the first state-needed scholarship of its kind. You all probably remember, some of us have had to apologize that Georgia's only one of 2 states in the nation that do not have a needs-based scholarship. This will take us off that list and demonstrate that we're serious about providing higher education for all of our students, regardless of their ability to pay or not. But I want to say clearly, I want you to hear me clearly, this is not a handout. It is a hand up. Students will have the parameters that are expected to earn this by their service, by their workforce, by doing what they can to provide for themselves, not just having a gift to come in and apply and get money. This is important. I want you all to hear that. We are making those parameters very clear and communicating that to all of our campuses that way, which that may include public service or internships here and other places in that way where they're earning and working on campus and other places to make their way as well. The data, however, is clear. Did you realize that students who avoid stopping out because of financial setbacks are 3.5 times more likely to graduate? Once a student stops out, and sometimes it's just a few $100s, $300, $400, $500. Georgia State has shown through their Panther grant, sometimes money as less as $1,000 means the difference between them getting a diploma or stopping out, going out of school with some credit hours, a lot of debt, and no diploma. That's what we're trying to stop here with this Dream Scholarship. Investment gives us the momentum to bring private donors alongside the state committee commitment and open doors for more Georgians. As I've visited with philanthropic groups, very substantial, wealthy philanthropic education groups across the country, do you know what they ask me? What's Georgia doing? Today, you've got the opportunity this year to do something to demonstrate to them that we're putting our money, the taxpayers' money, where our mouth is about all students in that regard. And I hope you'll consider this very seriously in that regard. I'll be happy to answer any questions about that. We've already noted and seen small instances of where need-based support can move the needle. The Georgia College Completion Grant, launched just 2 years ago, thanks to the work of Chairman Chuck Martin. I told him he shouldn't leave a while ago. I was going to call him out. But, okay, he got back in. Thank you, Chuck, for that. It helps students bridge the financial gaps that might otherwise prevent them from graduating. And we want to just continue to do more of that with this Dream Scholarship. Enrollment and affordability mean little if students do not progress and complete their studies. We're on it, folks, I'm telling you. The presidents are tired of hearing me, what's your retention rate? What's your graduation rate? What's your 4-year graduation? What's your under 4-year graduation? What is your 5-year graduation rate? I don't want to hear about your 6-year graduation rate, but we're on it and doing that. We're using data to identify students who need help earlier, connect them with advising and tutoring, and remove barriers that delay graduation. We're also simplifying the transfer process so students don't lose time or credits when they move from one institution to another, including our friends and cousins in the TCSG. Better transfer pathways are good for students and good for efficiency and better graduation rates earlier. In addition, as the governor mentioned at Eggs and Issues, we're partnering with his office and sister agencies to address career navigation, getting students in the right place at the first time, enabling students to connect with academics that apply to their career aspirations earlier. It's something I've been advocating since I became chancellor, knowing that our high school career counselors are there dealing with many other issues rather than college or careers going forward. So this will also enable that. So it will provide students with personalized guidance to help them match academic pursuits with career goals. We're also aligning academic programs with workforce needs through a more agile program review process that includes clear evidence of job demand and expected outcomes. One of the state's most urgent workforce needs, as you well know, is healthcare. Across USG, we're expanding capacity in nursing and other high-demand healthcare professions while maintaining quality and clinical readiness. That means more capacity where we can responsibly grow it, as well as stronger clinical partnerships and simulation experiences that prepare students for modern practice on day one. It also means strengthening faculty pipelines and clinical placement capacity because quality depends on instruction and supervised practice. Georgia has currently only one medical school today, you know, at Augusta University, and we are grateful for the valuable work that the medical college has been doing for almost 200 years, even as we recognize the challenge that creates for physician supply. So thanks to you all, Governor Kemp's support, we're moving forward with the University of Georgia School of Medicine, which is building a new medical education and research facility scheduled for completion in just December of this year. That's moving fast, folks. As we expand medical education, we must also expand residency opportunities so doctors can train and stay here in Georgia. Georgia, as you know, retains physicians at higher rates when they complete their residency here. So our focus is on a full pipeline, medical education, graduate medical education, and the clinical partnerships that keep talent in state. Obviously, MDs are not the only medical professions. Dental health is also important, and that's why that oral health is where Georgia must grow its workforce, especially in rural communities. You know some of those sad statistics about health care availability in some of our rural counties. That's why Augusta University's Dental College of Georgia, the University System, and Georgia Southern and St. Joe's Chancellor are collaborating on a new dental education facility on Georgia Southern's Armstrong campus in Savannah. Thanks to the state's your investment of $178 million in this project, we'll soon see more clinical care rooms, labs, classroom, and facility space, faculty space, all designed to expand training capacity and help in Georgia address Georgia's dental shortage. We're targeting the first class of 50 students in the fall of 28, building the partnership that's already established the Medical College of Georgia's presence on Armstrong campus. So let me share some encouraging news from one of our key health partnerships. This should excite all of us. This is really, again, I appreciate and thank you all for trusting us. Just about 3 years ago, as we moved MCG into partnership with WellStar, in late December, WellStar announced a transformative $50 million philanthropic gift from Tom Golisana to the WellStar Children's Hospital of Georgia, which is affiliated with Augusta University's Medical College of Georgia. This is one of the commitments we negotiated when we talked about this partnership, is that the Children's Hospital would remain vibrant and strong. This is just adding fuel to that commitment. This is the largest gift in both WellStar and the Children's Hospital history. In recognition of that gift, the hospital will be renamed the WellStar Golinsana Children's Hospital of Georgia. It'll join the Golinsana Alliance, a national consortium of 12 leading children's hospitals. It will be the only consortium's only member hospital in Georgia. The first step will be a new state-of-the-art pediatric cardiac intensive care unit. From there, this investment will expand innovation, improve access, and deliver world-class care for children and families across Georgia. Just like for the state, strategic reserves are our rainy day fund, and you'll hear more about that this year. They save Georgia taxpayers money by using dollars that we've already earned, typically from indirect cost recovery from federal grants. We roll over a limited amount of funds from year to year to cover one-time needs without borrowing or relying on new appropriations. And every October, we give you an extended paper regarding each institution, where they are, what they've spent the money for, what their intentions are, in order to make sure you all are informed about these monies. We track these balances annually, and again, to you all, define how they're going to be used and what they're for in that regard. Includes funds for equipment, technology replacement, startup costs for new programs, and facility needs. I need to admit, I've got a little bit of history here. When I became governor, I wanted to improve government, and we created the Commission for New Georgia. One of the recommendations is, why do we force departments in some places to spend all their money? I think that created a use it or lose it. You ever heard about that budgeting premise? Use it or lose it, because they won't give us money next year. This is the whole thought. Folks, 50,000 students, even less, create a small city out here. And that, though you can't just cut that off at the end of the year. I want you to be comfortable in how these funds are being used. They're limited, 3% of tuition, and then other things that contribute. And we want you to be part of that and helping that. But this is saving taxpayers money, and it's critical in that regard. Using sound business principles where we make our operations more efficient and effective. One of the recommendations that came out of that commission was to allow both USG and TCSG the ability to carry forward unspent funds at the university system and TCSG. Why? Strategic reserves are a planning tool. They're not money taxpayers are on the hook for. It avoids that use it or lose it mentality of spending and helps us to be better stewards, which I think when you look over those reports, that's exactly what you'll see. Doing that protects our investment and enables us to remain one of the most affordable university systems in the nation. The legislation providing that authority that you all have granted us to strategically reserve unspent funds from certain funds sources was first passed in 2003. It was renewed in 2006, 2009, 2012, 2015, 2018, 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, we need your help again. It expires this July, and I sincerely appreciate the fact that you want to be mindful of that and responsible for that, and we will commit that, but we need that strategic reserve renewed this year. Also critical to long-term planning is our use of our physical spaces and classrooms. This ties into efficiency and student success. That brings me to a basic stewardship question. How do we make the best use of what we already have? That's a foundational financial question. How do we take what we've got? It's a great university system, and every president wants more and more and more. But what I ask the question, what are you doing with what you have now? And that's the question I know that you all are asking of us as well. If we expand access and make smarter use of our schedules, we're strongly encouraging campuses to support imagine this strange phenomenon, a full week of classes, 5 days. That's horrible, isn't it? We're suggesting that Friday works as well on campuses, and people love to come to class on Friday. So we can serve more students without expanding square footage. Renovation isn't just cheaper, it's smarter as well. Across the system, we're repurposing underused buildings to meet modern needs. That helps us to preserve historic assets, reduce deferred maintenance, and improve student access impact, while still being careful about what already makes sense to renovate and what doesn't make sense. We're also looking at things where it doesn't make sense in a strong demolition aspect. Get it out of the way, stop the square footage charge that you all are paying for when we're not using the building. We're doing that as well. Institutions manage their own space day to day, but at the USG office, we conduct system-level reviews to make sure projects align with the strategic goals. We share best practices so campuses can learn from one another. The point's simple. Our facility strategy is built on stewardship and efficiency and utilization. Here's what else we learned. I think to mention we're demolishing wisely, maintaining strategic business and building with a purpose. Space utilization, cost control, and enrollment trends all inform our capital decisions. Data-based, facts-based database decision-making. When we prioritize renovation and adaptive reuse, we preserve value, award unnecessary new construction, and prepare our campuses for the future. Every dollar spent is a step toward a stronger academic environment and a better experience for the students that we serve. Mr. Chairman, I submit to you that the University System of Georgia is delivering for the people of this state. We're growing enrollment in a national environment. We're awarding more degrees than ever before. We're keeping college affordable and providing transparent information about cost and value. And we're strengthening Georgia's healthcare pipeline through nursing growth, the University of Georgia School of Medicine, dental education expansion, and major clinical partnerships. I want to thank you all, the members of this committee, the General Assembly, and the Governor for all of your support in allocating the investment of taxpayer dollars to the university system. And I want to thank you for your questions and your partnership. And since this is the budget here, and I probably ought to turn to some numbers now, if you don't mind. I'll turn to specifics of the governor's recommendation for the amended and next year fiscal budgets and capital budget recommendations. We look forward to working with each of you this session and appreciate your continued support of higher education University System of Georgia. One of the major items that you may notice was a $325 million in needs-based funding aid that I previously mentioned. I want to focus on now on the cash-funded capital. That, again, is an endowment. It's a one-time type of commitment, not something that you'll be expected to fund next year. That's on our shoulders, and I commit to do that. One of the major items is that you'll see in cash-funded additions in the amended, Georgia Tech, the $88.2 million for a new aerospace engineering building, one of our major industries in Georgia. If you go to that building, you'd vote for that in a heartbeat. If you looked at what's going over there. UGA has $5.6 million for nursing school design at the University of Georgia, $11.4 million for medical school equipment. And I appreciate we have wisely used the additional MRR money in helping deferred maintenance over the last couple of years. We appreciate that. The governor's recommended it again, and we'll continue to do and relieve us of, in older campuses, of buildings that need help. Again, our total operating budget grows to $3.87 billion, 7.5% higher than FY26 due to enrollment growth. So to totally increase roughly $207 million, $70 million. $216.5 million is for formula enrollment growth, University System of Medical School in Georgia also has some of that. Healthcare, insurance, and retirement adjustments over $36 million and $4 million for retirement rate increases. Other notables are $2.8 million to establish the Institute of Civic Thought and Leadership at Georgia Tech, and many other states have done that. We think it's time that Georgia again started something where we can help students to understand civil debate and create a culture of Western civilization taught here in the state of Georgia. Now on to some of our capital requests. This slide shows the governor's capital recommendations for FY26, which include $118 million, .1 in support of capital projects. For time's sake, I'm not going to go through all the list, but I'm happy to talk with you about any of these as we go forward. This concludes the overview and operating and capital budget recommendations, Mr. Chairman. So thank you again to you all, Governor Kemp, and the General Assembly for your continued support of higher education, University System of Georgia. I hope that you believe, as I do, that you're getting a good return on the taxpayers' investment in higher education and talent flow. I look forward to any of your questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chancellor. We got 3 or 4. Leader Hughley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chancellor, I'm on the other side of the room over here. I want to congratulate you all on this Dream Scholarship, but I do have a question in terms of how did you come up with a $3,000 amount, and is there a maximum over the course of a student's career that they can receive under this scholarship?
That's the $350 to $3,000 is a per annual type of thing, and that would be no more than that per year.
Yes, but you're talking about 4 years, 5 years, or 6
4
years?
years.
So it's just for 4 years? The other thing is I'm glad that you mentioned that we need to get out of the use it or lose it mentality and allow our institutions to use strategic carryover for planning, and I hope that we will do that. That's something that our local university and technical schools are very concerned about that. So thank you for championing that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chairman Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chancellor. I appreciate your leadership, hiding in the corner. I especially appreciate your focus on degree completion and your measurements of less than 4 years, and greater than 4-year graduation rates. Do you have a baseline that we can begin to measure the progress in that area? Do you have a baseline for under 4, 4, and more than 4?
I think, Senator, the best thing to do is let me provide you every institution's numbers on those. There's no baseline. For instance, we've asked them all to report what it is. So I think the best way we can do is provide it to you and others who are interested over what there's under 4, the 5, and the 6 is for graduation completion. But that's the goal, and I appreciate you've been a stalwart in pressing that issue of harvesting the investment that we're making in dual enrollment in that regard. And we're delighted to show you those numbers.
Thank you.
Chairman Newton.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chancellor, thank you for your stewardship over the system and for so many years of service. You did mention.
Can you speak up, Chairman Newton?
You did mention a few things about affordability, which I think was helpful. In particular, the decrease after adjusting for inflation and tuition, at least tuition and fees that have gone down. Can you tell us any more about that? You mentioned how the presidents are encouraged to look at 4-year graduation because the number of years you're paying that tuition obviously matters if it's 5 or 6 instead of 4. What are some ideas that you're doing? Is there a particular goal? Does it vary for all the different schools? I know we have 25 different ones.
Sure.
Can you tell us any details on how that encouragement is going?
A great question. Honestly, one of the things we're really looking at is there some magic about 120 credit hours, and is that what qualifies as a bachelor's degree? So we're seriously investigating that. We're also focusing on shorter-term credentials, badges, certificates, and things like that, where people can come and maybe already in the workforce getting upskilling efforts that way. But obviously, the completion is what we're on, and as I tell the president what I told you, I'm not really interested in your 6-year graduation rate. I'm interested in your 4-year and under 4-year graduation rate.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman Watson. Hold on. right.
Chairman. Thank you, Chancellor. Certainly is great to see the tuition decrease over the years. I just wanted clarification on the line item you had said showed I think it looks like it was a reduction of $4.6 million of AU MCG campus. Can you just help me understand that a little bit?
Yeah, that was the money that was put ahead before they earned, with the expectation that money now will be earned in that regard. So that's why it's taken about out of the base there at the $4 million mark that you mentioned there, because you would put that in for the last 2 years and help before the earning of the credit hours come about.
Representative Glaze.
Thank you, Mr. Chancellor. I wanted to ask on the Dream Scholarship, is it stackable, and is the Dream Scholarship, will it be the priority?
It is, Pell will continue in any other contribution they made. It is on top of that. It's a gap-based funding that way that will help them not stop out because of finances.
Thank you.
Forcing. Representative Evans, is that you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chancellor, Secretary, Governor. Good to see you. On the needs-based scholarship, you mentioned, and I think the budget says match, and I think the governor said this morning $1 billion in private funds, and I was wondering, is that something that the regents are raising? Is that something the member institutions are raising? And how far along are we, and who do we have to thank for those private funds?
Well, we're just beginning since the governor's announcement. Obviously, I was not able to talk about a match prior to that time, but that's on me, and that's on our development, that's on our USG Foundation, that's on our regents, and that's on the philanthropic community of Georgia, but nationally as well. As I've gone to national philanthropic educational foundations, the question I mentioned to you earlier was what I get. What is the state doing? Now I can take this $300 million and say, here's a state speaking up. Now we need you to come alongside. My goal is to my personal goal is about 5 times. I'd love to have $1.5 billion in there as an endowment that would throw off cash for the foreseeable future need-based scholarship.
And one follow-up, there's currently about $2.5 billion in unrestricted lottery reserves. Has there been any discussion of pulling any funding from that? Last year we allocated an additional $163 million, I believe, but we also put back $105 million. So we're really not spending down that extra reserve, and I was wondering if that had been thought of as a source.
It has been considered. Obviously, we need to be very jealous of the Hope Scholarship that continues. Those lines can cross very quickly. The government's concerned about that, and I've been to his judgment and the OPB's judgment about that in that way. I'm very high on Gretchen Corbin and the continued advancement of the Georgia Lottery, and obviously that would be for your discussion. I'd like to raise this money privately. With the state's step up of $300 million, I'd love to raise the rest of the money privately across this country for the benefit of our students. I think it's going to be well received.
Thank you.
Representative Edna Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chancellor. I'm sorry. My voice is gone. Thank you very much. I think it's a wonderful program. My question is, will this operate through the financial aid office on each of the campuses, and will there be criteria for for those students on need that should get a need-based grant? Will it be determined by the staff, and how is the criteria going to be set up? Would it be the same for every institution, or would every institution determine the need-based student through their financial aid office, or however else they do it?
If I understand your question, Ms. Edna, it will be administered by the state, by the local institutions who are used to dealing with financial aid. They're the ones with the FAFSA that understand what the needs are, and they can calculate the unmet need that every student has. We will prorate and allocate based on a formula of capacity and enrollment out to institutions over where that money would go in that regard. But they would be responsible for administering that. We don't want to spend any money setting up a new bureaucracy in the foundation or anywhere else that would take money away from the students.
Chairman Carpenter.
Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you for this. I do want to ask you, as far as setting up, I'm over here. Okay. Well, first thing I would say is don't hold the University of Georgia at hostage because they have like 4.5-year graduation rates, because a lot of people like that extra fall because of football. So don't penalize them. It's not a slap. The question is, as far as setting up those parameters for this needs-based scholarship, which I think is needed, concerned that maybe the legislature wouldn't have a lot of involvement in setting up those parameters. So that's my question, is will we be involved in that conversation?
We would welcome your feedback. Honestly, these parameters will be transparent and communicated, but through the session as we develop this, it would obviously be starting July 1, but we would welcome any ideas and feedbacks that could help in that regard going forward.
Chancellor, I think you have completed the board.
Thank you, Chairman Hatchett. Thank you all.
Next up is Gretchen Corbin with the Georgia Lottery Commission. Oh, I skipped somebody. Greg Dozier, Technical College System of Georgia. Sorry. All right, let's bring the rumble down, please.
Commissioner, I didn't forget about you.
I didn't either. Just a faux pas.
Commissioner Dozier, thank you for being here, and the floor is yours.
Am I on? Yep. Thank you, Chairman and committee, and it's an honor to be here. Do want to share we have a new chairman of the TCSG board, Mr. Buzz Law, and he has sent most of you, I think all of you, an email. So if you see an email from our new board chair, he's very excited to serve and willing to listen to you and serve you as well. So very proud to have Buzz serving in that, and an honor here to represent our agency, our 22 colleges, our great presidents, and those that work in workforce across the system. As you know, and we are very proud, we have a pretty singular focus on what our mission is. Our mission is to have a globally competitive workforce for this state, and our vision is equally as focused to make sure that everyone in this state has the opportunity for economic prosperity by obtaining a skill which gives them a job, which changes their life, their family's life in this state. This summer, when we got together with leadership across the state, all of our local boards and our local foundation boards, and we talked about the state of the system, I want to tell you that it was a great day, and I'll show you a few things in just a minute, and I want you guys to share in that. We're going to show you some stats that we could not say we had without your support, both here in this Capitol, but also back home in your communities. And so as we celebrate, I hope you celebrate. It's plain and simple, the message that technical education is connected to prosperity is really hitting home. And we talked in that conference about, do we believe? Do we believe we're meeting that mission? Do we believe we're changing lives? And do we believe that others believe? And I think today, this next chart will show that your effect on our college system and our future is strong. We've had an enormous number of milestones, but I chose just a few, hopefully, to celebrate with you today. But this current fall semester that we ended, first time this agency has seen over 1 million credit hours in one semester. 159,280 was the actual headcount enrollment, the highest since the Great Recession in 2013. 47,496 graduates. That's the highest we've ever graduated in 1 year. 81,400 credentials earned the same year, which was last year, for the 47,000 graduates, the highest number of credentials in a single year. And of those graduates, a 92% placement in field, 99% placement overall. This has been a result of your support, the governor's support, and our community support. People understand the power of technical education, and the investment that has been made in this system is paying dividends. As we look at a few of those milestones that you guys have had your hands in, one jumped out, and that was the Dual Achievement Program, and I want to thank President Pro Tem Jan Jones for helping us still perfect that. It's in a pilot state right now, and we're still looking how to make it better. But in those 5 colleges that have a pilot high school, over 4,179 students who are going to drop out of high school transferred into the pilot high schools and are still enrolled in education, with over 727 students graduating with a high school diploma. You guys appropriated $1.4 million in apprenticeships, the high demand apprenticeship program, making apprenticeships in the Georgia the focus, and we continue to grow and move to levels we haven't seen before in apprenticeships. The governor funded $10.6 million in grant funds during the COVID time to implement an e-learning platform, which we call TCSG Connect. That's cross-registration and use of our instructors across all 22 colleges, making sure students can get classes no matter where they are across this state. And on articulation and so many other things, Many mentioned short-term programs and micro-credentialing, showing that someone has a skill. We implemented a badging solution where people can apply for jobs, and that's easily seen. A few years ago, you funded 2 additional officers for every police department we had in our colleges. With those 22 officers, we have enhanced campus safety, but we've also become the first state system to become fully state accredited, all 22 police departments. Top State for Talent, executed for a first in its kind nursing articulation agreement with USG. I couldn't thank the Chancellor more, but we've talked about the 900 plus articulations from college to college. We've talked about opening up pathways, as the Chancellor just mentioned, and the Chancellor and his team stepped forward and said, we want all of your nurses to have the easiest pathway to success on a BSN. Couldn't thank him more and his team more. We're currently working on 3 more of those articulations. In addition, we took the standard 28 articulated classes from system to system and grown that to over 35 now. One last thing on this page, we developed the first ever State Workforce Development Board approved high demand career list. This was legislation that you guys asked for and the governor asked for, empowered the State Workforce Board to have one common term on what a high demand career path is, and the State Workforce Board has implemented that, and we're applying that across all items such as the high demand apprenticeship program. You guys are trusting us, we're executing, and you saw the results. It's making a difference. Looking at the overall numbers, last year your technical college system as a whole served over 592,000 citizens. Across that, if we just start at the gold, 44,000, that's adult learners. Most of these individuals did not graduate with a high school diploma, but they're coming back and either getting that high school equivalency, or today we can actually issue a high school diploma to someone who gets those 9 core credits and 2 technical certificates. Last year we served 41,000, so we're seeing that uptick. If we go in the rotation, the green area, 159,280 technical education students. Those that are working on a credit pathway that produces a credential or a diploma. We went up from 148,000 students last year. The next area is our workforce area. Our WEO, our Title III money that's training or retraining those that are unemployed or underemployed, as well as serving with resume and employment services. Last year we served 133,000 individuals. This year, as you see, 173,000. The next one, the dark blue, is our economic development. That's our customized training. That's a non-credit pathway but teaches a skill. Mainly our employers come to us and ask to help with their employment and their specialized needs in your communities. Last year we did serve more. We served 147,746. This year on the chart's 129,000. The caveat on that, and we all have caveats when the numbers go down, right? We changed accounting systems of how we actually number those that we served. We did not have a unified system and everything was self-reported. We implemented a unified system that counts it daily, and I believe that we changed up how we count those numbers. This year will be the first test, but that number will go up. And the last area is our quick start services. Last year we served 65,902, and this year 85,954. So when you look at those served in your communities, in every area for the most part, we're touching the lives in different ways and at greater numbers. I'll spend most of this presentation because the appropriations, state appropriations, is primarily funding the tech ed, that green area. So you'll see a little bit deeper dive into the green area on our technical education. If we just look at the growth across technical education, because of the governor's efforts and your efforts, this state rebounded quicker than other states. And so while other states still had a negative growth in their two-year community colleges or technical colleges, in 2022, we were ahead of the curve. We had a 3% growth. Within last year, saw a 10.6% growth, or year before last year. And last year, we saw a 9.4% growth. Just a reminder, the Appropriations Act's based on enrollment. We get funded basically a year and a half to 2 years behind on our enrollment. So when we get to the budget in a minute, last year you funded us on a 10.6% growth in the Appropriations Act last year. This year our request when we get to the formula will be based on a 9.4% growth that you see on this chart. I'll also show you what we're currently doing in the current semester in just a minute. Just to give that in a credit hour and a head count, you guys fund us on a credit hour, so that's where you saw the 9.4, but our head count's up also at 7.1. And if you dive into strategic enrollment, those high demand areas, while we've had an incredible year overall, it continues to grow in the areas we want it to in the state of Georgia. 7.4% growth, almost 19% in manufacturing, a little bit 2% in cyber. That was huge last year, so we were happy where that is. Love to see more, obviously. Aviation, 17, CNA, 17, and nursing and ADN is 20%. In a minute, I'll show you a reduction in the budget related to nursing. I'll go ahead and hit it now since you're seeing that increase in numbers. We had a decrease based on rewriting the curriculum where we have more students in nursing, but our credit hours went down in nursing. So when I get to that in a minute, it'll look a little odd. You'll probably think, well, he just showed me an increase and now he's talking about a decrease. We had an increase in students, a slight decrease in credit hours. We'll talk about that more in just a minute. But this current fall, what will you see next year in the appropriations process? This is just a little taste. Obviously, we haven't finished the year, but this current fall over last fall was up 7.9% in student headcount. It's up 9.2% in credit hours, which is what our funding is based on. And as I've already mentioned on that first slide, we had 1,016,925 credit hours. Students are showing up and they're taking more and more credit hours, meaning they're getting out faster. It's an incredible story and it shows well for our workforce of the future. Diving into those fall numbers a little deeper. We talked about the enrollment already, credit hours over 1 million we already talked about, but I often get asked about dual enrollment versus traditional. So I wanted to make sure you saw that our growth is in both areas. Our traditional student went up from 79,000 to over 85,000 fall over fall. Our dual enrollment student also went up 33,000 to 36,000. And our high demand areas that we track have gone up from 25 to 27. I believe what this shows you is we're getting the word out to everyone across the state of the power of technical education. They're finding us and they're focusing in on the right areas. Very excited about the work of our colleges. We have 22 dedicated presidents and a staff out there that's really reaching everybody across our system. Looking at our adult learner. So far this current fall, you notice last year we served around 40,000. We will continue to serve and break that record this year, but current year to date, 20,000 enrolled. IETs, you may go, what is that? IET is an integrated educational training pathway. That's a lot, right? What's that mean? It means you leave with a credential. Not only are you getting your high school education either through a equivalency or a diploma, but you're leaving with a welding certificate. You're leaving with a diesel mechanic certificate. The studies, I've shared this, but just to repeat it, the studies show that we're trying to change lives. Getting the high school diploma, most people go back to the same job they have. That's where their comfort is. But if you give them a skill, they'll go get a higher paying job. And so not only are we educating folks and getting that high school equivalency and diploma, but we're empowering them with confidence to go get a job that changes their life. Those IETs we want to see go up. 357 is not where I'm happy with. Our goal is to have everybody that graduates out of there with an IET. And so we're pushing that and pushing it. Our high school completion, a little over 1,400. I mentioned Dual Achieve, the 5 pilot high schools that we're still working on. We'll continue to work with this body on perfecting that and hopefully taking that pilot off at some time. But just the numbers in themselves. Enrollment. This year we're over 1,600 enrolled. College credentials, over 900. Diplomas this year was 400. But just as a reminder, the 3 years it's been in operation, we've had over 700 high school diplomas graduated. That's folks that were going to drop out of high school that continued and got their high school diploma. I'll add in, they also got a credential. Just remember that 900 is powerful. Georgia Match. We could not be prouder of the governor's focus on the top state for talent. One of the first initiatives in that was Georgia Match. One of the areas that I keep driving and hoping that we change, and we're seeing it change, is high school graduates. The state of Georgia has stayed around 7% for eons, decades. 7% of those graduating come to your technical college system. We did not see movement in that until Georgia Match. When we sent Georgia Match out and made folks realize their opportunities before them, we have jumped from 7% to nearly 10%. The national average is around 12 to 15%, depending on what year it is. We have a goal to see that go up to the 15%. And so we are so happy about Georgia Match. It's making a difference. We're seeing the impact. Folks at a younger age are finding their pathway. A few other things that are in top state for talent: the accelerated career path in high school with our superintendent that was here earlier. We continue to navigate our young folks toward a skill in high school that navigates to your technical college and then your university systems. Our articulation agreements, I've already mentioned, just phenomenal with our university system, but also our independent colleges. The Career Navigator is on its way, as you've heard. Georgia Match we've implemented. The High Demand Apprenticeship Program we spoke about. The High Demand Career List, and our micro-credentials. All of these are making a difference for the employers in our state. So what does the budget look like? Kind of as the chancellor said, we probably ought to talk about those numbers, right? So here we are. When you look at this, I'd ask you to look at the second column. The second column in our amended budget says one-time salary supplement, and that's that $2,000 one-time supplement that the governor mentioned in his State of the State. That equates to $13.9 million for TCSG, and it fully funds our positions. The other singular change in the amended budget is the next column where you see other changes. It's a reduction of one position for $225,000. This is a position that was funded in the Appropriations Act to help with recruiting and employing folks for the Hyundai operation. It's an MOU with our partners over at Department of Economic Development, and they just haven't hired it yet. So the money's going away here, but they will continue to move forward with hiring that position. The last item in the amended budget is we do have one capital project, and that is $48 million for MR&R for system-wide critical infrastructure projects. Just to let you know, this is something that's been greatly needed, so very, very thankful to the governor. We have over 13.5 million square feet across our system. When you look at that, we have a high need for roof replacement, HVAC projects, parking lots, plumbing, fire suppression. All of the items on this are at end of life. Of those, 48% of the projects in the 48 million are HVAC projects, 25% are roofing, and the rest are fire suppression, plumbing, and parking lots. We'll be happy to provide that breakdown as we get into the budget. Looking at the big budget, it'll be over the next 2 pages, so I don't have a total on this one, but the first item is the statewide spreads that you see in the first column by program. Those statewide spreads are just over $20 million, $20,999,000. Most of that, as you've already heard from other agencies, is in the health care insurance premiums going down. A little over $21 million of that is health care premiums going down. It's going up in TRS, it's going up in our premiums to DOAS, GTA Telecom, and our Georgia Works program. So $21 million cut for health care. The rest is an add back. The offset at the bottom of the line when we get to the next page will be a little over $20 million for those statewide spreads. Looking at the workload and other adjustments, you'll see that cut again, the $225 for the position I've already mentioned. And then we'll flip to the next page and talk about some new items. Going down the workload and other adjustments formula, I mentioned to you 9.4% increase in credit hours in my presentation. That formula results in a $33.5 million add to our budget. In addition, in our formula, we have a square footage base on how we do our operations. So our formula is based on the credit hours covers our personnel cost. The square footage covers everything else. So if you think about plumbing, break fixes, contracts for custodial, landscaping, all of that, we had a 0.92% increase in that square footage. It resulted in a $553,000 add in that part of our formula. The next part is the one I've already mentioned. I'm sorry, it's not the one I've already mentioned. I'll get to it in a minute. The next one is a decrease of $4.7 million for our dual achieve pilot project. That is the 5 high schools I mentioned. When those 5 high schools were originally introduced to you guys, it had no funding mechanism, and the governor and the General Assembly funded this $4.7 million. There was changes to the legislation that connected the folks in that program to the QBE formula. So the money goes away that's state funded, and we're supposed to work with Department of Education on how we get money to continue this program. There's been issues around that funding formula, and we hope this session we're working with a legislative fix on that to keep this program going. But this change is based on the legislative change on where the funding comes from, and we're still working on that. So I appreciate your support on this program as we move forward. As we look at the next item, I mentioned to you, we were very blessed, and I want to thank this body. 4 years ago, Mr. Chairman, this body started going down the road of really looking at some high-demand areas that needed additional funding for expansion. Those high-demand areas that were identified to make a difference was nursing, CDL, and aviation. And so as we look at those areas, we've done a great job on making sure those areas are fully funded so the colleges can expand and grow them. Last year, I mentioned the nursing went down. Number of students went up, but because of some Pell changes and also getting folks to the workforce quicker, the number of credit hours went down. So majority of this decrease is related to nursing. We did have a real decrease in CDL, though. Our numbers dipped. It's come back this current fall, so we'll be up again this year. But that's why you see this reduction in that high demand area of $748,000.
So it's not really a reduction in the demand. It's just fluctuating.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, that's the conclusion of the cash part of it. But we do have a very nice budget recommendation from the governor on many projects going to impact your communities in capital outlay. The first several are a continuation of last year's funding. So the first one is the final funding for the furniture and fixtures and equipment for the Atlanta Tech's renovation of the Henry Louis Hank Aaron Academic Complex. That's $4.4 million. That was an additional 48,000 square feet for advanced manufacturing. The next item, last session, we were blessed to get the design monies of $2.1 million for an advanced manufacturing engineering technology building in the budget. This year we're asking for the $26.5 million in construction. As you can see, the governor recommended half of that at $13.2 million. So we'll obviously be working with you guys hoping that we can fully fund that. The next item is Georgia Piedmont Technical College Building B, the simulated training hospital where we partner with Piedmont Hospital. This is the furniture, fixtures, and equipment for that project. It was a $11 million project, of which this is the final funding for the project at $1.5 million. Gwinnett Technical College has been our kind of premier automotive college. They have a partnership with Mercedes, Ford, Mazda, and a host of others. This is an expansion of over 17,000 square feet for that project. The total cost was $8.6 million, of which this is the final part for the furniture and fixtures at $1.4 million. And the final project that was a carry forward from last year's funding was West Georgia Technical College Building A renovation. This is electrification and transportation center in Troup County. This is a renovation of over 37,000 square feet, a total project cost of around $12 million, and the final part for the furniture and fixtures at $565,000. The next projects will be all new projects that's in this budget that we're hoping to kick off with your support, and thank the governor for his support. The first one is at Chattahoochee Technical College, a manufacturing and diesel lab renovation. This is the design and construction in Bartow County of $8.8 million. The total project's just over $10.2 million, which means if this is funded next year, we'd come back to you on the furniture and fixtures at $1.4 million. The next item is Georgia Northwestern Technical College, the Industrials Technology and Renovation Phase 2. Last year, the last couple of years, you funded Phase 1. Phase 1 ended up having a total redo of the infrastructure. What was found out is the wastewater treatment part of that and the HVAC was just dilapidated and falling apart. So with that money, we were able to actually do all of the renovation to the infrastructure and fund building D. And then Phase 2 will come back in, having done all of the infrastructure, and be able to renovate buildings C and F for $13.3 million in Floyd County. The next project is at Gwinnett Technical College, the North Fulton Campus Building 2. Many years ago, we built a Building 1 there, and it is maxed out. Its primary focus is on healthcare and IT. This will be the second building that was planned years ago when the first one was. We had the parking lot there, and the space is sitting and waiting. But this will be the design money for that at $2.2 million on that Alpharetta campus. The total cost of that project will be over $33 million, with us coming back next year asking for the $26 million for construction. The next project is Oconee Fall Lines. Oconee Fall Lines is a diesel lab addition. This will do all of it, the design, construction, and FF&E there in Washington County for $5 million there in Sandersville. The next project is Ogeechee Technical College. It's an automotive and EV renovation and expansion there in Bullock. The total project cost is $15.7 million. It's over 19,000 square feet, and the design part of that is $1 million that we're asking for this year. And the last college project is Savannah Technical College, and it's an expansion to the aviation campus building there in Chatham. We have a huge partnership down there, and we need to expand it because we have maxed out. This will allow us to do 3 times the students, with over 1,200 students being served in that. It's a $19 million total cost facility with over 26,000 additional square feet. and the design part of that is $1.3 million. We're also blessed, and this is the last item in my presentation, that the governor supported an additional college and career academy at $3 million. As you know, each year that this is funded, we run a competition for folks to actually come in with their communities, their local communities, their local K-12 partners, their technical college partners, put together a plan on actually implementing this, and this gives them the seed money to make this happen. We've been very successful across this state. That facility remains in the K-12 environment, but has obviously a great partnership with your technical college on the skill side. And this would be the 57th, I believe, career college across this state if it's funded. Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
You got a couple. Chairman Lynn Smith.
Thank you. I'm right in front of you. And this also goes to my colleagues in this room today. Several years ago in Coweta County, we had our largest industry tell our school system they could not hire anybody who graduated from our high school. That led to in-depth study, and it was determined that there were silos of education that prevented this learning that was necessary. The silos were your technical colleges, your K through 12, and your university systems. So the birth of this is why I'm bragging here. It started in Coweta County.
It did.
But what happened last week is a credit to what our three presenters are telling us. The U.S. Secretary of Education visited our 3rd District, Congressman Brian Jack. She's visiting all of the states, but she came to our area because no one else in the United States has been able to do what the leadership has done for the past 25 years. So it's phenomenal, and I'm shouting out to you, but to all of our other presenters as well. Our General Assembly took the bullets when we passed the ones where everybody was really mad at us.
Yep.
And so it's amazing that now we are the leader for the country.
It's an incredible partnership, and Mr. Whitlock's done an incredible job out there, and it was a great meeting.
Chairman Hickman. Hey, my board went blank.
Chairman, two quick things. When will y'all release the high demand information y'all give by RESA district, so we know, you tell us what the high demand for Georgia is.
Yes, sir.
But we had a bill a couple of years ago to identify by RESA districts.
So we'll get that to you. We have 12 different, if I remember right, 12 different high demand regional areas to make sure that the state high demand is not singular. So we'll get that to you. Yes, sir.
And the second question is, you mentioned about overall growth. Do all schools have growth, or do we have some that's decreasing, or what's?
Yeah. Year to year, all schools have had growth since the last 3 years. Year to year, it's been up and down, but I can tell you last year we had 21 of 22 colleges have increases, and the one that did not was slight. This year, they're already showing growth. Now, we do have a couple involved that have a little decrease, but not much. But overall, pretty much it's all 22 colleges have really experienced growth. Yes, sir.
Chairman Allen Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say, I'm over here. I just want to send my compliments to the agency and all the personnel over there. I've long since said that the best money in post-secondary education is our tech schools in Georgia. And given the fact we don't have a football team over there, then that puts it far above a lot of other areas. So thank y'all for what y'all are doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your support.
Chairman Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate TCSG. I want to get your insights on apprenticeships and how we might continue to enhance that method of technical and adult education.
Yeah, I think that, we've been very blessed that this body several years ago saw fit to incentivize companies to spend their time and effort on apprenticeships, and it's paying dividends. And what I mean by that is, for the first time, and unlike many states, this body put in $1.2 million several years ago and then increased it to $1.4 million last year to help companies who are applying to have apprenticeship support. The federal government sends down federal dollars to help pay for training of apprenticeships. But when you do that as a company, it takes a lot of paperwork, it takes a mentor, it takes a dedication, and sometimes you got to spur folks on to see the benefit of that. The result has been is that little bit of money has extrapolated into more apprentice, meaning as we look at our power companies, they went all in on the opportunity, and now that they had the opportunity, they're hiring far more apprenticeships than the state actually supported initially. And so as we look going forward, there's a few things. We do not have one entity that actually counts apprenticeships in this state. TCSG, all 22 colleges are apprenticeship sponsors, meaning that if a local company wants to do a USDOL apprenticeship, they have to have a sponsor to support them and help them navigate that process. All of your colleges do that, but so do a lot of nonprofits and other things. And so in the state of Georgia, we actually can't tell you exactly how many apprenticeships we have because there's not one entity that actually counts those. And so as we move forward, if we want to actually profess what I think we are, I think we're the best, but I really can't put my finger on it to say we're the best. We'll have to figure out a way to actually support that. But if we can continue supporting our industries, as far as supporting them on actually understanding the power of apprenticeships, I think that goes a long way, Mr. Chairman. And obviously, we've had a few discussions, and I owe you a follow-up discussion.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. I couldn't help but notice that the needs-based aid is only in the USG part of the budget, and I'm a little concerned because I know that students that attend our technical colleges are more likely to be lower income, and while the grant is stronger than it's been, there's still a gap in that cost of attendance. And so I wanted to ask you, couldn't your students use that as well, and has there been any discussion about including TCSG as a place where students could use those funds?
Yeah, great question. I'm going to have to follow up with you. We have not had discussions with the Chancellor or the Governor's office on that yet, but obviously we're always looking at how to help our needs-based folks. We have a lot of opportunities you already mentioned in the HOPE grant. We have 18 pathways that are fully funded, both tuition and fees. And so there's a lot of opportunity in our system already, but there are some students that go through the gaps, and we'll have to follow up on that and get with you. Yes, ma'am.
Senator James.
Thank you. Commissioner Dozier, I didn't hear you say anything about special education students.
Yes, ma'am.
Who, with all of the money, we have some students who are on the spectrum who can learn a lot, and others. I want to know if you have any programs with the monies that we're getting from the lottery. And many of the people who actually play the lottery and use the lottery, they have children who need the help, and so they can become self-sufficient. So the needs-based, definitely.
Sure.
And some of the apprenticeships, like the film industry, and they don't want to hire people from New York or from California. They want to hire people right here. And some of those 400 jobs that they have to hire out, they have apprenticeships for them. And I was just wondering if we have any plans on the table to help these citizens, because they're growing up now, and they're even driving cars, some. So anyway,
yeah, I'll have to follow up with you. I can tell you that we serve and do have programs, but I can't give you specific today. But be glad to sit down with you and walk through that.
I would like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Liberty County, Al Williams.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was beginning to wonder this beautiful black was invisible today.
You get to close it out.
I got a question. Good to see you, Mr. Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to bring to light, and I know it obviously did not make the chopping block, or it made the chopping block, and it's not on the list. But in Liberty County, at the Technical College, Savannah Area Tech Campus there, we have, of course, the largest single base as far as money into the economy in Georgia, over $5 billion.
Yes, sir.
I get a lot of complaints from military people. The CDL training center there, it got to be, it can't be the worst because I know I hadn't seen the worst, but it's got to be one of the worst facilities you have in Georgia. We literally are running extension cords from one building to the other because of the light fixtures. Siding is falling off, the heating is terrible, and we have porta toilets for the students there. And the military folk primarily come there to try and get CDL license, are highly disciplined. We want to keep them in Liberty County, over 400 a month, exit out, and it's a terrible picture to have the best state to do business in America have facilities that look like that.
Yes, sir. I hear you, and obviously it's something we've had on the list, and we need to get it back on there. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, we do.
Commissioner, I got one final question.
Yes, sir.
Are there any classrooms you're trying to fill right now that you can't get a professor for?
Mr. Chairman, we struggle with that every day across the whole system.
Can you tell me what those fields would be?
Yeah.
Where you're having trouble getting teachers?
Generically, it's all of the high demand areas where folks can go make a better living doing the job versus teaching it. So
Can you list some of those for me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Welding,
Welding.
aviation,
Okay.
electrical, HVAC. It's just about all of the ones.
What about
that-
your nurses? Are you
Nursing,
able-
yeah,
Okay.
very much so.
Does
Yes,
dental
sir.
hygiene fall in that? Are you okay with that one?
No, hygiene falls into it. We're struggling down in Vidalia with that one just here recently.
What? Would it have been easier for me to ask which ones you're not having a hard time filling?
Well, the reality is, you may see me not answering specifically because it's a fair question. That's kind of become the daily grind of our colleges of making sure we have the instructors. And so while it's not easy, we just keep on and keep on and keep on. Every now and then, we do have a case. A couple of years ago, we shut down nursing up at Chat Tech because we lost all of our instructors, and it took us about 6 months to fill them back. Since then, we've been able to keep it going.
Do those folks have to have a degree, or can they? What? And I'm not trying to go into a 20-minute explanation here, but I would think if someone's got 20 years doing HVAC, I'd rather have that guy teaching me than the person.
No, it depends on the discipline. Nursing, yes. HVAC, no. But yes, if it's a nursing by the state board requirements, it requires a master's level instructor in those nursing programs. At the HVAC, electrical, all of those, no, sir, it does not.
If there are things that we can clarify and make easier for you, either through a licensing point or through they've got the on-the-job training, that's the person you want us to be doing. If you guys can make a short list of that, we would be happy to try to knock that off your list this year.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Mr. Commissioner, that's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, Gretchen Corbin with the Georgia Lottery Corporation.
Here's your clicker for you.
Okay, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Thank you. Thank you, Justin.
Sir.
Oh, he running. He ain't using common sense. He running, dog. He on the run. I like how y'all sit so nicely next to each other.
All right, let's move on.
Thank you,
Floor
Mr.
is
Chairman.
yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Hatchett and Tillery, for the invitation to join you all and for all members of this esteemed committee. Well, good afternoon. My name is Gretchen Corbin. I'm the President and CEO of your Georgia Lottery, and it is always a pleasure to be with you at the beginning of the legislative session. Many thanks to all of you for your incredible work on every day and days like today, and for the lottery for the support that you provide all throughout the year. We sincerely appreciate you. On behalf of Governor Kemp, the Georgia Lottery Corporation Board of Directors, our team, and especially the Hope and Pre-K students and families who have benefited from the Georgia Lottery in the past 32 years, I'm excited to provide an information on a milestone year with you today, Mr. Chairman. As you know, the good news is the Georgia Lottery does not receive appropriations, so you can kind of take a breather for requests, but we all, obviously, our purpose is to generate revenue to send back to you to allocate along with the governor to Education for Hope and Pre-K. So jumping in, a quick snapshot updated of the Georgia Lottery's record. It's been a big year of milestones. With our quarterly transfer in October, we have now returned over $30 billion to the state of education since our inception. And Mr. Chairman, when I say we, I mean we. That was 30 years. Many of you in this room were there when the lottery started, or a few of you were in the room. And then also all of you have been supportive, and I want to thank you as well as not just being supportive, but also possibly being players. Thank you. So we have now returned over $30 billion to the state for education. We hit the milestone of our 10th consecutive year of returning over $1 billion to the state, with this last fiscal year's return of $1.471 billion to education. Since inception, 2.2 million four-year-olds have jump-started their education by attending a lottery-funded pre-K program, and there have been 2.25 million Hope Scholarship and grant recipients since 1993, and growing. Chris may have an even more updated number. In fiscal year 25, we made 75 new millionaires. And in this fiscal year, in 26, just recently, we had our largest prize winner ever in Georgia Lottery's history. So can you imagine this? I have to say thank you for the great pleasure and honor of meeting with this winner. A one-ticket winner of 983 millions, Mega Millions jackpot win from Noonan, tickets sold in Noonan. And not only was this national, I have to step back, this was such a great day and a great week, wasn't it? And I do want to back up and make sure that I share with this group what the winner said to me as to please share with Georgia. Thanks to all of you, this winner had the ability to stay anonymous, but the Georgia winner did say, Gretchen, please let everyone in Georgia know how thankful our family is, that our family has had Hope scholarships, or Hope scholars who have benefited from the Georgia Lottery, that we have continuously played the Georgia Lottery to support the Hope students. We saw your advertising on a billboard when we were driving down the interstate, and there were a couple more pieces that it was just minute by minute by minute that made this win happen for this winner. Most importantly, this winner said, we plan on making this a generational win and giving back to Georgia. And so I look forward to watching this as chills just went down my body, because I had the opportunity to sit with this winner and hear from them exactly what they planned in regards to the generational longevity of this prize, as well as giving back. And I could see in their eyes just how smart and how strong they wanted to make sure that their winnings were. They wanted to make sure that they did well by these winnings. So I wanted to make sure that I just stopped and shared that with you, because you made that win possible, the largest win possible for Georgia, for a Georgia player. And with that win, because it was a Georgia winner, we also had $23.5 million go back into taxes on just that win, in addition to the jackpot roll, which on a large jackpot roll, that one specifically brought in $27.9 million for Hope and Pre-K. So how do we return over $1 billion every year? You all know, it's all product, selling our lottery product. Our job is to develop the strongest product possible to go to market, to make all of our players aware of it through the strongest marketing possible, and to sell the product in the most responsible fashion ever. And specifically to generate the most money possible to send to you and the governor to allocate for Hope and Pre-K. We continue to be innovative with our instant product, launching 4 to 6 games every month, making investments in digital menu boards, placing vending in market to assist retailers, and as well with our draw products, which are some of our most popular, along with our popular nationwide games, our statewide games, Cash 3, Cash 4, Fantasy 5, Cash Pop, Georgia 5, all of which have seen increases year over year. Our interactive platform, which was launched in 2012, continues to grow year over year. Our interactive platform is made up of internet and mobile channels, and we are currently in the middle of a year-long interactive platform upgrade, which we are excited to share with our players this fiscal year. We have regulatory responsibilities for COAM, coin-operated amusement machines, which includes the licensing of owners and operators for COAMs, the issuance of permits for COAM machines, the collections of license fees for COAMs, collections of net receipts from Class B machines, and compliance. COAM is growing. Licensing numbers as of the end of Q1 fiscal year 26 were 40,875 machines in market at over 7,000 locations. For fiscal year 25, $192 million was generated from COAM play, return to education. The industry invests well, and they do their best to generate the most for education. We're incredibly appreciative of their work. Chairman Powell, I want to thank you also, beginning July 1st. Thanks to Chairman Powell's leadership, as well as all of your leadership, COAM redemption will now go to just lottery product and gift cards. Chairman Powell, along with all of you, have been very adamant about making sure that cash is out of the market, and we think that that will go far. So, Chairman, thank you, and to your committee's leadership, thank you as well. The proposed budget, we do not have an ask, but just wanted to note that lottery is noted on pages 15 and 37. Our year-to-date results. As the lottery works towards our return, I wanted to share that we are off to our strongest start in our 32-year history. And a quick snapshot of Q1 fiscal year 26. It was the best Q1 with $414.8 million transferred to the Lottery for Education account. That profit was $51.3 million higher than Q1 fiscal year 25. And with that, again, as I've mentioned, not only did we top $30 billion, but now $30.2 billion for education programs in Georgia with this last transfer. I enjoyed joining y'all for Commissioner Dozier's and Chancellor Perdue's presentations. And I have to tell you that when we go to work at the Georgia Lottery every day, we go to work with the students' own mind. Casey Carpenter, we go to work with your son, own mind. We go to work with many of the interns that are in your office's own mind, whether they are in a public school, whether they are in a private school, whether they are at a HBCU receiving hope. We are so thoughtful of these students. We think about the families that are taking their pre-K student to school in August for the first time ever, and how important that is. We know that everything that we do, every dollar we make, every dollar we spend wisely, and every dollar we don't spend, we do this with students in mind and making sure that we are providing the greatest amount of revenue back to this legislative body and the governor to allocate for education. And so with that, we're having a banner year, barreling toward a positive fiscal year return, and as always, appreciate your support in championing us. And I have to say, Chairman Williams, I hear about you talking about games, and so I want to make sure before I left that you all know that our Mega Millions jackpot for tonight is $250 million. We hope that you will go to your local retailer and purchase it there. Mr. Chairman, if this hearing goes a little long, they can pull out their app and play there as well. We so appreciate you. Chairman Hatchett and Tillery, thank you for this opportunity to present, and as always, happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? I think everybody's ready to get out of here and go buy a ticket. Thank you, Gretchen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Get your scratch and go, dog.
All right. Next up is Chris Green with the Georgia Student Finance Commission.
Mr. Green, welcome to the committee. We'll give these folks a few seconds to clear out. We're going to go ahead and get going again, so if you don't mind taking your conversations outside of 341. President Green, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Tillery, Chairman Hatchett, and members of the Joint Appropriations Committee. My name is Chris Green. I have the pleasure of serving as president of the Georgia Student Finance Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to appear this afternoon to discuss the governor's amended fiscal year 26 and recommended fiscal year 27 budgets for GSFC. Since Governor Kemp appointed me to succeed President Lynn Riley back in March, we've been working diligently to ensure GSFC continues to live up to its reputation for excellence in expanding access to education for Georgians. We are very grateful for the resources that you all provide to us, and my goal this afternoon is to highlight how that trust has enabled us to expand access to education, support degree completion, and make sure Georgia continues to be the top state for talent. Thank you for entrusting us with this important mission. You know, when I tell people I work for the Georgia Student Finance Commission, a lot of Georgians may or may not immediately recognize our agency name. But when I say, oh, we administer the Hope Scholarship, the reaction is always the same. They say, oh, you know, my child received Hope Scholarship, or I received Hope Scholarship. And they say, thank you so much for what you do and for help making college more affordable for my family. I know we have some new members with us today, and so I wanted to briefly highlight how our agency is really made up of 3 different legal entities that help us accomplish our mission. The Georgia Student Finance Commission is the umbrella state agency, which is the name most often used to refer to all 3 entities. But the Georgia Student Finance Authority and the Georgia Education Savings Authority are separate legal entities, but the 3 work together to help us accomplish that mission. We'd like to begin with a few agency highlights that demonstrate the scale and responsibility of our work. GSFC supports hundreds of thousands of students across the state through scholarships, grants, outreach, and administrative services. Over the past year, we have continued to modernize our operations, improve system performance, and strengthen internal controls to ensure we continue to be good stewards of public funds. These operational improvements allow us to focus resources where they matter most, directly supporting students and families. As you can see here, there continues to be strong growth in the dual enrollment program, which exceeded 71,000 high school students, taking more than 736,000 credit hours during the last academic year. In October, we launched the 3rd cycle of the nation's largest state-run direct admissions program by mailing more than 136,000 letters to high school seniors as part of the Georgia Match campaign. I'll speak more about Georgia Match in just a moment. We take our mission seriously, utilizing a combination of technology and individual face-to-face engagements to disperse more than 635,000 scholarships and grants last year. Thank you. To do that, we conducted 1,600 outreach events, drawing more than 92,000 participants. GAFutures.org, our one-stop college planning website, attracted more than 5 million visits and over 230,000 new accounts created. We owe that tremendous success to more than marketing efforts. We partner closely with high school counselors, teachers, and administrators in your districts to make sure that students are connected with these financial resources that you provide to make sure they can continue their education here in the Peach State. Finally, our Reach Georgia Scholarship, which combines need-based aid with mentoring, academic coaching, and additional community support, exceeded 5,400 students since this program was created by Governor Deal. For each of these categories, there are numerous stories of lives changed and improved because of your investment in access to education. We wouldn't have the talent pipeline available to the businesses and industries here without this investment. So again, I say thank you for your support of GSFC and these programs. Ladies and gentlemen, this slide reflects the magnitude of your investment and how we administer those funds to students. In the most recent fiscal year, GSFC dispersed more than $1.1 billion in program funds to Georgia students. These dollars support a wide range of programs, including Hope and Zell-Miller scholarships, need-based grants, and targeted workforce-related initiatives. By far the largest portion, nearly $1 billion, was distributed through HOPE programs like the HOPE Scholarship, the Zell Miller Scholarship, HOPE Grant, HOPE Career Grant, and others. I know we are all proud of the legacy that HOPE has had on our state, which has positioned us to become a national leader in the amount of aid awarded to students. This is due in large part to the good work of the Georgia Lottery Corporation under the leadership of President Corbin. And so I just want to formally say thank you again to the Georgia Lottery for the historic partnership that makes this possible. Beyond the HOPE programs, you can see the commitment to dual enrollment, followed by the tuition equalization grant, which goes to students attending our independent colleges. The next largest slice goes to other programs, such as the Inclusive Post-Secondary Education Grant, or IPSE grant, which goes to students with disabilities, the Scholarship for Engineering Education, REACH, and the Public Service Memorial Grant, among others. The Georgia College Completion Grant is next, and it helps eliminate the gap in aid and cost of attendance as students near the completion of their degree. I'll also say more about that program in just a moment. And the focused investment you all continue to have in our military programs includes the Georgia Military College State Service Scholarship, the Georgia National Guard Service Cancelable Loan, the Georgia Hero Scholarship, and multiple programs at the University of North Georgia. The takeaway here is not just volume, but accountability. Every dollar represents a commitment to transparency, compliance, and measurable impact. I know you all have heard a great deal today about the Georgia Match program, and could not agree more that Georgia Match is one of the strongest examples of how our agency supports the state's education and workforce agenda. Through this program, eligible high school seniors receive direct admission offers from Georgia public colleges and universities based on that high school HOPE GPA. For the class of 2026, more than 136,000 students received letters across our state. The heat map here shows where students received a letter, as represented by the light blue dots, and where students claimed a spot, as indicated by the dark blue spots. Thanks in part to Georgia Match, there have been enrollment increases for USG and TCSG, while many states faced enrollment declines. USG enrollment has increased for 3 consecutive years, reaching an all-time high of 382,000 students. TCSG also set new records this year with 159,000 students who took more than 1 million credit hours last semester for the first time. The quality of institutions in Georgia and their excellent reputation certainly contributes to our growth, but the impact of the Georgia Match program is undeniable. Governor Kemp's vision when he convened the leadership of the state's education agencies and your support for Georgia Match makes this one of the most successful and largest direct admission programs in the country. Georgia Match reduces barriers, simplifies the transition from high school to post-secondary, and sends a clear message to students: there's a place for you in Georgia's education system. For those of you who have not had a high school senior in your home recently, I did just want to share a quick copy of what the letter looks like. Of course, it shows not only which institutions the students automatically meet admissions requirements, but we also include information about financial aid and trying to start that conversation early. And I could just ask you to imagine for a moment, when you were thinking about what to do after high school, what if you had received a personalized letter from the governor telling you where you automatically are eligible for admission, and just what a game changer this is, taking the fear and anxiety out of the college application process. As you've been hearing from the governor and other state agencies today, the Top State for Talent initiative unifies our approach to education. Through Governor Kemp's leadership, we are now collaborated to an unprecedented degree with the governor's education and workforce strategy team. This is the group where that collaboration happens. It is made up of the agency leaders from the Department of Education to the Department of Labor and all of us in between who help develop the talent pipeline, the Technical College System of Georgia, the University System of Georgia, the Governor's Office of Student Achievement, and the Georgia Student Finance Commission. Because of our role in implementing the Georgia Match program, we have an opportunity to represent students and families in conversations about the best way to plug them into the state's workforce. The Governor's Workforce Summit this past October at the World Congress Center drew more than 1,000 business, education, and government leaders in attendance. We had the opportunity to introduce that impressive audience to 3 students who benefited from GSFC programs. West Georgia Technical College student Reagan Bearden and Valdosta State University student Abigail Gilbert shared firsthand how Georgia Match helped them claim their spot and continue their academic journey toward high-demand careers in healthcare. Student Jeffrey Lowe studied at both Georgia Piedmont Technical College and Georgia State University as he prepares for a career in the music management business. The Hope Grant and the Hope Scholarship made college possible for him. These students are just 3 examples of how the Georgia Student Finance Commission is participating in the shared effort to make sure Georgia continues to be the top state for talent. And I could say thank you again for your support of House Bill 192 last year. This was the Top State for Talent Act. This new law calls on high school students to create that GA Futures account beginning in 9th grade. And so to help facilitate that, we've developed a new module in GA Futures so that high school counselors can see the students' progress with doing this, as well as offer personalized assistance. Mr. Chairman, the Career Navigator, the last bullet point on the screen, I know this is not in GSFC's budget, but if I could add my voice and ask for the committee's favorable consideration of this recommendation in the Office of Student Achievement budget. So much of what we do is trying to get the best information to high school students quickly so they can make those plans for after high school, whether it's military, workforce, post-secondary, and the development, this governor recommendation for a Career Navigator stands to be a game changer for our students. As you all know, our agency operates a team of outreach representatives across the state. I like to think of these heroes as our recruitment team to make sure that talent stays in Georgia. These dedicated professionals are the main point of contact for us in your high schools. And so throughout the year, they're providing workshops and in-person trainings to help students and parents begin thinking about college plans. As I mentioned last year, they met with nearly 92,000 students at over 1,600 events. And so if you're ever interested in hosting an event in your area, please call on me and we'd be glad to connect you with your outreach representative. When I assumed this position last spring, I challenged my team to focus on 3 topics: how to better serve students, to be known for exceptional customer service, and to promote financial literacy. I know in my relationship with many of you for so long that part of our mission in providing access to education is also making sure that Georgians are making smart financial decisions. And so I'm proud that this year we'll be launching an enhanced portion of our website just in time for Financial Literacy Month in April. Responsible borrowing can provide access to post-secondary education, and we want families to be equipped to navigate that process in a way that sets students up for future success. Educating them about the best career choices for their interests, talents, and financial needs goes hand in hand with identifying scholarships and grants to help them pay for a meaningful credential. Financial literacy also complements our aid programs by helping students make informed decisions about budgeting, borrowing, and completion. Those of you with high school seniors or college students know about the FAFSA, and like most Americans, you probably have some choice words to describe your experience with this form. But the FAFSA, or the Free Application for Federal Student Aid, is the gateway to free financial aid, and supporting FAFSA completion is one of the most cost-effective strategies we have to increase access to federal financial aid for Georgia students. We're very pleased that because of GSFC outreach and marketing efforts, alongside those financial literacy resources, Georgia increased our FAFSA completion rate in fiscal year 25, and we continue to rank above the national average. Pictured here is one of our FAFSA completion events at Collins Hill High School in Gwinnett County. I think these students are smiling because we're helping them get through that FAFSA. And so simply put, every additional FAFSA completed represents federal dollars coming into Georgia at no additional cost to the state. And this is a clear example of how targeted outreach can leverage significant external resources. Mr. Chairman, before I dive into our budget numbers, I want to shift briefly and highlight some of our financial aid programs that you all have invested in recently. So with a maximum award of $2,500, the Georgia College Completion Grant targets students who are otherwise on track to graduate. And the goal is simple: to prevent small financial obstacles from becoming permanent dropouts. This program has been tremendously successful in helping students get across the finish line, earn their credential, and join the workforce. During the last legislative session, you all expanded this program to help students when they have just that relatively small gap between what they owe and what they can pay for their education. That was House Bill 38 during the 2025 session. Since the program began in 2023, we have made more than 28,000 awards to students, totaling more than $32 million. Grant awards are based on program requirements and are available allocated funds at the institutions. This is at USG, TCSG, and nonprofit independent colleges. And so thank you again for your support of House Bill 38. Another program we are proud to administer is the Reach Georgia Scholarship. Reach is a statewide need-based aid program launched by Governor Deal in 2012. Reach is unique, and that is a public and private partnership. So the generous appropriations that you provide make up $9,000 of each $10,000 scholarship, and then local school systems raise the remaining $1,000 to complete that student's scholarship. Students must meet program requirements related to academic achievement, behavior, and attendance to be eligible for that college scholarship. And one of my favorite things about this program are these signing ceremonies in the fall. I had the opportunity to attend a Reach signing ceremony in Carroll County along with our Commissioner Linda McWhorter. These are so much fun because the students are there with their commitment papers and their parents, and it feels just like a collegiate athletic signing ceremony. Just so much positive energy in the room. And so if you'd like to become more involved in your local school system, please get in touch with me, and we'd love to connect you with your local Reach coordinator. The newest program we are privileged to administer is the Georgia Promise Scholarship, an education savings program enacted by the General Assembly during the 2024 legislative session. You all gave us 1 year to build this new program and develop the infrastructure so that we could begin awarding funds for the first time this past summer. The Georgia Promise Scholarship is for eligible families enrolling in private schools or participating in a course of home study. In FY26, the scholarship award amount was $6,500. In this first year, we have over 7,700 students participating in this inaugural cohort. Of those, 3 out of 4 students come from families below 400% of the federal poverty line threshold. We had an outstanding fall semester and continue to learn from our experience as well as other states who have implemented educational choice programs. Thanks to your diligent focus while creating this legislation 2 years ago, all of the scholarship funds that are dispersed to families must be utilized within a secure, closed marketplace. This robust vetting of schools and vendors helps ensure funds are only spent on qualified education expenses. This slide shows how Promise Scholarship funds are being used by eligible students. As you can see, over 70% of expenditures support tuition and fees, with the remainder covering other qualified educational services. This breakdown demonstrates that funds are being used as intended within statutory guidelines. Ladies and gentlemen, I know today's presentation is supposed to be about the numbers, but we mentioned earlier how every Georgian has a hope story, and we're starting to collect promise stories, and I felt like I would be remiss if I didn't share some of the feedback we have received on this new program. The message on this slide comes to me from a mother of a Georgia student with special needs. Since launching this new program, the families who have received Promise have underscored for me and my staff at GSFC that 2 things can indeed be true at the same time. Georgia is blessed with outstanding public schools, and there are times when families have extenuating circumstances and need another choice. The Georgia Promise Scholarship gives them that opportunity, and we're grateful for your support of this program. Turning now to the budget, the governor's amended fiscal year 26 recommendation supports the continued administration and oversight of these programs. You can find GSFC in section 44 of your track sheets. The first item is 44.2.1 in commission administration. This change of $245,000 is the governor's recommendation for the one-time $2,000 supplement for our employees. The next item is 44.3.1 in dual enrollment. This change reflects the governor's recommendation of an additional $18.5 million to meet the projected need. Next is 44.4.1, which is a reduction of $160,000 in the engineer scholarship. This item reflects a one-time true-up request from Mercer University based on the actual number of awards made in FY26. Next is 44.5.1 in Georgia Military College Scholarship. To meet the projected need, the governor is recommending an additional $440,000 to serve those students. The next item is 44.9.1 in Hope Scholarships Private Schools. This recommendation is to increase funds by $927,000 to meet the projected need to accommodate the projected growth in awards. If you'll turn to the next page in your track sheet, we'll discuss item 44.10.1 in Hope Scholarship Public Schools. The governor is recommending an increase of $11.3 million to meet the projected need. Our next item is 44.12.1 in North Georgia Military Scholarship Grants. Like the increases at Georgia Military College, to meet the projected need, the governor is recommending an additional $555,000. Next is 44.14.1 in Promise Scholarship. The governor is recommending a one-time reduction of $86 million. Again, this is a one-time reduction that represents a program true-up based on the actual number of participating students we saw in the first year. The final item for GSFC is 44.18.1 in tuition equalization grants. This item is a yes caption directing the agency to utilize program reserves to meet the projected need. Lastly, committee members, I'll mention 44.19.1 for INPEC. The Georgia Non-Public Post-Secondary Education Commission is administratively attached to GSFC. Their executive director, Dr. Kirk Shook, is here, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you have, but their item reflects the governor's recommendation for the $2,000 one-time supplement. And so now we turn our focus to the governor's budget recommendations for fiscal year 2027. Once again, you can find us in section 44. The first item is 44.1.1 in college completion grants. Governor is recommending an additional $1 million for TCSG students specifically. This increase is related again to that House Bill 38 that you all supported during the last session, increasing eligibility for TCSG students. The next items are in commission administration, 44.2.1 through 44.2.4. These items are the same statewide changes my colleagues have mentioned before me, so I won't spend too much time here. The total change recommended by the governor is a reduction of $475,000. The next item is 44.3.1 in dual enrollment. Like the amended budget, the governor here is recommending an additional $27.6 million to meet the projected need. Next is 44.5.1 in the foster care scholarship. And if I could say thank you so much to all of you who have been working on this issue tirelessly for so many years. Very proud to partner with you all to implement this new program. The governor is recommending an initial funding level of $2.5 million for FY 2027. Next is 44.6.1 in Georgia Military College Scholarship. To continue fully funding this program, the governor is recommending an additional $756,000. Next, on 44.10.1 in Hope Scholarships Private Schools, the governor's recommendation for FY27 fully incorporates the Hope Award equalization item that you all have been working on, and the total recommended for these changes is $3.2 million. The next item is 44.11.1 in Hope Scholarships Public Schools. The governor is recommending an additional $55 million for Hope Public and FY27 to meet the projected need. Next is 44.13.1 in North Georgia Military Scholarship. To continue fully funding the program, the governor is recommending an additional $672,000. And if you turn the page one last time, you'll see 44.19.1 in tuition equalization grant. To accommodate the continued growth in this program, the governor is recommending an additional $4 million in state funds. And then the final item is our attached agency, INPEC. Items 44.20.1 and 44.20.2 reflect the relevant statewide changes for a reduction totaling $53,000. Colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to present the governor's budget recommendations for the Georgia Student Finance Commission today, and thank you for your support of these programs and of Georgia students. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Burns, is that? Did you not have a question? Wave. Senator Orrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate your presentation today and your leadership as you're getting deeper and deeper into your fairly new tenure as this commissioner. I would, the match grants, do you have the numbers? You know, this is a relatively new program that's been received very well and very successful. And are we able to get some numbers now on that slice of students that never respond after they get the letter? That may be where we're going to be finding the folks that will now benefit from this new needs-based funding that is recommended in the governor's budget.
Senator, thank you for the question. One of the graphics I wish I had to share with you all, the Office of Student Achievement puts out a pie chart showing what happens to our students after high school graduation. And, you know, we can see the percentage that stays in state, we can see the percentage that goes out of state, we can see the percentage that enters the workforce, but there is a significant portion of that pie chart where we have no idea what happens to our students after high school graduation. We absolutely think that Georgia Match will continue to be a game changer, and so the next time we see my colleagues from the Office of Student Achievement, I'll ask them about the latest pie chart to see if we have moved the needle on those students who didn't think college was possible for them. And I hope what you've heard from Commissioner Dozier and Chancellor Perdue, you know, both of their enrollments are up, and so just really proud of the impact that Georgia Match continues to make. Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you for testifying to the committee when we were looking at the needs-based options that are now appearing in our budget. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Leader Hughley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for your presentation. Can you give us a number of completion grants that you had this past year?
Yes, ma'am. And while I'm looking for my data point, I'll tell you the agency produces 3 annual reports, one on dual enrollment, one on college completion grant, and one on STEM weighting for the Hope Scholarship. And so we just published those in December, and later today I'll be sure that you get that. For college completion grant, we have awarded more than 28,000 awards. And the reason I say awards, and the reason we use awards when we're making projections, oftentimes a student may receive an award in the fall and an award in the spring. And what's so neat about the completion grant and what you all were doing was focusing on completion. So if we know that a student needs just a little extra financial help to get them across that finish line, that's where these have been targeted. And thank you. I can't say enough about our partner institutions. The professional staff in the financial aid offices at these institutions are really what makes this possible. They have the relationships with the students and can tell us who needs that additional help.
One other one, Mr. Chair. Can you tell me, or how do you anticipate the DREAM scholarship to coordinate with the college completion grants?
Yes, ma'am. So, you know, I think we have multiple tools in the toolkit. My understanding from the vision with the DREAM scholarship is that that will be perhaps geared more towards access. So with students that need some additional help starting their college journey, and then if we can blend fund sources and we can support them with the completion grant towards the end of their college experience. And so I know as a former employee of the university system, all of those colleagues are laser focused on student success, and anything that we can do to support the success of the DREAM scholarship, what an honor to be the state of hope and dreams.
I think that's all your questions. We do want to point out a few things, though. President Green, it's your first time being here. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for the information. And your predecessors, obviously, in the back. President Riley, thank you. Commissioner Riley in the past, thank you for your years of service, not only there, but also to Fulton County and the House of Representatives. We're so glad you're here. One last question, though, before you're gone. You mentioned on one of your previous slides, you had I think her name was Reagan Bearden.
Yes.
Do you think she gets her intelligence, she was one of your people you had speak, you think she gets her intelligence from her mother or her father? This might be the most difficult question you answer today, and do remember that one of them is an appropriator.
I'm so grateful for the Bearden family for being such champions of the Georgia Match program, and it's been a joy working with Reagan.
Thank you, President Green. Hope you have a good afternoon.
Next up is Commissioner Amy Jacobs with Department of Early Learning, Care and Learning. Hey, just so everybody knows, all the presentations today will be online, or probably some of them are already, but it will be done by the end of the day on our legislative site under the House Budget and Research tab. All right, turn it over.
Okay, thank you. Well,
Cheers.
good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I know you all have had a very long day, so thank you for sticking around and hearing about the state of child care in our state. We know how important it is for working families, for young children, and of course for the local and state economy to have access to high quality early learning. So over the last 5 years, we have seen a modest increase in our licensed capacity. We've actually seen an increase in our child care learning centers of about 4%. We have seen a decrease in our family child care learning homes. These are smaller learning environments that care for 6 or less children. And that's a nationwide issue that nationally we're trying to figure out. But overall, licensed capacity has increased by 6% over the last 5 years. So as we end June of 2025, Georgia had over 3,200 licensed child care centers, over 1,000 family child care homes, and 387,000 total licensed capacity for children birth to 5. And of course, DECAL licenses and monitors each of these programs to make sure they're meeting health and safety standards. So our Child Care and Parent Services Program, or CAPS, is one of our largest and probably most impactful programs. This is Georgia's Child Care Subsidy Program that provides scholarships for working families so that they can send their children to high-quality early learning while they either work or attend school. This program, we're able to serve 51,000 children. This is a large budget, so I'm going to point it out specifically. It's $385 million, made up of both federal CCDF dollars and state general funds. In Georgia, we are very fortunate to have a very robust quality rated system. So this is our system that determines, improves, and communicates the quality of early learning in Georgia. We have about 2,900 child care programs that have received a 1, 2, or 3-star rating. 98% of children in our CAPS program attend a quality rated provider, and I point that out because we know that high quality early learning is good for all young children, but it's really, really impactful for children with low incomes. And we have quality rated programs in 154 of our counties throughout our state. I know you're all very familiar with Georgia's pre-K program, which remains a national leader when you look at quality and access. Since 1992, Georgia pre-K has served over 2 million children, and we know from research that it prepares kids for kindergarten. This school year, Georgia pre-K is serving over 68,000 4-year-olds. We were able to provide over 138 new classrooms. Over 70% of our classrooms have more than 18 students, and we've been able to reduce the wait list from last year to 3,300. If you will remember, back in FY25, you supported a historic investment in Georgia pre-K of over $97 million. So I wanted to touch on some of those successes. So we are in the second year of a class size reduction. We were serving 22 students. Now we have class size of 20. So that's allowed us to add over 300 new classrooms all throughout the state over the last 2 years. And we know smaller class sizes are better for young kids. This investment also allowed us to do teacher pay parity with our K-12 colleagues. Our lead teachers received a 13% increase because of this, and our assistant teachers received a 27% increase. Better than that, in my opinion, is what we're seeing in teacher retention due to these increases. We retain about 82% of our lead teachers last year and 77% of our assistant teachers, and that has increased since this investment was made 2 years ago. This investment has also allowed us to increase our startup grants for new classrooms. Again, we funded 319 new classrooms, which was a $9.6 million investment. We also provide refurbishment grants for continuation classrooms. We've done that for over 1,500 classrooms over the last 2 years. Operation funding has increased by 27%. And for transportation, 9% increase in sites that are actually providing transportation, which we know sometimes can be a barrier to attending Georgia Pre-K. You may remember Georgia's Pre-K also has a summer transition program. We operate 2 models in the summer for 5 weeks. One is our Rising Pre-K, and this is for children that are Spanish-speaking or children with disabilities that we know need a little extra support before they even enter Pre-K. So we offer that 5 weeks before they start their Pre-K year. We also offer Rising Kindergarten because there are students that are identified as needing additional support. Maybe they came in late during the year. Maybe they have been identified by their teacher as needing extra support, so we provide them with 5 weeks after pre-K before they enter kindergarten. This is a smaller program, but it is part of our pre-K program. It is funded with lottery dollars. Our Rising Pre-K program, we have 69 classrooms, and our Rising Kindergarten, 326. We also operate 2 nutrition programs. We know how important food is for young kids. We administer the Child and Adult Care Food Program, which is CACFP, which allows us to reimburse for 65.7 meals throughout our state in 157 counties. And we also offer a summer food program, which is Happy Helpings, which reimburses for meals for nonprofits to serve meals during the summer when school-age kids do not have access to meals. This last summer, they served 2.9 million meals in 109 counties. So I'm going to move on to our budget, but I always like to show our fund source split. We are heavily funded by federal funds. 48.7% comes from federal funds, which are 2 federal funding sources, CCDF, Child Care Development Fund, and USDA. We receive over 45% from the state lottery to fund our Georgia Pre-K program, and 6.2% of state general funds, all of which goes to our subsidy program. So this is real quick. We don't have any changes in the amended, but I did want to acknowledge the $2,000 supplement that the governor added for all state employees and for pre-K lead and assistant teachers. I know our team is very appreciative of that. And then for FY 2027, for the governor's budget recommendation, our changes are all in the pre-K program, so all lottery dollars. This is page 165. Number 6 is an actual decrease in $125,000. As I said, our teachers are on the T&E schedule, just like K-12 teachers, and this is just how it ended up this year. So there's a slight reduction of $125,000. Number 7 is an increase in the per member per month SHBP increase. We have about 50% of our classrooms are in public schools, so they are part of SHBP, and this is to reflect that increase, an increase from 1885 to 2028, so an addition of $5.8 million. That will go directly to those school systems to pay those SHBP bills. And then number 8, we are in our 3rd year of a 4-year phase-in of reducing our class size. So we asked for 4 years to do that because we knew we would need to add 400 classrooms to reduce the class size to 20. So this is an additional $12 million to add an additional 100 classes next year. So that was, I tried to be brief. I know you've been here a long time, but cover it all, so I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. My first question is this. If you don't mind taking a minute, one of the questions we've got a lot is, of course, the issues that are going on in Minnesota relating to child care facilities. Obviously, we feel like we're in a lot better position in Georgia. You spent much of your December talking to us through that, but if you would, for the sake of edification for the other members who maybe did not get that information, let them know why we at least feel like Georgia's in a much better position.
Absolutely. So we believe we have several levels of safeguards to prevent fraud and to detect fraud when we think about sending money out the door, especially as it relates to our child care subsidy program or our CAPS program. Our first level of defense is our child care licensing staff. They visit licensed programs a minimum of 2 times a year unannounced. Also, when we grant a new license, we actually visit the center and make sure, or the family child care home, and make sure that they are up and operating, they have staff hired. They have a director on board who's done the training. So that's our first level of defense. But we also require providers to track attendance. So they have to have a sign-in, sign-out sheet of a parent or a guardian sign those children in and out. And then they have to submit that attendance to us on a weekly basis to be billed. Then we have a billing system in place which would check for any type of irregularities. For example, if a provider is billing for more children than their actual licensed capacity, or if two providers are billing for the same exact child, our system would pick that up, we would flag it, our CAP staff would work on that, but we also have a dedicated audits and compliance division that work on this on a regular basis. So of course they take any type of complaints, they would investigate, but they also use a risk assessment model to identify any programs that might need a little extra attention from us, and then anyone can report fraud to us through our website, through our email, and then we have a 1-800-88-GA tip line to report fraud.
Thank you. Just to summarize that up, first, we don't open up a facility unless we personally visited it to begin with. Second, we do 2 unannounced visits a year. We even did those during COVID. We also require sign-in, sign-out sheets of the parents before payments ever issued, and we issue payments in arrears. That's been something that's come up time and time again of whether or not we should issue payments on the front end for child care placing agencies. We do it in arrears, again, as a fight against fraud. I hope that helps y'all understand that and provides you with some ammunition when you're talking back in your districts to your constituents. Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Senator Sims.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for your words of wisdom. Georgia spends a lot of money on child care, and that has the curriculum that embraces an academic, what do I want to say, an academic aura that is not very challenging. What are we going to do? Because when we have these children in these classrooms, that's a captive audience right there. We can strengthen the literacy rates, we can strengthen STEM, we can strengthen anything. So by the time they get to kindergarten, they're prepared for learning, okay? But we still tend to have a curricula that is very weak. What are we going to do to embrace? That's number one. Number two, and tell me about the pay discrepancies between rural, urban, metropolitan providers, because I get a lot of complaints from providers in my district. Thank you.
So on your curriculum question, I will say specifically for Georgia Pre-K, we have Georgia Early Learning and Development Standards, which are learning standards for birth to 5 that align directly with our K-12 standards. They were just updated to match our K-12 standards. They just did an update around literacy and math, I believe. And then we have a list of approved curricula that match those. So I don't know that I would say our curricula is weak in Georgia. I'm happy to talk more about specifically what you mean by that, because you probably have better examples than I do. But we go through a very rigorous curriculum selection process to make sure we have a list of approved curricula that meet all of the standards that we would want to meet in Georgia Pre-K specifically.
Who's responsible for creating the curricula? Is it, do we have statewide advisors or?
So we go through a curricular review about every 5 years, and vendors submit those to us. We usually have an outside body. Sometimes it's the University of North Carolina, FPG, which is a leader in reviewing things like that. Sometimes it's the University of Georgia. But we always have outside reviewers to make those decisions on those approved lists.
Thank you. But what we've done was we spent a lot of money in education. I want, and I think all of us would like to see a better return on the investments that we make in education. We are spending so much time on literacy because our children can't read. We're spending a lot of that. There's not only, and there's math literacy as well. If the earlier we begin with children learning academically and not just play every day, I think the better we're going to be.
I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
I think the earlier we start, the better, which is why I'm proud that we have 2,900 child care programs that are quality rated, so we know that those children that attend those programs are experiencing that high quality learning environment, which is the crucial part for brain development. Your second question was about different rates in different parts of the state. So we do have different rates for our CAPS subsidy. I think that might be what you're referring to, and that's based on a market rate study that we do every 2 to 3 years. We're required to do that. It basically looks at all of the cost all around the state, and we set those rates based on that. So that's based on rates we collect throughout the state.
Excuse me, one more thing. Mr. Chairman, last time, okay. Do you mind if I speak with you about the provider pay, because it is really a problem.
Absolutely.
Without providers being able to stay competitive.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Chair Lady Dempsey.
Commissioner Jacobs, yes, I just want to say thank you, and sort of along the lines, I think, of what Senator Sims was trying to say is, the way I see it is that y'all are doing an incredible job, actually. You're doing much with little at times, for little people. There has been a long thought process that much of this is taken care of in-home or in other places, but in today's world, most of our parents need to work, must work, so those children are left for hours without the brain development that is so crucial at that time. I would say that I hope you can continue to do the curriculum and the work you are doing, and that we can continue to find ways to invest earlier and earlier and increase the number and the capacity, I would say, so that we are addressing the literacy rate at the time that is most crucial, from really pre-birth until 5.
Yes,
So
completely agree.
you.
Thank you.
Leader Higley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. Along those lines, do you have any idea in your thoughts or dreams of when we will be able to get to 3-year-old pre-K in this state?
And we have a great track record with 4-year-old pre-K, and so whenever the investment is there, we're ready to go. I do think a small way that we could look at that, which is not as expensive as a universal 3K program, is our Rising Pre-K program, which is for 3-year-olds. It's 5 weeks during the summer, but at least it gets 5 weeks before you start pre-K, because what our research shows us is that those children who come in with low language, meaning children from poverty, dual language learners, or with disabilities, they're coming in behind their peers. That's why we start 5 weeks early with our Rising Pre-K program. They make huge gains during that pre-K year, but they're still leaving behind their peers. So if we can get them earlier and earlier, I'm in full support of that, and I think we have the track record to do a successful program.
One last thing. Can you tell us what the impact of the federal budget is having on your budget?
Yes. So a couple things. There was obviously a federal government shutdown that we went through. Thankfully, we were still able to access our funding system, so we were still able to draw down our federal dollars, so there was no interruption in any of our payments. Most recently, the federal government did enact what they call defend the spend. So we're required to provide additional justification when we ask for our weekly drawdowns from the feds. But our finance staff has been able to provide that level of detail in 1,000 words or less, and we've been able to get our funds on time. So there's been no delay of payments for there.
Representative Glaze.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. As you know, our children are the best of what we have to offer this world, and so what I'm concerned about is expanding the 4-year-old so that there is no 4-year-old left behind in Georgia trying to get in the program. We still have many. Speak to that, and also tell me a little bit of where and how we choose Rising Pre-K, where it's located, and then the Rising Kindergarten. How do we know how many there are and where they're located?
So let me start with your last question. So Rising Pre-K is an application process, and we work with existing pre-K providers, and they're able to identify those children that are already identified to enroll in their pre-K program in the fall with those type of demographics that I talked to you about. So it's a very, based on the funding, that's how we identify them. Same with our Rising Kindergarten. We work directly with programs that have the need for children to attend an additional 5 weeks after kindergarten. I'm happy to get you a list of those. It's not as widespread as pre-K, but I'm happy to get you a list of those. There has been an expansion over the last few years. And you talked about 4-year-olds. So we are seeing a decrease in our enrollment in 4-year-olds. It sounds like that's what they're seeing in K through 12. That's what they're seeing nationally. Part of that is a decline in birth-to-5 population in Georgia. We've tracked that, and it's down over 1%. I think that's part of it. I think families are using pre-K differently. I think some folks are maybe staying at home. So what we're doing is looking at any type of barrier. Pre-K is free, but there are a couple costs. They can charge for meals, especially if they're in a child care center that doesn't have a food program. And then, of course, it's a school day, so there's before and after care cost that could be there for working families as well. So we're looking at those barriers. We're also going to increase our marketing. We've never had to do marketing for Georgia Pre-K. So we're going to increase our marketing, and we have just contracted with the Carl Vinson Institute of Government at UGA to do an even bigger study, so we can actually ask the parents that are not attending Georgia Pre-K why, to see if we can address any of those issues. So a couple things in the works.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Chairman Tillery, you want to handle that?
I can. Next, heading over into a little different area, our Chief Justice, Nels Peterson, Georgia Supreme Court. It looks like he's bringing somebody for backup there with him.
I'm just here to turn pages.
Justice Peterson, we didn't start the increase for judicial safety yet, but I do see you've chosen on your own, Chief Judge Brown. It's nice to see you. Thank you for joining. We got you turned on. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. I know you're running behind, and so I will try to hit the high points, and obviously we'll answer whatever questions y'all may have. The Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court have worked really closely together in arriving at these budget requests to try and be as aligned as possible. Our budgets are fairly simple, and so there are two kind of key policy issues that both of our budget requests share, and we thought it would be a good idea for me just to start by talking about those two policy issues before we go into the budget specifics. And the first is security. There is a critical security gap for the appellate courts, the statewide courts, that needs to be closed. And the threat environment over the last few years has really changed. The threat environment used to be focused on courthouse security. Think to the Brian Nichols case, for example. But the incidents that we have seen the last several years, and there have been far too many of them, including one yesterday in Indiana where an Indiana judge and his wife were shot through his front door, have all been at home. And so the security environment and the threats that we are looking at that the system needs to be able to address are different and require different approaches. Almost every trial court judge in this state has a local law enforcement agency that is responsible for providing security when necessary for local judges, including Superior Court judges who are state judges just at, for the local circuit. But there are 25 state judges who do not have a law enforcement agency responsible for their security outside of the courthouse. The 8 justices of the Supreme Court who are not the chief, the 15 judges of the Court of Appeals, and then the judges of the statewide business court and the new tax court. The Georgia State Patrol does and continues to do a terrific job of protecting the Nathan Deal Judicial Center. And their Executive Protection Division has done, and I have recently learned continues to do, a great job of protecting the Chief Justice. But it is not the State Patrol's responsibility to provide general protection for any of the other statewide judges, nor do they have the resources to do it. During Chief Judge Boggs's tenure, a new Judicial Council Standing Committee on Judicial Security was created. That's led by Justice Sean Ellen LaGrua and Court of Appeals Judge Brian Rickman. And that committee had a team of high-level law enforcement and security experts review security for the statewide courts. And that team's conclusion was that serious gaps existed and needed to be closed. As part of addressing that conclusion, we used existing funds to contract with Stan Cooper from the Department of Corrections. He's in the back, many of y'all know him. A longtime security expert with the Department of Corrections. And with substantial support from the Department of Corrections, Stan has been working and has done great work to help address those gaps. But he is retiring from corrections, which has brought an end to their assistance with that. I am very grateful to the commitment the Department of Corrections has had and the support they have offered. So that's problem number one. Problem number two is, as far as I can tell, for the history of Georgia, there has been no statewide coordination or data collection for judicial security issues across Georgia's 1,600 judges. On the federal level, the U.S. Marshals Service tracks very closely threats against federal judges. Over 500 threats against federal judges in FY25. But we have had no statewide tracking or coordination of those sorts of issues on the state and local level, much less coordination on things like training and best practices, identification of resources across jurisdictions. And so part of what Stan has also been doing has been establishing a threat tracking process for the judges, and along with Justice LaGrua, Judge Rickman, and wonderful state law enforcement partners, especially at JIPSTIC, coordinating statewide training and identifying and establishing best practices across the state and across all the classes of court. These functions have been sorely needed and are making an enormous difference across the state already. But Stan's role has been as a temporary contractor. We need to make permanent his role as Director of Judicial Protection Services and provide that role the resources it needs. So the budget requests you see in both of our budgets are a coordinated effort for the two courts to combine their efforts to do that and to do it in as efficient and as cost-effective a manner as possible. The request is we have equal amount requests because the plan is we will share the costs equally, but it's for two positions. The Director of Judicial Protection Services, and then an operations coordinator. There's a separate request, just over $50,000 in each budget, for a vehicle for each. Those two positions are principally about coordination, threat assessment and mitigation, training, investigations, proactive policy work, and protection services. And many of these functions will pay dividends, not just for the statewide courts, but for all of Georgia's 1,600 judges. The other part of the request is for a $100,000 fund from which, in the event of a specific threat that requires a security presence for a judge or justice for a limited period of time, the director can hire off-duty local law enforcement officers to provide that security for the time that it is needed. If you will, this approach is really just the security equivalent of just-in-time logistics. It does not involve creating new law enforcement positions beyond these two, driving judges around in black SUVs, or providing constant security for statewide judges when it's not needed in response to a specific credible threat. But it does ensure that when, not if, a credible threat comes, we have the resources and protocols in place to address this threat swiftly and efficiently, and whatever part of that $100,000 fund isn't needed for that would be returned at the end of the year. That's the security pitch. And then the second piece, which y'all have already recognized is critically important because you invested in it last year, is our crisis for staff retention, particularly among staff attorneys at the two courts. And our requests there are just to annualize the 6-month salary increase that you funded last year. But both of our courts have experienced roughly 75% staff attorney turnover over the last 5 to 6 years. That is catastrophic for institutions like appellate courts. It is unsustainable, and it is new. It is not the historic experience, and it really is critical to retain those people who are the engine of the courts. Last year, you funded 2 retention initiatives for our courts. We're very grateful for that. The lion's share was for salary enhancements for staff attorneys and other critical professional staff. The FY26 budget made those enhancements effective January 1st of this year, and so the FY27 budget just seeks to annualize that. And also, if you do decide to fund the governor's recommendation of $2,000 bonuses for state employees, obviously we didn't request that in our budget, and we we would ask that our staff get to participate in that as well. Those are the two big policy high points that we were asked to touch on, and I have. I am happy to go line by line through the Supreme Court budget if you would like that. We're both happy to take questions at this point. What would you prefer us to do?
If you'd hit the high points of the budget, I don't need to know every line, but.
Sure. In the amended budget, the only request we have is a pass-through from DPS that we do every year. The high points of the budget, there's a $605,000 number there. The majority of that is annualizing the increase in judicial compensation that y'all very generously enacted and funded last year. It was funded effective January 1st, and so we have to annualize that judicial salary. The remainder of that line is just the annual request that we will make for a salary increase up to the maximum authorized amount that the salary model contemplated in the statute contemplates, and that's entirely up to y'all's discretion, as are all things in this space. And other than the security piece, that is the high points of the Supreme Court's budget. Chief Judge Brown?
I don't know that I have any high points. Welcome to field any questions. Really, if you look at the FY26, the amended budget, the only thing that we asked for that's a larger ticket item is the $197,000, where we're transitioning from a hardware redundancy in our IT program and into the cloud. That's anticipated that will be a yearly expense, but that's the first of that. The $62,500 in the amended budget is basically our shared cost of the security director, and $40,000, not really a high point. Our last judge required commuting fees. Like the Chief Justice said, the high point is the salary increase. We're looking to annualize not only the judges, and we certainly appreciate the salary enhancements that we received last year. We are going through a crisis. The numbers should shake you to your core when you think about the few people who are able to serve as our very talented staff attorneys. There's only few that are able to do that, and there's fewer still that are willing to do that, and we're losing them at a faster pace than we can train them right now. They don't expect to make the money that they're going to make in private practice. We just got to get a little closer. A lot of what we're able to offer to work with us as opposed to private is starting to balance out between us and the private sector. There's areas of the public sector that we now compete with, that they're actually taking some of our staff. There's really nothing else in here unless there was a specific question about anything on our budgets. We appreciate the salary enhancements. We hope that you will annualize those, especially for our staff and staff attorneys. Welcome. Answer any questions.
Chairman Gullett.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for what you do for our state. The $40,000 commuting budget.
Yes,
Tell me a little bit about that. I'm not familiar with that.
So the judge that Judge Davis replaced was a judge that worked within the metro area. So she did not have a commuting budget. When he came on, he does commute. So we have to add to the budget to replace or actually fill the need.
So
his is about $40,000 a year.
Every judge or justice, I'm assuming the Supreme Court.
Outside of 50 miles, we're able to get per diem as well as mileage once a week.
Okay. Thank you.
So that's $40,000 per judge that lives outside of 50 miles?
The way I understand it is that's the maximum. If someone comes in every potential day, 35 days per term, 3 terms a year, plus mileage, that it maxes out at about 40,000, and that judge probably lives as far away as you can. So most likely, if he takes advantage of all the days, that it would be about $40,000.
And so in the amended, you're asking for $40,000, so that's half a year. So is it $80,000?
No, $40,000. He came in January 1.
Right.
So that's for
6 months.
Right.
But you're asking
Well,
for
we've
40
had to pay it out as well.
Okay. All right, but it's $40,000 annualized.
$40,000 annualized.
Do you know how many, I'm not holding you to it, how many live outside the
Are we half? Are we probably 7 or 8 out of 15?
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Carpenter.
Is there a possibility to do like a line item veto on a few of the judges that we don't think near as highly of as the others?
I thought you had a real question.
Been a long day, Coach.
I wanted to start out with a motion to recuse Chairman Carpenter, but I didn't.
Justice and Judge, thank you. That's all
Thank
the
you.
questions. Appreciate y'all coming today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time and appreciate your commitment.
Members, we are done. We'll see you back at 8 a.m. in the morning, right here. Casey's bringing breakfast. Oh, and tomorrow, hey, the Rural Caucus has invited us to lunch tomorrow, Mary Max. So keep that in mind in the morning. We need to have plenty of time for lunch when you ask any questions. Have a good night.